Have faith.
I don't have faith. I don't. How was your weekend?
It was good until this morning when I've been shoveling since 5 a.m.
Oh, how bad was the snow?
Woo! I stayed up till 1 in the morning because the snow was supposed
I
to
don't have
start at
faith.
9ish.
I don't. How was your weekend? Oh, hang on for
It
one
was good
second.
until you got to mute YouTube's.
Okay, I just muted you. We haven't started the show yet. So you had
Yeah.
a shovel?
Yeah, I stayed up until 1 in the morning because the snow was supposed to start bad at 9. I figured if I can get 5 or 6 inches up off the ground before I go to bed, it won't be so bad in the morning.
That's what she said.
That's what she said is right. And then,
All right.
she got it was big and hard this morning. I'll tell you what.
All right. Okay. And wet. All right.
That's right.
We should start the show. I don't know what we're doing today. It hasn't started yet, but now it's starting. All right. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it the way I wanted it. We're going back to some old software, and we may be able to play Henry Huckamaki's interview, but I doubt it. All right, now the show begins.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be with us later tonight. Professor Mike Steinel, go to mikesteinel.com to learn more about our band leader, the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel. Welcome to the mop-up for January 17th, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 38 degrees and wet. I bought myself some roses. Can you see these? I just treated myself to some. I deserve it. You know, before I pleasure myself, I like to buy myself some long stem red roses and treat myself to myself. Winter Storm Izzy barreled into the Northeast, dumping a foot of snow in upstate New York, but New York City seems to have been spared the worst of it. On Friday's show, I promised to outline my plans to save America and the planet. We've talked a lot about the Green New Deal. Well, I'm introducing the Mo Green New Deal, where America says to corporate America, you don't buy me out, I buy you out. I will get to the Mo Green New Deal in a while. And I'll also be talking about Martin Luther King and, of course, the eviction crisis. I can't imagine not thinking about the eviction crisis. All of America is under this cloud of freezing weather. And if you're not thinking about the eviction crisis, well, you're not human. You're not a human being. Few things I want to bring up about Bob Saget. I never met Bob Saget's wife, his new wife, and I met his daughters once in New York. I would like to send them a note, but they don't want a note from me because they really have no idea who I am. Maybe the daughters, because when their grandmother, Dolly, was dying, I was very close to Bob, but they don't want to hear from me. The last thing they need is another note that they have to respond to. When you write a condolence note, if I wrote a condolence note to Bob Saget's family, and I really do want to send it, it's just more on their plate that they have to deal with, right? Oh, great. Now I got to send him a thank you note. I figured it out. And everyone should pay attention to this because this is what I'm doing. I'm sending a condolence note. Well, actually, I'm doing this. I'm sending the wife and daughters a self-addressed stamped envelope, self-addressed stamped envelope with a note they just have to sign and then send it back to me. And it reads, "Hi, David." This is what I'm sending them. "Hi, David. Thank you so much for your thoughts. We all love Bob and miss him so. And your note reminded me and or us, depending whether or not the wife and the daughters want to send a group condolence letter or not. And your note reminded us that we're not alone. Although we never met, Bob spoke fondly of you and mentioned your podcasts that drop Tuesdays and Fridays on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever great podcasts like yours are found. Bob often mentioned your YouTube channel that was slowly growing and that we should all subscribe, or maybe join the virtual studio audience by signing up over at your website. Once again, thanks, David, for your kind and soulful thoughts at this time. We will return the favor by supporting you on Patreon. And then all they have to do is just sign it and mail it back to me. It's a self-addressed stamped envelope. I can't think of a better way to send a condolence note to people who are being overwhelmed by condolence notes. When you think you're being kind, you're just heaping another responsibility on people who are grieving. And this is a great way to, send a condolence note, and they don't have to work too hard acknowledging you. Well, I am America's grandfather, and I've decided that's going to be my new moniker. Good evening, America's grandfather, David Feldman here. Welcome to the Mop-Up. That's how I want to be known, as America's grandfather, because this is what is sorely lacking in this country. America needs a grandfather. We all need a grandfather. You all need an angry, crazy grandfather like me who thinks he's seen it all and knows what's right and what's wrong and will tell you. And I fit that bill. I did the math on this. A grandfather is 1/6 of an authority figure, right? And that's what America needs. You need 1/6 of an authority figure yelling at you. You also will have 5 other people saying, "Don't listen to Grandpa, he's crazy." But, some of the things he said at dinner is kind of right, like bringing back the draft. You got to admit, Grandpa's crazy, but we should bring back the draft. That's the great thing about having or being an angry, crazy grandfather. You're only one of 6. And this is where the math comes in, and I think I'm right. There are 2 parents plus 4 grandparents, right? So that's 6. That makes 6 authority figures for the grandchild. So, as America's grandfather, I get to mouth off, sit at the head of the dining room table, issue fiats. The grandkids can roll their eyes, and they can take from what I say whatever they want to take from it. Plus, because I'm only 1/6 of an authority figure, I have no responsibility. I'm not going to change your diaper. I don't do the discipline. I just criticize the way your diaper is getting changed and the way you're being disciplined. I was born to be America's grandfather. I don't have grandkids. I don't know if I ever will. So I've decided that all of America, all of you are my grandchildren. I am the crazy, sexy grandfather who tries to sleep with his granddaughter's roommate senior year in college. That's how I fancy myself. Gee, your grandfather is hot. Ooh, gross. He's my grandfather. Yeah, that's how I'm going to sell myself. America's sexy grandfather. So 1/6 of what I tell you is important. The other 5/6 is complete and utter bullshit. It's your job to decide what's important. I'm just your crazy grandfather. Well, we're coming up on Joe Biden's 1-year anniversary. The question they're asking now is, does he have a second act? To which I say, how about a first act? A lot of people I have been speaking to over the weekend have been defending Joe Biden. They say, well, what is he supposed to do? Manchin and Sinema won't budge. What is he supposed to do? Well, how about not taking the job as president? He should not have run for president if, after 40 years in the Senate, 8 years as vice president, if he couldn't anticipate little roadblocks like Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, if he couldn't anticipate some intransigent Democrats when he was running for president, he should have dropped out. When you run for president, you need a plan like Bernie had, or dare I say, Elizabeth Warren, who had a plan for everything. And even though she wouldn't endorse Bernie, she would have made a much better president than Joe Biden or Barack Obama. When you're running for president, you have a plan. And when you have a plan, you anticipate the stumbling blocks like Manchin and Sinema. He knew what they were going to do. You make plans, and then when you win, you hit the ground running. And people say to me, but come on, what would you do if you were Joe Biden? If I were Joe Biden, I wouldn't have run. We have a screwed up relationship with our president and our leaders. We're not supposed to sympathize with the most powerful leader in the world. He's supposed to sympathize with us. I'm not interested that his hands have been tied, supposedly, by Sinema and Manchin. They aren't tied. We've been over this. We elect you to be our president because you're supposed to know how to get Manchin and Sinema on board. That's why you have that job. See, if people wanted a president who could do an 8-hour podcast that nobody listened to, that would be my job. See, I don't know how to be president. I know how to deliver a really long-winded podcast. That's all I know how to do. We elected you. I voted for Biden because I had no choice, but he also sold himself as a deal maker. Well, he's not. He's an idiot. He's an ambitious idiot who doesn't know when it's time to retire because he's a moron and he doesn't know what to do with his free time. And he thinks bringing Manchin and Sinema into the White House is how you seal the deal on Build Back Better, or this time getting rid of the filibuster for civil rights legislation. No, you do what Donald Trump did over the weekend, and you go to Arizona. How come Trump is having rallies in Arizona, but Joe Biden's bringing Sinema in, the senator from Arizona, into the Oval Office and thinking that, if he can show her around the place, she's going to bend to his will? it didn't work. It didn't work the first 10 times you tried it with Manchin and Sinema, Joe Biden. In the past year, you've been placating Manchin and Sinema, and it never works. This is just another Aaron Sorkin West Wing palliative where, oh, we tried, we have good intentions, but politics is tough. And the adults in the room learn that you don't get what you want while we have an eviction crisis and people are freezing to death. I'm sick of hearing about Democrats, these supposed Democrats with good intentions, having to learn the hard way that Washington is tougher than they imagined. Washington is tougher than Joe Biden has imagined. He's pushing 80. He's been there since he was in his early 30s. It's all he knows. He can't reimagine Washington. That's the problem. That's the problem. He sold himself as the insider who never got anything done, but he's supposed to be able to play the game while he's losing the game. He can't play the game, and he's not losing. We are. Build Back Better is dead. Voting rights are dead because we have a president who never could do the job. And I blame Barack Obama, Clyburn, and Elizabeth Warren. It's their fault we ended up with a president who is going to bring the entire Democratic Party down this year in the midterms. We have a vice president who's struggling because she stands for nothing other than herself. On January 6th, she said, remember January 6th? Last week she said, quote, certain dates echo throughout history, including dates that instantly remind all who have lived through them where they were and what they were doing when our democracy came under assault. She went on to say, this is the vice president, some dates in U.S. history occupy not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941, September 11th, 2001, and January 6th, 2021. That's the vice president. And that's music, isn't it? That sounds good, so long as you don't pay attention to the actual lyrics. December 7th, 1941, September 11th, 2001, January 6th, 2021. All three of those dates are equal. They're all equal. Well, they're not. December 7th, 1941 is a day that will live in infamy because we declared war the next day. September 11th, 2001, we declared war on Afghanistan and Iraq. We shouldn't have, but we did. And January 6th, 2021, we did what? We're looking into it. We're looking into it. Here's what we didn't do on December 7th, 1941, or September 11th, 2001, or November 22nd, 1963, when President Kennedy was assassinated. That's another date we all remember. We didn't fixate on the past. We moved forward and we went to war. Because whether you like it or not, war is baked into our national character. When we are attacked, we go to war. After December 7th, yes, they investigated how it was possible for the Pacific Fleet to get destroyed with no warning. FDR was cleared. I think an admiral was fired because of December 7th, but we moved forward. We didn't look back. A year after December 7th, 1941, we were taking on the Japanese and preparing to fight the Nazis. After 9/11, we had commissions looking into what happened. And, we covered it up. We are not allowed to know what really happened because we were not allowed to know what really happened on 9/11. We're also not allowed to know what really happened on December 7th. We covered it up and we move forward by going to war, because that's what we do as Americans. We go to war. Americans want justice. We want justice. And that's what LBJ understood. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963. Was it a coup? Was it the CIA or the mafia? Was it the Russians? You know what? You know what LBJ understood? Who cares who killed Kennedy? Who cares? Grow up. He was just a president. And if it was a coup, and I believe it was, you show everyone who is in charge and you go to war. You go to war. You go to war. Now, who did LBJ go to war with? He went to war with the segregationists. He went to war with poverty. He used the assassination of President Kennedy to summon the troops and go to war against the hospitals, the doctors who opposed Medicare and Medicaid, and he went to war with the white segregationists, because whatever happened on November 22nd, 1963, we're never going to find out. We're never going to find out. The same way we're never going to find out what really happened on January 6th. It would be great to find out, but it's been a year and there are bigger problems, and we need to go to war with the eviction crisis, with the oil companies that are destroying our planet. We need to declare a war on poverty. We need to declare a war on Wall Street. You use a crisis to fight a war that benefits the American people. You don't wallow in the past and get to the bottom of who killed Kennedy or who organized the riot on Capitol Hill. Who cares? Who cares? Go spend a couple of $100 million investigating it, fine. But you use these moments to fight a war against poverty, against evictions, against climate change. When Roosevelt came to office, he pretty much had the same ideas that Hoover, his predecessor, was slowly coming around to. But FDR declared war against the Depression. That's what we do. That's our character. We were forged in war. In 1776, we go to war against cancer. We always need an enemy. It doesn't have to be another country or another people. We can go to war against Wall Street, cancer, poverty. All we're doing now is getting to the bottom of January 6th. Shove it up your ass, Joe Biden. Shove January 6th up your ass. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and my father didn't oppose the Vietnam War. That's the other thing. Johnson also took us to war in Indochina. Not good. Wrong kind of war. And my father didn't know that the Vietnam War was wrong until Dr. Martin Luther King spoke out against it. I think it was around 1965. That's how I remember it. My father telling me that in 1965, he heard Martin Luther King opposing the escalation. In 65, that's when LBJ was sending a lot of troops over to Indochina. And around that time, Dr. Martin Luther King said, and I quote, "Millions of dollars can be spent every day to hold troops in South Vietnam, yet our country cannot protect the rights of Negroes in Selma," unquote. So early on in the war, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution was 64. The escalation was in 65. Right at the beginning, Dr. King opposed the war. He called it evil. He believed in politics. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. He believed in the politics of peace, but he never ran for office. And he believed in the idea, not the reality, but the idea of America. And he knew that the only way to fulfill that idea is by giving Black people, all people, but especially Black people, the right to vote. That's what Selma was. That's what the March over the Edmund Pettus Bridge was. It was about voting rights. Congressman Lewis got his head smashed in just so people could vote. That's how important voting is. Dr. King believed in ending poverty. He believed in ending poverty, and this is why he was dangerous. He believed in ending poverty for Blacks and whites. That's what made him so dangerous. He spoke of poor people, not just poor Blacks. This is when civil rights leaders become a threat, when they reach across and start bringing white people into their cause. Professor Adnan Hussein has talked about this on our show, and Professor Gerald Horne has talked about this on the show. When Malcolm X branches out and talks about the plight of white people, the status quo, the people in charge are truly threatened then, because the last thing they want is white people and Black people finding common cause. In the spring of 1967, Dr. King called for a radical, he used the term radical, Professor Harvey J. Kaye's favorite word. Dr. King called for a radical redistribution of economic and political power. Wasn't talking socialism, just called for a radical redistribution of economic and political power. He might have been talking about socialism, but that's a freighted word. I think we can all get on board a radical redistribution of economic and political power. Even the devotees of Adam Smith are for that. So in December of 1967, about 5 months before he was assassinated, Dr. Martin Luther King launched the Poor People's Campaign. This is different than what he was doing before. He was bringing poor people on board. This is different, and that is why then J. Edgar Hoover, who was the cross-dressing, closeted homosexual who headed the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, in memos that have been released, he called Dr. King the most dangerous man in America because you can assist the Chicago police in the assassination of Black Panther Fred Hampton. He was a Black Panther. It's hard to go after Dr. Martin Luther King. It's not easy to go after the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, who preached nonviolent resistance, as did Fred Hampton, but he was a Black Panther, and that was marketed to white America as threatening. So one of the ways to honor Dr. Martin Luther King is to take J. Edgar Hoover's name off the FBI building in Washington, D.C. When it comes to healing our racist past, as far as I'm concerned, there is no difference between a statue commemorating Robert E. Lee and an FBI building named after J. Edgar Hoover, who might be one of the worst Americans in our history. J. Edgar Hoover, who was being blackmailed by the mafia. He said the mafia didn't exist because they had photographs of him doing things that Senator Lindsey Graham won't admit to his voters in South Carolina that he engages in. J. Edgar Hoover bet on the ponies, and when he lost, he didn't have to pay up because he was in bed with the mafia. J. Edgar Hoover never acknowledged the existence of the five families because they knew he was a cross-dresser and a homosexual. J. Edgar Hoover, his name should be taken off the FBI building. Now, name it the Dr. Martin Luther King or the Fred Hampton building. That's how you heal our racist past. The reason J. Edgar Hoover was so frightened of Dr. Martin Luther King is he knew that Martin Luther King transcended race. Dr. King was dangerous because he was preaching the gospel and living it. He was speaking out against war and poverty, while at the same time promoting non-violence. He got the Nobel Peace Prize because he promoted non-violence. He told Americans to put down your guns and raise your voices, vote, march, and organize. The people who control the system are most terrified of the leaders who try to insinuate themselves into the system. That's what makes somebody dangerous. When you try to go into the system, you're more dangerous than some crazy guy on the street screaming and throwing a brick through a window. What we forget about Dr. King, and I don't know that much about his life, I really don't, but what I do know is that he died in Memphis, Tennessee, fighting for labor. Nobody talks about that. Everything okay? Oh, okay. The house is on fire, but this show is more important than asphyxiation. What most people don't know about Dr. Martin Luther King is that he died in Memphis fighting for labor. He was fighting for African-American sanitation workers, but he was fighting for labor. We don't talk about that in America. He died in 1968 supporting Memphis sanitation workers who were striking for better working conditions. 2 African-American sanitation workers were mangled by these ancient sanitation trucks, and the sanitation workers went on strike for better working conditions and more money. That's what made Martin Luther King one of the most dangerous men in America. How do you deal with a preacher who preaches the gospel, who lives the gospel, who with his wife, Coretta, visits Chicago and stays not in a 5-star hotel, but stays in a rat-infested tenement with no heat? He was dangerous. That's how Dr. King drew attention to the plight of the poor. He lived with them. He was shot to death while staying at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis. Have you seen the Lorraine Motel in Memphis? It is a budget motel. He died supporting the least among us. He transcended race. He died supporting labor. He died supporting 1,300 striking sanitation workers. This makes me angry, the way we are taught history. We are not taught what he died fighting for. it's reduced to civil rights or race. He died fighting for 1,300 striking sanitation workers. We hear so much about the assassination, but never anything about the events leading up to it. King was in Memphis to support labor. He was there to support a months-long strike that threatened the power structure, not just in Memphis, Tennessee, but this entire country's power structure. And hundreds of ministers in the Memphis community rallied around the sanitation workers. It wasn't just Dr. King. He got out all the ministers who supported the strike, calling for nonviolent protests. In the lead up to his assassination, Dr. King held the largest indoor civil rights rally in American history. 25,000 people showed up in Memphis to hear Dr. Martin Luther King and the other ministers speak in support of the striking sanitation workers. When he marched on Memphis in support of labor, in support of the 1,300 striking sanitation workers, 22,000 children in Memphis skipped school to join the march, a peaceful march that resulted in hundreds getting arrested for what? Marching peacefully, that resulted in police using tear gas on them. Why? Because this was a threat to the entire economic and political structure of our nation. This was not just about race. It was about poverty and labor. Poverty and labor. And he was assassinated. Preachers, workers, and children taking to the streets of Memphis in support of labor. This is why the FBI, this is why J. Edgar Hoover, the cross-dressing, self-loathing homosexual who suffers from the same disease as Lindsey Graham, ashamed of his sexuality, J. Edgar Hoover was smart enough to know that Dr. King was one of the most dangerous men in America. And it's why the FBI secretly recorded Dr. King's phone calls. It's why the FBI and Bobby Kennedy, who was our beloved Attorney General, he let this happen. He signed off on J. Edgar Hoover secretly recording Martin Luther King's hotel rooms. They recorded him being a human being, being a frightened, lonely human being in a hotel room, doing things that he probably wished he didn't do, but he was a human being. And they sent those recordings of Dr. King in the hotel room. He sent those recordings and the pictures to Dr. King's home, to him and Coretta Scott King. And they sent notes, the FBI sent notes to Dr. King advising him to kill himself. That's what your FBI did. The FBI sent notes to Dr. Martin Luther King with pictures of him doing things that he didn't want to get out. Everybody has compromise. And they said, you're a fraud, your days are numbered, kill yourself. And by all accounts, it kind of got to him. It depressed him. It scared him. And he knew his days were numbered. You hear the speech that he gives the night before his assassination. It's a famous speech about his not getting there with you. but he's been to the mountaintop, and his eyes are welling up because he knows that if he doesn't kill himself, the FBI will. He was assassinated because he was the most dangerous man in America. J. Edgar Hoover got that right. J. Edgar Hoover, possibly the worst American of the 20th century, whose name should be stripped from FBI headquarters. J. Edgar Hoover knew that he was dangerous, because what do you do with a minister who preaches and lives the Gospels? How do you reason with such a man? poorpeoplescampaign.org. Go to poorpeoplescampaign.org. That's what Dr. King was moving towards, a poor people's campaign. And his memory lives on over at poorpeoplescampaign.org. Now, I've been told that I should have Reverend William Barber on this show. He's one of the co-chairs of the Poor People's Campaign. My show doesn't have a big enough audience to make it worth his time. His time is very valuable. So I'm not going to, I'll tell you about, I don't need to have Bernie Sanders on my show. There are a couple of lefty podcasters who turned on Bernie because he wouldn't do their show. It's so narcissistic. It's all about me. If he doesn't do my show, then I'm not going to support him. I mean, that's some sick shit. And it's not just Jimmy Dore, who has gone full-blown anti-vaxxer, by the way. Unbelievable. I hope he's getting rich. I'd hate to think that Jimmy Dore is doing this and not getting rich. Anyway, I could tell you things, but you know them already. That's what's truly amazing, that it just comes out without you having to spill the beans about Jimmy Dore. poorpeoplescampaign.org. Go there. Reverend Barber and the Poor People's Campaign is about the 140 million poor people living in America. That's quite a number. We always talk about the fact that half this country can't come up with $500 for an emergency. And you repeat that over and over again till it stops meaning anything. If you say a word over and over again, it stops. You can't understand what it means anymore. And I keep saying, I've been saying this for 5 years, the Federal Reserve has reported that half this country can't come up with $500 for an emergency. And because we try to, I don't know what we try to do, make ourselves feel better, we say, well, maybe they just put it on their credit card and then pay it back at the end of the month. Here's what the Poor People's Campaign tells you if you go over there. There are 140 million poor people living in America. Reverend Barber over at poorpeoplescampaign.org reminds us that 52% of American children are living in poverty. Let's just use that as a baseline, since adults, we like to think about personal responsibility. But let's talk about 52% of American children living in poverty. We're the wealthiest country in the history of civilization. 52% of children in America are living in poverty. 140 million poor people living in America. I've mentioned this before, but think about that $300 tax credit that the government gave out for a couple of months last year. No longer. $300 a month, according to our federal government. An extra $300 a month lifted millions of children, they say, out of poverty. Think about that for a second. $300 a month is the difference between a child living in poverty and not living in poverty. Who's measuring poverty? Who's doing this? Reverend Barber is a Protestant minister who understands that this isn't about race. This isn't about religion. This is about morality. This is about morality. There's no confusion when you're talking about morality. When you're in charge of the government, when you're in charge of anything, the first thing you think about when you have your morning cup of coffee is 52% of American children are living in poverty. That should be the number one thing we talk about in this country. Everything else comes behind that. 52% of American children are living in poverty. What else is there to talk about? What else is there to talk about other than the 140 million poor people living in America? What else is there to talk about other than 52% of American children are living in poverty? Not why. You don't ask why they're living in poverty. You ask, how do we lift them from poverty now? And that's why you never see Reverend Barber on the Sunday talk shows. Occasionally he pops in, but you rarely hear about the Poor People's Campaign.org. James Carville was on Meet the Press yesterday. We've talked about his work. You know, he got Bill Clinton elected president, and then he went off to get some really questionable figures, fascists, elected in other countries. He's a political operative. He was on Meet the Press yesterday. Was Reverend Barber from the Poor People's Campaign on Meet the Press yesterday? Was he on any of the Sunday talk shows? Apparently, James Carville has something to talk about that's more important than the 140 million Americans who are poor. Well, you know, James Carville got Bill Clinton elected by keeping a sign on his door that read, "It's the economy, stupid. It's the economy, stupid. It's the economy, stupid." That's what he said to Bill Clinton over and over again in 1992. It's the economy, stupid. It's the economy, stupid. Run on the economy. People vote with their wallet. You don't hear that anymore, right? You don't hear people running on the economy, telling the American people that, you know, you vote with your wallet. That's not a winning message anymore because most Americans have an empty wallet. 104 million Americans are poor. 52% of them are children. 52% of American children are poor. Half this country can't come up with $500 for an emergency. What else is there to discuss? Well, James Carville was on Meet the Press, and he said that Democrats have to stop being so whiny. He called Democrats whiny. Stop complaining about what Biden hasn't accomplished and start selling what he has accomplished. Okay, James Carville, you go first. You go first. Tell us what Joe Biden has accomplished. Tell me what Pelosi has accomplished. Don't tell me about the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That was a love letter to private enterprise, to the internet companies, to the mafia that builds our roads, and it was bipartisan. Joe Manchin is running on that. The Republicans are running on that. You can't run on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You go first, James Carville. It's the economy, stupid. But what James Carville is saying, just tell the American people that the economy is doing fine. Sell the American people on this idea that the economy is just fine. Well, no matter what phony numbers the Labor Department comes out with, we have 140 million Americans in poverty. Why is that not the number being reported every month? It's always jobs, this fictitious yardstick, jobs reports. That is just complete and utter bullshit. It's exactly what Donald Trump said when they asked him, how rich are you? When he was running for president, Donald Trump was asked, how rich are you? And he said, depends how I feel that day. Because there are all these different ledger domains that you can deploy to convince yourself whatever you want to think. If you're Donald Trump, you can add up all your property and forget how much you owe to the government and to your to the banks and decide you're worth a couple of $1 billion. And the same thing is with our job numbers. They throw in the military now. Supposedly, if you're in the military, you're considered employed. They no longer count the people who stopped looking for work, or if you haven't worked for something like 16 months, then you're no longer part of the job market. So you're out of work, but you're not listed as unemployed. The number is poverty. That's the number. 140 million people live in poverty. But poor people can't exist in America. And we don't talk about poor people in America. We don't care about poor people in America. Well, Dr. King and Dr. Barber, they understand that at its root, racism is about labor and poverty. This is one of the ways we can remember Dr. King. Race was invented so that Black people could be enslaved. Race has been kept alive so that Black people could be arrested and used as prison labor. That's the only reason the idea of race exists. Before the slave trade, a person of color didn't identify as a person of color. Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Gerald Horne, they've talked about this on the show countless times. Before the slave trade, you were defined by where you were from or your choice in clothing. That's what Professor Hussein talked about. But when slaves were extracted by Europeans from Africa, like some kind of rare earth, it became necessary to dehumanize them. And so they manufactured the idea of race. To justify slavery, the ruling class, the slave traders, the slave owners, needed to separate dark-skinned Africans from light-skinned Europeans and confer upon these dark-skinned Africans subhuman traits so that they could be treated as subhumans. You can't stack real humans like lumber onto a ship for the Middle Passage. You can't do that. You can do it with subhumans. If they're animals, you can stack them literally like lumber onto a ship to sail to North America and South America and the Caribbean. You create race, and then you can justify this entire race trade, slave trade. You can justify the slave trade to yourself and others. And entire institutions from the church to academia got behind it. Science, they got behind the science of race, phrenology, and it was all about labor. Race is an issue of labor. Without race, you cannot have free labor, slaves. Without race, you cannot lock up Black men with impunity and put them to work in our prisons. the 13th Amendment, the loophole that outlaws slavery, except if you're in prison. Black people are locked up in this country, not because they're criminals, but because our prisons are a source of free labor in this country. It's the 13th Amendment's loophole. You all know about it, but we need to be reminded. We need to be reminded because the mainstream media and our politicians do not talk about it. Our politicians, our government does not care about prison labor because they are the beneficiaries of prison labor. The Capitol, remember that building on January 6th that got desecrated? It was built by slaves. It was conceived in infamy. It was built by slaves. And after January 6th, all the repairs to the building, the window panes, the furniture, it was all rebuilt by prison labor. I'm going to call them slaves because they earn anywhere between 25 cents an hour and $1.15. I think that's prison labor. I think it's slave labor. I think that if you found out that your Capitol was being rebuilt, the furniture, the window panes, the lamps was being prepared and rebuilt by prisoners earning as little as 25 cents an hour in another country, you'd be outraged. You would be outraged. Unfortunately, in this country, they'd say, why can't these window panes, why can't these lamps be built by American prisoners? That's how sick this country is. Why are we using foreign prisoners when we can give the work to American prisoners? All this talk about January 6th, but nothing about Unicor. Unicor is the chain of federal factories that produce eyeglasses, electronics equipment, furniture, lamps, desks, you name it, Unicor. And Unicor says they have factories. That's, if you go to the website for Unicor, they talk about their factories, but their factories are prisons. They are little shops inside prisons where prisoners are toiling away, earning as little as $0.25 an hour. And that's why Black men are always getting locked up. That's why. It's the loophole in the 13th Amendment. Prisoners working for anywhere between 25 cents an hour to $1.15 an hour. And if you're a company doing business with the federal government, if you do any business with the federal government, then you can hire Unicor's prisoners. Unicor is run by the Federal Prisons Corporation. This is a federal organization. This is a federal business. I always talk about the government nationalizing certain industries. This is a government-run business, Unicor, and our prisoners are there to make your stuff. Something like 40% of furniture is made by prisoners. Now, if you're a federal agency, did you know this? If you're a federal agency, then you are required by law to purchase all furniture through Unicor. Do you remember the doctor from Housing and Urban Development? I forgot his name. He ran for president. He was the pediatrician. I have a block on his name, and he had, he was redecorating his office and spending a fortune. He had to, by law, and if he didn't buy the furniture through Unicor, he was violating federal law. All furniture for offices inside The capital inside any federal building must be made by prisoners earning as little as 25 cents an hour. The repairs done to the Capitol after January 6th, by law, those repairs had to be performed by prisoners earning as little as 25 cents an hour. Go to unicor.gov for a quote. unicor.gov. These are your tax dollars hard at work. Go to unicor.gov for a quote. You may be able to purchase items made by prisoners, or you yourself might be able to get some kind of lamps, furniture, your clothing. If you have a business idea, you can get your stuff made by prisoners earning anywhere between $0.25 to $1.15 an hour. I think slavery is more expensive than that. I do. That's the federal government. As for the states, well, that's a whole other category of prison labor, and that's where the real money is. In Texas, prisoners are picking cotton for free. In Texas, prisoners are picking cotton for free. The 13th Amendment freed the slaves, except for prisoners. Prisoners, the loophole, you're allowed to use prisoners for slave labor. They won't call it slave labor. It's paying for your room and board. That's how they justify having prisoners working the fields. Well, today, as I said, is Martin Luther King Day, and it's a holiday, but nobody talks about what he really fought for, because what he fought for has been drowned out by abstractions, words like equality, meaningful dialogue, and tolerance. These words mean nothing. They mean nothing. They keep us from doing anything. Dr. King believed Vietnam was wrong. He believed war is evil. He believed all wars are fought to protect the financial interests of the ruling class. All wars, every single one of them, bring back the draft. You want to put an end to war? Bring back the draft. Korea, Vietnam, when Dr. King was in his heyday, those were wars against communism, an economic system that would have destroyed our ruling class. We sent America's treasure, our men and some women, into Korea, into Vietnam, to protect our economic system. That was it. We were protecting our economic system. So, as I was saying earlier, racism is a disease, but it's also about cheap labor. Racism is about cheap and/or free labor. You train a nation to look down on Africans so you can impoverish them and get them to work either for free or in prison or very cheaply. You train a nation to look down on African Americans. You have to be trained to look down on African Americans so that when they get arrested and put in prison, nobody cares that they are a source of cheap labor. Americans are trained by the New York Post, by Fox News, by local news. We are trained to believe that crime is always going up and that African Americans are the ones who are committing all the crime, when in fact the statistics show they are not. If you are white, you have always been more threatened statistically by another white person than you are from a black person. You're more likely to get robbed or murdered by another white person than you are a person of color. But we are being programmed by local news. I watch it here in New York. I see these surveillance cams on the local news. Every time a black person robs a liquor store, it's a black person. It's a black person. We are being trained to fear as well as look down on black people. And that is by design, because if the white working class is trained to look down and fear black men, then the ruling class doesn't have to worry about black and whites finding common cause in the union struggle, in the struggle for labor. Racism is about labor. Racism its roots are in slavery, free labor. White people are trained to be racist so that they're not going to find common ground, solidarity with African Americans. You train a nation to look down on black people, to be frightened of black people, to benefit real estate investors. Real estate becomes scarcer when you are practicing segregation, which is still going on. If black people and white people can't live together, it creates artificial scarcity of housing, which jacks up real estate. It is in the best interests of anybody who owns real estate for there to be segregation. It creates artificial scarcity. Racism is a labor issue. It is an economic issue. People are not born racist. We are trained to hate, and we are trained who to hate. It's a cliche, but it's true. You have to be taught to hate. That's my father came home from World War II, and he never stopped talking about, he couldn't get over how he was trained to hate the Japanese. He always told me this. He said that he never thought about the Japanese until he enlisted and got sent off to fight in the Pacific Theater. And he was trained by our army, by the Navy. He was in the Navy. The Navy trained him over and over again to hate the Japanese, to want to kill the Japanese. He said he couldn't believe it, that when he was fighting in the Pacific, it was his moral duty to kill the Japanese. He said the strangest thing happened when he came home from the war. It completely lifted. It completely lifted, and he no longer hated the Japanese. And he only bought Japanese cars when I was growing up. We are trained to hate. He taught me that we can be trained to hate anyone. And we are being trained since the beginning of this country to either hate, fear, or look down on people of color because they are a cheap source of labor. This is about labor and racism and equality. Some final thoughts about Dr. King on Martin Luther King Day. I have not studied him enough to really talk about him, but I've learned from him. I don't know enough about him, but I've heard his speeches and I've read a little about him, and I'm able to make my own decisions about him and the civil rights struggle and what he was doing in Memphis for the sanitation workers before he was assassinated. So I can't speak for Dr. King, but I can speak to what I learned from him. And I am as certain about this as I am the sun will come up tomorrow, or that Donald Trump will never see the inside of a prison. This is certain. The sun will come up tomorrow, and Donald Trump will never see the inside of a prison, and his kids won't either, because they're white. Here's what I know. If you send your child to a private school, you are an un-American piece of shit. And you're raising a kid who is an un-American piece of shit. If you teach at a private school, you are an un-American piece of shit. If you move to a wealthy neighborhood because of the public schools, you are an un-American piece of shit. Don't tell me it's complicated. You are an un-American piece of shit. When you look at our public schools today, on Martin Luther King's birthday, they are as segregated, if not more, today than they were before Brown v. Board of Education. Here is what I am certain of. Eisenhower and Kennedy sent in the National Guard to integrate our schools. In 1971, court-ordered forced busing took it to the next level. The courts ordered our schools to be desegregated. This was implemented by the Warren Court, not Earl Warren, Warren Burger, the Republican Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, appointed by Richard Nixon. It was under a Republican president that a Republican Chief Justice and the United States took Brown v. Board of Education to that next level. Court-ordered desegregation of our schools. Busing today, does it exist? Are we hearing of any courts desegregating our schools? Maybe, but not really, because this country backed away from court-ordered desegregation. This country backed away from the Warren Court and the Warren Burger Court. Here's what I know. Our public schools right now are in violation of Brown v. Board of Education. Not only that, our public schools are in violation of Plessy versus Ferguson, which was overruled by Brown v. Board of Education. Our public schools are in violation of both Brown v. Board of Education and Plessy versus Ferguson. Brown v. Board of Education overturned Plessy versus Ferguson. Plessy versus Ferguson said separate but equal. Plessy versus Ferguson said our schools could be separate, but they must be equal. Brown v. Board of Education said no, they have to be. They can't be separate. They have to be equal, and we need integration. And we have neither now. Our schools are separate and unequal. We can't even live up to the standards set by the incredibly racist Plessy versus Ferguson, which was used to segregate the civil service. Woodrow Wilson, they used Plessy versus Ferguson to get Black people to sit at the back of the bus, separate but equal. Our schools are not separate but equal. Our school system, our public school system, remains an apartheid state. 10% of white students in America attend a public school in a poor neighborhood. 60% of African American students attend a public school in a poor neighborhood. That isn't even separate but equal, right? Forget Brown versus Board of Education. This doesn't live up to the standards set by Plessy versus Ferguson. Our public schools right now are an apartheid state. It's an uncomfortable truth that that nobody is willing to address. Jonathan Kozol, in his book, The Shame of the Nation, talked about this when he wrote about something called resegregation. Resegregation. Jonathan Kozol, in the book, The Shame of the Nation, writes that the proportion of Black students attending white majority schools has dropped to a level not seen since the 1960s. Now, his book was written in 2005, which means it's gotten worse. It's worse. President Biden was a segregationist. He opposed court-ordered busing. That's how he got elected to the Senate, by opposing court-ordered busing, because it was politically unpopular in the 70s, and it's still politically unpopular. I don't know if you remember Vice President Harris in the debates saying to then candidate Joe Biden, you know, Vice President Biden, you were opposed to court-ordered busing, but I got to go to an integrated school. When you said you opposed a little girl being bused to a white school, that little girl was me. And everybody applauded. Woo! Good for you, Senator Harris. Good for you. But then nobody asked the second question. Okay, Senator Harris, do you, being the beneficiary of court-ordered busing, do you support court-ordered busing today? She doesn't. She was finally asked whether or not she supports court-ordered busing, and she said no. And that's why, you know, it sounded good. Like that speech that she gave on January 6th about, September 11th and December 7th and January 6th. That sounds good, or that little girl was me, Vice President Biden. That sounds good until you actually read the lyrics of the song and realize she is completely full of shit. I, like the vice president, was bused, but I was bused to a Black school, Dwight Morrow High School in New Jersey, Englewood, New Jersey, my alma mater. Very proud of Dwight Morrow High School. I played freshman basketball for Dwight Morrow High School, and yes, I'm bragging. It was a primarily African-American Black school, and I'm very proud that I graduated from Dwight Morrow High School. And I still keep in touch with my friends from Dwight Morrow High School in Englewood, New Jersey. A few words about my idiot parents, who I should not have been born to. I should have been born to Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth. I would have been better than Prince Andrew, but somehow I ended up with my idiot parents. My parents embraced busing because they said, this is America, and what will you learn by going to school with more Jews? You're surrounded by Jews. How is your world going to be broadened if all you see, all you study with are other Jews? And a lot of Jewish kids I grew up with, the parents agreed. Not all of them, but some of them. America is getting increasingly dumber because parents think education is about what you learn from the curriculum. The curriculum is like 1/10 of the story. We have now in America all white private schools in Manhattan that have a curriculum teaching tolerance, but nobody in the classroom has to tolerate anyone other than the super achieving scholarship kid from the inner city who's there to make everyone feel incredibly woke. Tolerance, learning about race and our differences, that's not part of a curriculum. It's not language. It's not learning to use the right language. It's learning to coexist with people who look different from you and come from different socioeconomic circumstances. Court-ordered busing should not have been debated. It was, but it should have been debated. It was a Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court, I thought, always gets the final say. I believe it's Marbury versus Madison. The Supreme Court has the final say. If the court says we're going to desegregate the schools through busing, that is the law of the land. Remember 2000, when Bush was given the White House, even though he lost both the popular vote and the state of Florida, the Supreme Court ruled that George Bush is the president. They have the final say, unless we decide they don't, right? The court said busing is the law of the land, but it wasn't. It should have been. If people are opposed to court-ordered busing, and I'm president of the United States, I send in the National Guard the same way Kennedy did in Alabama, the same way Dwight D. Eisenhower sent in the National Guard. You send in the National Guard to enforce the law. When Dr. King was leading the sanitation strike, a peaceful sanitation strike in 1968 before he was assassinated, the governor and the mayor in Memphis, Tennessee, had no problem sending in the National Guard to control peaceful protesters. We have no problem sending in the National Guard to protect industry from strikers, even though a majority of Americans would be opposed to sending in the National Guard to protect corporations from strikers. We should have sent the National Guard in to enforce court-ordered busing. Most of you are too young to remember Boston, South Boston, resisting busing. Liberal Boston. Well, you know, it's still segregated Boston because Gerald Ford didn't send in the National Guard. You have a National Guard and you enforce the law. Again, I believe in a draft. I believe every American should be forced to serve 2 years in the military, in the National Guard, preferably in the military. That's how you prevent wars, by making sure that everybody serves in the military and gets to learn how full of shit our generals are. Everybody should serve in the military. If you're a pacifist, Peace Corps or AmeriCorps, but you should be forced to go through basic training. I believe in the National Guard, and the National Guard should have been sent into South Boston or Cleveland to enforce school busing the same way Kennedy and Eisenhower sent in the National Guard to enforce desegregation. We fought a civil war over this. It's non-negotiable. Court-ordered desegregation is non-negotiable. But apparently it is. Gettysburg Address, Abraham Lincoln, November of 1863, speaking on a battlefield that was then turned into a graveyard. The war to end slavery, the Civil War. After the war, the losers got to rewrite history. Only in America do the losers get to rewrite history? And they insisted that the Civil War was about states' rights. Bullshit. The North, Lincoln, was fighting to end slavery. All documentation before and during the Civil War shows the South was fighting a war to maintain slavery, but only in America is history written by the losers. This was the Civil War. And I'm really getting sick of the narcissism of Americans right now, worrying about a second Civil War, because everything we're going through is the most epical, the epic. It's important, and January 6th is as big as December 7th. Everything we're experiencing is as big as whatever America went through before, and now we're on the verge of a second Civil War. Stop flattering yourself, America. There's not going to be a second Civil War. There's going to be martial law. There's going to be a corporate-run police state. You're not taking arms against your brother or your sister. Trust me. You're too lazy. Anyway, Lincoln, 1863, Gettysburg Address. He said of the dead that we owe these Union soldiers a future that ensures, quote unquote, that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. Well, yeah. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Well, that perished from the earth. Does anybody believe that we have a government of the people, by the people, for the people? No, that perished from the earth, but it probably didn't even exist when the Civil War started. Did the men die in vain? Did those Union soldiers die in vain? When we have presidents and governors who refuse to send in the National Guard to enforce something as simple as court-ordered busing, I'm going to say, yeah. You know, maybe they didn't die in vain, but we're definitely not honoring their sacrifice. You know, it's not asking too much to send. Nobody's going to die sending the military, sending the National Guard in to desegregate our schools. I don't think it's asking too much to honor the memory of our Union soldiers to enforce court-ordered busing with a National Guard. But America didn't. We didn't do it. We lacked the leadership because we had bigger issues. We didn't want to desegregate our schools because the people in charge wanted segregation. America was in decline in the 70s. The nation was being deindustrialized by Wall Street, not by the Japanese, by Wall Street. We were undergoing deindustrialization because they wanted cheaper labor overseas. And the Powell Memo, which we all know about, got written, and corporations and the Trilateral Commission, which Professor Harvey J. Kagas talked about, were set up. And the wealthy conspired to regain their powers over the masses. They wanted to put an end to consumerism and turn us into consumers. They did not want us voting. They believed, as Professor Harvey J. Kay has reminded us, that too much democracy is a bad thing, that unions are too powerful. The ruling elite wanted segregation. They wanted black and white kids separated because the last thing the ruling elite wants are Americans finding common ground. Divide and conquer. It's the oldest game in the world. Divide and conquer. That's how I raised my family. I never allow my kids to talk to one another. That way they couldn't team up against me. No, but like Saudi Arabia doesn't allow their Air Force to communicate with their army. They're cut off from one another. They cannot coordinate their strikes against Yemen because the Saudi government, they don't trust their military. They're afraid of them uniting against the people who rule Saudi Arabia. Divide and conquer. It's just human instinct. It's not something, nobody invented it. It's just, you realize that's how you protect yourself. And if you're part of the richest 1%, the ruling class, you divide the American people. Segregation. You do not want Black people and white people finding common ground. You keep the races separate, which we did, and that allowed for Ronald Reagan, the racist. Watch the Showtime special. His son, Ron Jr., who I happen to think is a great man, Ron Jr. The only great thing that Ron and Nancy did is they produced Patty and Ron Jr. They're great. And Ron Jr. said, my dad was a racist. He didn't know he was a racist, but he was a racist. Watch the Showtime special. And it was the job of Ronald Reagan to help keep the races separate. And that's why he was able to be swept into power. He reignited old racial resentments in the service of the ruling class. We all know about this. He spoke at, he kicked off his campaign in Philadelphia, Mississippi, the site of some horrible, I think Sherman and Cheney were killed there. I'm not sure, but he was standing up for the Ku Klux Klan. That's where the Ku Klux Klan killed some Northeast Jewish civil rights activists who were trying to register Black people to vote. And that site of that murder is where Ronald Reagan kicked off his presidential campaign. We all know about this. Everybody who listens to my show knows this. They know that Ronald Reagan got elected by reigniting old racial resentments in the service of the ruling class. By 1980, this country was being abandoned by finance. Wall Street was shipping jobs overseas, and they were decimating unions. That was the plan. And Reagan knew that if he could get ignorant white people to blame their financial precarity on fictitious Black welfare queens instead of Wall Street, he could win elections while catering to the corporate elite, and that's exactly what he did. So the country remained segregated. Brown v. Board of Education, great idea, but our schools are not integrated. Our schools are in violation of both Brown v. Board of Education and Plessy versus Ferguson. Like I said, our schools are not even separate but equal. And had we stood up to Reagan, we would have had, we'd be better. We'd be better off today. Our schools are separate but equal because we still have a tax code that allows public schools in rich neighborhoods to provide a better education than a public school in a poor neighborhood. What legal mind can justify that? How can that not be against the law? It is in direct violation, not just of Brown v. Board of Education. These tax laws are in violation of the 14th Amendment's equal protection under the law. Our public schools are illegal. They are illegal. They are as segregated, some say more segregated today than they were on the day Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated. Let me state with categorical certainty, if you go to a private school, you, your parents, your teachers are pieces of shit. I don't care how woke you are. I don't care about your sensitivity training. If you are a white person or a person of color and you are attending a private school, you are a piece of shit. If you are going to a school with only children of the wealthy, if you are going to school with only ambitious, super overachievers, if the only students you are exposed to are other students who are aiming to get into an elite college, trust me on this. You are a piece of shit. Your parents are pieces of shit. And we don't need you, and we don't want you. And I am being serious. America doesn't need another super ambitious piece of shit. We don't need any more ambitious, hyper-educated, heavily credentialed assholes who think they're coming from a position of moral authority because they overcame some sort of racial and or socioeconomic obstacle while they were at Princeton. Take your diploma, your sense of self-satisfaction, take your credentials, your job, your opinion, and your advice, and shove it up your fucking ass. Had you gone to public schools and seen an entire cross-section of America, you would know that people don't get anywhere because they worked hard. The only reason anybody gets wherever they're going is because of luck, because of a roll of either the social or the genetic dice. Had you gone to a public school, an integrated public school filled with people of color and different socioeconomic backgrounds, you would have witnessed what 140 million Americans are going through right now. You would know that it's not about working hard. It's about food, shelter, and clothing. You would know that this is a venomous nation that oppresses the poor by telling them they're not working hard enough, or even worse, that they're not good enough. This is an evil, evil country that forces the 140 million Americans to internalize their poverty, that convinces the poor that somehow it's their fault. 52% of American children live in poverty. 52% of American children live in poverty. Talk to me about personal responsibility when 52% of children live in poverty. The answer isn't jobs. The answer isn't education. The answer is feeding them, housing them, keeping them warm. You fight poverty not by providing the tools to poor people so they can lift themselves out of poverty. That is horseshit. You fight poverty by lifting people out of poverty. That $300 a month tax credit, we couldn't even do that. We did it for what, 6 or 7 months? And then, no, you can't just give children money. They should lift themselves out of poverty by what? Working harder at school? Anybody who gets up in the morning and thinks the solution is giving poor people the tools to get out of poverty, anybody who thinks that, you're a piece of shit. I know that to the core of my very being. If you think the solution to 52% of American children being in poverty is education, you're a piece of shit. Children can't lift themselves out of poverty, you piece of shit. You lift people out of poverty by giving them money, by giving them housing, by giving them medicine, clothing, and food. Stop saying the poor shouldn't be dependent on government handouts. Anybody who says the poor shouldn't be dependent on government handouts is a piece of shit. I know that at the core of my very being. Anybody who thinks that helping poor people makes them dependent on the government, anybody who says that is a piece of shit. This entire country is dependent on government handouts. And if you don't know that, you're a piece of shit. Every corporation, every rich person is dependent on government handouts. And if you don't know that, you are a piece of shit. You own a home, you're allowed to deduct the interest on your mortgage. But if I rent your home, I can't deduct my rent. Owning a home in America is a government handout. If you don't know that, you are a piece of shit. You just need to do the math on this. If you own a home, do the math. You are taking more money from the government than any of Ronald Reagan's proverbial welfare queens. If you own a home and you are paying a mortgage, you take more from the government than any of Ronald Reagan's proverbial welfare queens. And if you don't know that, you are a worthless piece of shit. Just because accountants and politicians add these sanitary layers over the mortgage interest deduction, it's still welfare. It's a government handout. But you get to maintain your dignity. Nobody's saying, hey, instead of giving a tax write-off to the mortgage interest, why don't we have people work for it? You get your mortgage interest deducted. That's welfare. I want you to work for it. You don't hear that. If you can somehow come up with a down payment, the government subsidizes your home. The government helps you grow your net worth. But if you're a renter, the government keeps you in a permanent cycle of debt. If you have to put everything on a credit card to pay your rent, you know what? The interest on your credit card is not tax deductible. Most Americans who are renting, as much as half their income is spent on rent, right? But if you don't own a home, you can't deduct the interest on what you put on your credit card to pay your rent. But if you own a home, you can borrow against it and deduct the interest. That is welfare. That is welfare. That is Byzantine. It's complicated. It's a maze of tax code. But if you do the math, it's welfare. Do you know why there are homeless in America? Now, we will be told that there are a host of reasons, but the answer is quite simple. There aren't enough homes. That's it. That's it. If there aren't enough homes, do the math on it because it's pretty simple. If there aren't enough homes, that means there's no supply of homes. And if there's no supply, the demand for homes goes up. And if the demand for homes goes up, the price of real estate goes up. And that's exactly what homeowners and the rich want. Anybody who owns a home in America wants there to be a limited supply of homes, supply and demand. Do the math. They don't want more homes getting built. That's why we have homeless people. But you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to tell the American people the truth. We have homeless people in America because there aren't enough homes. There aren't enough homes because people are investing in their own homes and trying to get rich on paper. If there are more homes, the value of homes goes down, and then we have fewer millionaires. We have fewer Americans thinking that they're rich on paper. It's the basic laws of supply and demand, but it's being controlled by the government. The supply of homes is controlled by the government because the government is run by people who own apartment buildings and homes, and they do not want to build more homes. They want to create artificial scarcity. Fewer homes, higher prices, and if you own an apartment building, fewer buildings mean the more you can charge for rent. It's that simple. They complicate it because nobody wants to admit that we're allowing children to be evicted in freezing weather so that people who own a home can feel rich on paper. The chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, who for some reason was renominated, probably because he comes to us from the Carlyle Group, run by David Rubenstein, and David Rubenstein gave his home to the Bidens for Thanksgiving. Jerome Powell, a piece of shit who was trading stocks while he was chairman of the Federal Reserve, he's not going to tell you this because he works for David Rubenstein. He works for the Carlyle Group. He works for the people who own real estate. So the Federal Reserve will issue reports on homelessness and how raising or lowering interest rates affects borrowing costs and how that affects homelessness. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. You go to Los Angeles, nobody can believe how many homeless people there are. And everybody's wringing their hands looking for a solution. Jeffrey Katzenberg from DreamWorks, this piece of shit, is wringing his hands. He's meeting with the mayor. What are we going to do about homelessness? You know what we're going to do about homelessness, you piece of shit? Build more homes. But then the price of your real estate investments go down. So they'll say things like, oh, no, homeless people live on the streets because they're mentally ill. No, you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill. This kind of greed is a mental illness. Millions and millions of Americans are getting priced out of the rental market because of mentally ill people like Jeffrey Katzenberg from DreamWorks, who doesn't understand why or knows why, but won't admit why rents are unaffordable. Because he has a $100 million real estate portfolio and he benefits by scarcity of apartment buildings and homes. There is a housing shortage in America, period. That's why there are homeless people. There's a housing shortage in America because the people whose fortune is in their home or in their apartment building don't want there to be a glut, because a glut means prices plummet. They don't want renters to have a choice. The people who own real estate own our government. So when somebody says, why doesn't the government solve homelessness by building low-income housing? It's immediately vetoed. We're told it's more complicated than that. They don't want to provide low-income housing in a country where poor people, where the middle class, or anyone not lucky enough to inherit their parents' wealth and or real estate, where anybody who is poor or the middle class, they're there to be mined, People who own real estate look at poor people or the middle class as a resource to extract labor and rent. That's how they look at you. I'm not against capitalism, but you shouldn't be cashing in on bare necessities. Real estate is a bare necessity. Investing in real estate is cowardice. It's unoriginal. It requires no imagination. I'm going to get wealthy because the government subsidizes my living inside my asset. I'm going to crawl inside my asset and I'm going to get wealthy because the government is subsidizing that. How does that reward hard work? People in America are rich on paper right now, all because they live in their house and then borrow against it to pay for their lifestyle. And they get to deduct the interest on the money they borrow from their mortgage. And here is where it gets really sick. As long as real estate prices keep going up, they can keep borrowing against their house. So of course they don't want more homes getting built. More homes getting built means the price of their home goes down and they can't borrow against it anymore. And they actually have to go to work for a living. We used to build low-income housing, no more, because real estate lobbyists, because anybody who owns a home in America wants us desperate for housing. The Faircloth Amendment, passed during the Clinton administration, forbids the government from adding to the supply of low-income housing. If the federal government builds more housing, they have to take older housing, low-income housing, offline. The government is not allowed to have, at any given time, something like 1 million low-income housing units. It's, look, I'm not running for office. I don't have to worry about sponsors, and I can't lose any more listeners than I've already lost over the years. So if you own a home, and some of my listeners do, and that's your source of income, if you're borrowing against your home to pay for your lifestyle, I'm going to tell you what no government, politician, or journalist is willing to tell you, but this is the truth. You're a piece of shit and you should be ashamed of yourself. That's not the way you want to live. Is that how you want to live? Just in your house, hoping that real estate becomes unaffordable so you can borrow against your home? That's no way to live. Millions of Americans right now are facing eviction. And if you're snug and cozy in your home and you're not thinking about your neighbors who are about to get evicted or live with the threat of eviction, if you're not thinking about that every day, you're a piece of shit. And by the way, the threat of eviction is worse than actually getting evicted. The threat of eviction is terror, the unknown. The eviction moratorium lapsed. Biden tried to re-up it. He forgot about it, but then he tried to re-up it, and then the Supreme Court said the president doesn't have the power to declare a moratorium on evictions. It's up to Congress. Pelosi, Schumer, radio silence. They'll go, well, how are you going to get Manchin and Sinema and the Republicans to get behind it? Well, this year, 5 million families face eviction and counting. There should be a conversation about this. And yeah, it won't pass in the Senate. Good. Put it to a vote. Get the Republicans, get Manchin and Sinema on record saying they're pro-eviction. But I guess if you're Nancy Pelosi, who owns property in San Francisco, who owns $100 million in real estate, what do you care? Well, you do care. You want to evict people because you're a landlord. Nancy Pelosi claims to represent the middle class. She is a landlord. I have to wrap it up. I still haven't gotten to the Mo Green New Deal. There's never enough time. As America's grandfather, let me tell you something that I know from the core of my very being. It's really cold outside. It's freezing. And when it's really cold outside, the first thing that comes to mind should not be how cozy you feel on the inside. And you shouldn't even be grateful for your heat and shelter. The first thing you should be thinking about are the 5 to 6 million people who are about to be evicted. 5 to 6 million Americans face eviction every year. That's what you should be thinking about. The first thing you should be thinking about is shame and guilt that you have heat, food, and shelter, and 6 million Americans are about to lose theirs. You should be ashamed that you have heat and shelter and that you're doing nothing to help those who don't. You don't deserve to sit in front of a crackling fire, have a glass of wine, and practice gratitude. Fuck your gratitude. If people are in homeless shelters, if they're living on the streets, if 52% of American children, 52% of American children are living in poverty, if 5 to 6 million Americans are facing eviction this year, you have zero to be grateful for. If that's not what you're thinking about, first thing in the morning and before you go to bed, you are a piece of shit. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, there's never enough time. We're going to talk to Howie Klein. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And I don't see our guest, but let me get some water. Hopefully this equipment is working. Here we go.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Dan, are you in the newsroom before we go to Howie Klein?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Can you hear the sound?
Yep. Everything sounds good. And I see Tom Winters in the Zoom room.
Oh, good. Tom Winters joining us. Very good. And Howie Klein joins us, I hope. Howie, are you there?
I'm here.
You know, something's happening. All the equipment's working today. This is good. Our old friend, Tom Winter, joins us, and he's running.
Now, why did you say our old friend? Because Tom was with us once before, right?
I think he's been with us. I think I interviewed him, and then you interviewed him, and we're going to send him to Congress this year. Please introduce.
Yes, we are. And when I talked with Tom about this, he didn't remember being on the show, and I think that's because, although Tom can verify this or not, he recently got over COVID, a very mild case of COVID, but he still is stuck with a kind of a little bit of a brain fog and a memory problem.
Well,
Is that
I
right?
don't think, you know what, Tom, don't feel bad. A lot of people, I forget that I've been on this show. Thank you. Thank you for slumming it. Go ahead.
No,
Howie.
no, honestly, it's a pleasure to see you again. How are you?
Good. Howie, fire away.
Yes, I'm here.
Tell us about Tom and why the Blue America PAC is once again endorsing him.
Right. So we know Tom when he was in the state legislature of Montana. He won a seat that Trump had won by 11 points. So Trump won it very, very substantially. And then Tom, instead of going along with all the nonsense that Democrats talk about or don't talk about, Tom talked to the people in the district about what they wanted to talk about. And he has a very populist platform, and behind the things that all of our candidates like, all the candidates we're attracted to, like the Green New Deal and Medicare for all and things like that. And he won. He didn't win by trying to make believe he was a Republican. He won by being an all-out progressive Democrat. And now what happened is Montana was given an extra congressional seat. So they split the state in two, and the slightly more blue part of the state is where Tom lives and where he was in the legislature, and he's running for Congress in that district. And he has a very, very, very right-wing, crazy Republican who's in that race, and a whole bunch of conservative Democrats in the primary. That said, Tom, I thought maybe we could start talking with the audience so that they would get to know you a little bit about some of the things that you did when you were in the legislature, just so that they know this is for real. And one of the things that fascinated me was how important it always was to you and how you talked about it so much. The housing crisis, because people think of the housing crisis as something that happens in big cities. And of course, you were talking about a housing crisis in rural areas. So do you feel like talking about that now for a little while?
I never can stop. So yeah, I'm into this. Let's go. Definitely. You want to ask me a pointed question, or I guess Howie, you just served it up for me. Let me go with it. The thing was, we've had a housing crisis in Montana for the poor and the working poor and the unhoused since we had houses. This is nothing new, but what has been added on to it is this. We had about 18 in a state of about 1 million people. We had 18 to 25,000 people move here during COVID, and they came with many of them coming because they could work remotely and wanted to get out of the cities. They brought the inequality of the cities, the income inequality of the cities. They're cashing out of I don't know, I'm not a Los Angelino, but a split level in Rancho Cucamonga that's worth $2 million. And they are able to buy the biggest house in town because formerly median house prices in places like Missoula or Kalispell were like $250,000, which is still a lot of money for most people and a lot of money for here. But now we have the structural problem of many, many people moving here and absolutely no housing. We have a 0.38% rental vacancy rate in my town. There is nowhere to live. And unlike places that are larger, there isn't even any elasticity in the market. So my constituents or my neighbors, if you lose your house, you can't even buy one. It doesn't matter how much money you have. There is nowhere to go. And it's wreaking havoc on literally every tie that binds Montana together because we have no way to answer for this. And of course, anyone who makes less than $250,000 is completely screwed out of the market entirely. It's just, I'm glad you're bringing it up, Howie, because it's really activated a lot of the people that were my constituents, but also people into progressive politics, because we have people talking about, more direct federal and state and local funding for direct housing provision. And those are people who normally are Republicans. They want the city, the state, and the federal government to build housing in our community for people who otherwise can't have it. This is a sea change that we have not seen in our politics here. Since I've been around. So it's awful, but it's also an activating moment for so many people in our community to come around to the progressive cause.
Do you mind if I ask a question regarding this? Because Howie,
bring it on.
What do you say to people who are rich on paper who don't want more housing getting built because then the value of their home goes down.
It's been fast. One, in our small market, my understanding of the literature is that's not even true. We just have such a structural problem with the amount of physical housing and roofs over the heads that we can put there that it won't make a difference. So that's one thing I say. But the bigger thing that we've been dealing with here is honestly a problem in the Democratic Party as well. We had some very progressive, really thoughtful legislators. They were my colleagues after I was in the legislature that were working actually with some right-wing Republicans that I cannot stand. I mean, just straight up bigots, bad people. But they were coming together. The housing crisis is so bad here that they were working together to eliminate some of the exclusionary zoning practices in the state of Montana, which is progressive housing policy that we're not seeing go anywhere in many larger places. We almost got there, but the thing that stopped it was the concerted effort of these kind of old line, very centrist, corporate, wealthier Democrats who are much more concerned in the end about ensuring that their 3-bedroom bungalow is worth $850,000 than making sure that people in their community have housing and their bungalow is still worth $850,000. Right. The politics of exclusion are not only in the Republican Party. And I have, a loyal Democrat, am one, definitely, but it has been a massive issue that we are trying to work through, and how to bring people back from this brink of you are part of the problem if you do this. And to act as if it's just a zero-sum game is why we have people living under the bridge next to the iced over river in minus 20-degree weather. And that's morally untenable.
Jesus.
And so that's something that it's just not supposed to be this way. And it was not this way. And so if I'm going to give people credit in this case, I would say that because I want them to come around, obviously, we did not have this problem before. This is new. And it is something that people are coming on board slower than we'd like, but they will get there. And we just have to have, I would say, progressive leaders like me, but other people, progressive people in rural areas, to bring them with us, because we can work hand in hand with the cities to solve this at the federal level.
Tom, what about your opponents? Are any of the opponents addressing this problem in any way at all?
No. I mean, housing is expensive, is what they'll say. Or people gotta, give money to unhoused program. I mean, it's just, the Band-Aid on the head wound that we've seen since before I was born around housing is the same thing that we're seeing from people in my primary. And also, obviously, on the other side of the aisle. But the thing is that I think I'm trying to bring people around on this. And I want to talk to my primary opponents and also, my much hated idiot guy on the other side is, this is also a stranglehold on our growth. If we can't house people here who make less than $250,000 a year, unless they already have somehow lucked into a house, we're not a functioning community and we're not a functioning economy. I mean, even if you just want to get really rich, it's not going to happen if there's literally no one to work there because they cannot afford to live in your community. It's just there's all these ways we can pull them around. And it's just the stickiness of these basically anti-poor people views is really disappointing, honestly.
We should let people know, I was remiss, right off the bat, that your Republican opponent is Ryan Zinke. And I think that the reason it's important to know that is because I think a lot of people heard of him from when he worked for Trump. He was the Secretary of the Interior, right?
Yeah, he was a Department of the Interior head.
He didn't last very long because of overt corruption. So being corrupt in the Trump administration was kind of, that was not like news, but he was so corrupt that he actually had to resign.
Yeah, he was one of the few people that still had to resign from the Trump administration because he was that bad. There were 18 federal investigations into his conduct. He was just run out of town.
Now, he's really like a Californian, right? He's not really a Montanan. Is that correct?
That's the thing. He actually was born here. And what has happened to him is something I completely, maybe I understand, but he has moved to so he went into public service with $2 million in the bank, is what he claimed on his forms or whatever. He came out 4 years later with 36 million. All he did was serve in the Trump administration and serve in the Montana state legislature and in Congress during that time. And he's used that money to ratchet his way out of Montana. And now he owns this seaside house in Santa Barbara. The guy just lives there. And he claims that he lives in a bread and breakfast in Whitefish, Montana. Like he's committing I believe it's voter fraud if you falsely register your address. It is, if there's anything that I sometimes think, we might not be able to pull people around this election cycle on these policy issues around housing, but the housing of my opponent is paramount in people's minds. The guy is just lying to us. He literally does not live in the district. He lives thousands of miles away. So I'm glad you brought it up. It's just wild.
But do the people in Montana, the voters in your part of Montana, do they know this?
Well, it's my job to tell them. And yeah, they do. I mean, this place is tiny. Like I said, I mean, there's the biggest town is what, Missoula, maybe 60, 70,000 people. Whitefish, the town he's over there in, a couple thousand. I mean, we know what we're doing because we're all up in each other's business. These are small towns in the middle of nowhere, and we all like it that way. But, it's well known at this point that Ryan Zinke just doesn't live here. He did his announcement video with like swaying palm trees in the background. I've actually been thinking about, just because I want an excuse to get out of the winter sometimes up here. And I've been thinking of calling the Santa Barbara, whatever county that is, Democrats over there, because they actually are really robust, and saying like, hey, can we do a fundraiser because my opponent actually lives with you guys. He's down the street. Can I raise to beat him in Montana? It's actually something we are considering, because it's just the ridiculousness of this situation. So.
Now, what is it that is going to make people vote for you in the primary instead of the others who are some of whom are somewhat well known, right?
Hard to say well known. I'm not gonna. I mean, again, small state, small Democratic Party. I know these people. I really do believe, and I mean this, that they mean well, but no, they do not have a record of public service whatsoever. One of my opponents was a Republican and ran twice as a Republican and lost, and then ran as a Democrat and lost, and is now running as a Democrat in Congress. The other one moved here and called up our local Democratic Party, and I asked if they could volunteer to be a precinct captain, and then a week later registered as a Democrat to run for the United States Senate. These people have not been in this fight, and they have not been elected, which I find, honestly, on days like today, when I've been thinking about this housing thing and I'm just getting angrier and angrier, and on behalf of people I know, I can't believe that you would walk into this situation and think, exactly, what we need is someone who has no track record of public service. Someone who might have done things in the private sector, but is using this, public service is some like next notch in the belt. This is not a fun job. And they would know that, as would Ryan Zinke, if they'd ever actually done public service in the state of Montana. It's no fun. It's very difficult. Advocating for our constituents is a tough haul. And honestly, none of them are ready to do so. And I would have said a few years ago that I wasn't either, but now I've done it and I've realized what it takes. So.
Right. When you talk with the voters there about hot button issues, because I know Fox is very big in Montana. When you talk about the hot button issues like Medicare for all or Green New Deal, how do they react badly? Do they react at all? How do they feel about it?
I've thought about that too. And again, David, anyone jump in here, I'd just be a conversation too, because Montana is kind of a black box for a lot of people. It is, there is of course a segment of people that listen to and watch Fox News. Many of them were my voters in my cycle, and I know my constituents, but also there's people who just kind of put the middle finger to all of it. And that strain of Montana politics, I think, is the one that overrides party ID, honestly, Democrats too, and really kind of a screw you to the system itself, which at this point of system failure, I'm kind of on board with, just from the progressive side. So there are ways that we can talk about these things. And I've been doing that, especially around housing. Like, look, we got our neighbors living under the bridge here. It didn't happen before. It is freezing out. We have to do something. The people who are screwing this up are not not only Republicans, but also Democrats. We have to find a way forward. And it doesn't matter about what some Tucker Carlson says. Like, he has no clue what's going on here. And there just is a real sense I found of like solidarity and being everyone's very excited to be from here. I am. I can't believe I get to do it every day. It's absolutely beautiful. And I love my town, but it's, you get this feeling that like you can cut past that so quickly. because you know everybody around you and you know the things they're going through. So it's just, honestly, it sounds maybe kind of pie in the sky bullshit. I mean it though. You can just say like, yeah, sure, Fox News, but like my house almost burned down in a wildfire this summer. It's going to happen to you too. It doesn't matter if you think it's a hoax or what some billionaire says to you is trying to take advantage of you. It's happening. You know this, and that's how you cut through it. So it's been honestly, Howie, fairly easy to do those things.
You know, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dave.
You sure? Because I don't want to.
No, I was just going to. I just want to ask Tom if it's easier this time, since you ran before and you were also in the legislature before. Is it easier to get to people? Do they know who you are now more than before? Does that make a deal in the campaign?
Oh, it makes a huge difference. I mean, getting the word out, especially around, I think, younger progressive. I'm 35, so I'm not especially young, but in our political system in Montana, I'm very young. It is getting the word out about just that we exist, not only that Democrats exist, progressive Democrats exist, but just progressives in general, people who are worried about the outcomes of the policies and the way they affect our community, and knowing that that's a possibility for them to vote for, like I'm on the menu. That is half the battle, if not more, because they gravitate toward that because, like I said, they're looking for these kind of homegrown looking solutions. And a homegrown solution can be Medicare for all, because if we could reinvent our healthcare system out here, you think any of us would want to have to be life flighted to Seattle if we get in a car accident? Like we don't want to do that. We don't want to be charged $6,000 if we really hurt ourselves just to get to definitive care. So these things don't fall on deaf ears. It's actually, mixing metaphors, fertile ground. And so just getting the word out is the thing. The message sells itself because it's a message of uplift and people getting what they need and deserve.
And how do you do that? It's not all TV in a giant, even that district, so gigantic physically. Is it going to all these little towns and meeting people, or I mean, how do you reach such a diverse and large population? Yeah,
it's going to the little towns. For sure. That's really what it is. It looks like kind of cartoon. I mean, from other places, you're not actually kissing babies because of COVID, but like you are going to the only brewery in the town of Libby and staying there all day and telling people you're going to be there. People will show up and visit with you, but then also you just make sure that you're a presence and you make sure outwardly and proudly that you're advocating for these policies and you're there, and they will come talk to you. I mean, a lot of people I think say like they hear the dueling banjos of a scary world out here sometimes. I'm thinking like Montana, it's all white supremacists and whatever. It's not. And it's people who are a lot of times just have been so deceived and so profoundly screwed over by the system that they are willing to talk to anyone who has an idea about what to do beyond like, why don't we open another gold mine? It's just, they know it's not enough. And so like I was saying, just being there and present is a lot of it. And you can really make waves in a small town that you're there, because especially in the winter, they're fairly isolated. So the big problem is, like last time I tried to go to this town I'm talking about, there was a 30-inch snowstorm or blizzard. I couldn't go. I mean, it was essentially cut off for a day and a half. So
Montana has like a big history with labor and even like even progressive populism. Is that all dead, or is that still there? I remember you're a union guy yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, IBW 206.
And is the labor movement vibrant there, or has it faded away?
No, it's vibrant. That's the amazing thing. I mean, we're so lucky that this. I one time used the word hangover, which means it was bad. It's not what I mean. It's not a remnant, but this still pretty vibrant union community here. It started over in Butte mostly, which is a town that no one hears of now. City west of the Mississippi. I think it was the largest city west of the Mississippi that wasn't on the coast. It was essentially, the biggest city that wasn't San Francisco or LA or Seattle. It basically provided most of the metal for World War II. They inverted an entire mountain, like went from this way to down, and more than 150,000 people lived there. Recent Chinese immigrants, Irish, Danish, many people actually, there were many Hispanic immigrants that then left. There was a large thriving Black community. They were all united by the labor movement, and a lot of anti-monopoly laws that still are on the books actually come from Montana's and the United States struggle against the companies like Anaconda Copper that really were, I mean, they were killing people. They were working people to death. Then they were having like Pinkerton guards murder them in the street. They, strung up union leaders on bridges. And that kind of movement is kind of how our state government was kind of forged. So you have all these things, these still pretty anti-large corporation, anti-corporate, anti-monopoly, pro-union and pro-worker solidarity stuff on the books. And it is a godsend for us now where the federal government's pretty much falling by the wayside. I mean, we don't have at-will employment here still. You can't just be fired. Got to be with cause. We still have, and I worked on some of these, to build again on this legacy in the legislature. And it's honestly why I'm so interested in labor law now. I just, the ability for us to make change for working people, I honestly think the quickest and surest way would be around labor issues and more union membership. So, and I learned that here. I didn't come from a union family. So absolutely, that's what it is.
David, you wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, talk to me more about the struggle for labor, because it does feel like labor is the only way to challenge the corporate rule.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't more and more Americans believe in unions? They seem to have a bad reputation. Is the problem that we haven't passed enough legislation to protect labor from itself? I envision a labor secretary who goes in and threatens the labor leadership and says, no, you're not representing the rank and file. The closest we had to that was a Justice Department that put the Teamsters under a consent decree because they were so corrupt. But if we had a labor department that protected labor from the leadership, but then you can't run on that because you need the leadership to endorse you. It's the leadership that's the problem.
I don't want to differ with my host here, but the leadership that I've met in Montana, there has been a change, and they are committed to rank and file members getting better pay. And actually, I think really, and my relative youth here is partly the problem. I'm coming up in what seems to be actually kind of a new, probably the nadir for labor was a bit before I was born. It's coming back. It's very clear. We've had more labor action in the last year than we have in decades. I actually think that, at least in the Montana context, and I'm not just doing this because I want labor's help here. I think I'll get it, but also it doesn't really matter. It's that the leaders there has been a generational change in leadership. And we are seeing people who I know, and if he's listening, he probably isn't, but he would know I'm talking about him. He's an evangelist for the cause. Whereas before it seemed like they were kind of caretaker organizations for what was already there. They want to grow the movement and talk about it in the context of a movement. And so, yeah, I do think there's some places there that there's a problem, but really, huge companies working hand in hand with the government to hurt labor has been the reason labor has fallen. Right to work is one of the worst pieces of legislation we could possibly have. And actually, I was in the Capitol during COVID, and a few times I left my house, but they were going to pass right to work in the state of Montana. And, they flooded the Capitol. I think it was the largest demonstration since maybe the old union days. And they were able to essentially just scare the legislature into not screwing us over again. And that kind of concerted effort we used to lose those all the time. We're winning them. Right. People unionize in places that they didn't before. I unionized my campaign. Whether we like it or not.
Your campaign is union.
Well, right. So the last campaign was unionized. This one, I assume, will. As the director or boss, I can't really say that they will unionize. But we will be, once we get more staff, I assume they will be wanting to unionize. Yes. And we played a part in getting the Democratic Party unionized here.
Right. I have a question for Howie and you.
Yeah.
Bobby Kennedy appealed to everybody's better angel by touring West Virginia, Appalachia, bearing witness to the children with bloated bellies. And that's what made him so dangerous in '68. Is the Democratic Party missing an opportunity here by focusing on labor and jobs and not appealing to everybody's sense of human decency and focusing on poverty? That everybody can get on board fighting poverty. Why isn't the Democratic Party I think Clinton got us off that message? Jobs, get to work.
And his sister soldier moment, or whatever the hell we call it, which was just racism. I mean, I think the problem is that, some people in the Democratic Party, and certainly the Republicans, have spent a lot of time as an issue of people of color. And so it makes people in what is now the white almost minority or plurality feeling scared and playing on fears of just overtly racist fears. And that's, to me, that's what it seems like.
But Howie, do you think that's a winning message for the Democratic Party to focus more on poverty than labor?
The Democratic Party is such a gigantic tent right now that you almost can't talk about it as a party. I think it's a winning issue for candidates who know how to address it and do it well. But as far as a party goes, what is the Democratic Party? I don't even know what their brand is anymore. Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema, the Blue Dogs, the New Dems. I mean, they're appealing to Wall Street. They're not appealing to working families. And of course, like Bernie has been saying for a very long time now, the Democratic Party needs to reset and get back to its roots and appeal to the giant coalition that FDR appealed to. Which
I agree with that.
Tom, labor. I noticed your face lit up as I was talking. I'm just curious: are you sitting on a lit cigarette, or did that register?
No, I registered. And also I also just believe, and I've seen it here, it's that, the faces of poverty are very different, I think, than they used to be in the experience of poverty. But I want to, and like I've said to my constituents, and this is an actual, I guess this is a rhetorical question. You're never supposed to do this, but poverty, extreme poverty, we know what that is. But what is poverty now? If in my case, like going back to the housing situation, you can have a job, you can make $40,000 a year and still be unhoused. I think the Democrats actually have the ability to speak to these issues amongst people who would not consider themselves in poverty, but they certainly have poverty-like experiences. It used to be that it was only people who were pushed to the margins, either by society usually, or through corporate machinations. What we're doing now is we're seeing is that the broad swath of lower income people are now experiencing a poverty-like life. I'm trying to figure out how to talk about this, and you're seeing me struggle, but there is a way to talk about both. A job that pays you 40 grand in a place where the only house that's available is 750 is a poverty level job. And that is a question for unions and for the Democratic Party, I think, to, combine that message, because more people are feeling that squeeze than I think they used to, certainly. And partly when I did that legislative seat where everyone voted for Trump, and then I managed to get them to vote for me, healthcare was a huge thing because people were realizing and being activated by this idea, like, well, my parents weren't concerned. They had good, solid middle-class jobs, but they weren't concerned that if they got in a car accident, that then they would have medical debt, which would mean they lose their house and have to move because they can't afford to buy back into the market. To me, I'm not diminishing the experience of poverty, of extreme poverty, but that is something that many people thought only people in poverty experienced. And now it's just part of the American experience. And that is an opening for us to speak this way. And that comes, of course, from my experience in Montana. But that is what I'm trying to get at a lot in my campaign.
That's really interesting. Howie, you're a very successful record producer and studio executive. God forbid you lost, you didn't have any money, which, you would still think of yourself in a certain class, right? That there are a lot of people I know who are well educated and think of themselves, they have an inner narrative that is false. They identify with their oppressor because they got a degree from him or her. I think we have to shake Americans out of this idea that they're doing better than they actually are. I think a lot of Americans don't know how bad they're doing because they can't imagine.
I think a lot of Americans do know very well how badly they're doing. And in terms, since you brought my situation up, I come from a lower middle class family. I never expected to become wealthy. It's weird for me. I don't live in a wealthy, the way wealthy people live, generally speaking. And I wear this, I wear the same clothes every day, basically. And, I spent years of my life having to decide whether I was going to put gas in my car or eat myself. I don't mean eat myself like in that way, but, if I was going to eat that.
And now you have to decide whether or not to gas up your Maserati or eat at French Laundry.
I have an 8-year-old.
I'm teasing. That's unfair to you. I apologize. That's very unfair. I'm sorry. Are you mad at me?
Like I said, I think that many Americans know very well how
Right.
even though I'd be blaming it on the same people, they know how bad life is for them because they compare it to their family, where they came from, and a lot of Americans are doing doing poorly compared to their parents.
Hey, Howie, can I ask a question? You guys probably want me to stop talking in a second. I can see our new person to speak here, but just quickly on that too, we are talking all the time about about this issue of this feeling of something lost or being taken away. I live, frankly, in one of the widest states in the country. There is a sense, and so the sense of dispossession oftentimes takes this white identity feeling, which is ugly, gross, and completely unacceptable. But having said that, I believe that there is a place for the Democratic Party to speak to this feeling of something that used to be ours and is not any longer, and not just allow the Republicans to do it under the guise of white supremacy. Because it's not just white supremacy that brought those things. And there has to be a way for us to speak to this feeling of dispossession by people of my generation, and not just allow it to be only something that we think is a part of people who believe that they need to go back to the 50s and back to Jim Crow. There is a legitimate knowledge, especially in Montana, that it was easier before and it is harder now and is getting worse. If we as a Democratic Party don't have a way to respond to people with that and say, no, we can make it better, what we had can be back again and better and more broadly shared, we will lose. And we'll lose here and we'll lose everywhere else like we keep doing. But we will especially lose Montana to white supremacists, like is happening. And part of the reason I'm involved in this race and I go everywhere I can is to say, look, what is happening here is going to happen to you. White nationalists, white supremacy will be activated in people who otherwise wouldn't go that way. And they will come and harm your community. Because right now they're probably at the Walmart in Missoula goose-stepping with a Nazi salute. They used to not do that. And now they're scaring everybody and they are coming for us in this way. And I just want to leave this thing with concepts of poverty or the idea of where we are. The Democratic Party has to reckon with this idea that we can publicly say, yes, it was worse. Yes, it was better. It's bad now and it can be better again. And sheer that of its white identity connotations. There is a way to do that is moral and right and accepting of all. And we have to find a way. And I'm trying to do that in our campaign, honestly.
And that's
speaking of your campaign, Tom, how can people who are listening now help? Do you have an active volunteer program for people who don't live in Montana?
We do. Yeah. Well, the thing is, calls are something we can always make and are always accepting. Obviously, donations as well. I have to money grub regardless. I hate doing it. But the thing that I can ask everyone is, please get involved in our campaign if you can, but also advocate for rural progressives. And don't just think we're some sort of joke or sad little puppies walking around just doing our best and we're going to be stomped on. I've already won elections doing this with people who you think wouldn't believe in what I do and what I'm espousing. The people who are listening and the people on this call, we are in the right, and we need to proceed not only in urban areas and suburban areas and wealthy areas with confidence, but also in rural areas. And I really want that to be known that we are much more complicated and just as deserving and also as receptive to progressive policies as everywhere else. So tell your friends hey, not only give money and do calls for Tom Winter, but look around your community and look to the periphery and look to areas that might not have services that are an hour outside your town, and know that those places can be activated for the progressive cause in your legislature, your state legislature, in Congress, city council. They are allies as well. And we just need the resources to win. So
winterfrommontana.com, winterfrommontana.com. I was quoting a thing of Scarface. Winter for Montana, not Montana. Winterformontana.com.
Is that FOR or the number 4?
It's all spelled out, everybody. Winter for Montana.
Go right now to winterformontana.com. Give him money. I don't ask you for much on this show. He is endorsed by Howie Klein and the Blue America PAC. We supported him 2 years ago. We support him now. He's brave. We need to send him to Washington, D.C. All you need to know is that Howie Klein supports him. Go to winterformontana.com. Give money right now. $5 or I guess 500, but not more, not 5,000. You can't do that.
Just up to 4,800 is what we'll take. If you're feeling generous.
Thank you. We're keeping our next guest. Thank you so much, Howie. Let's continue this. Let's have Tom back, please.
Great.
Love to.
All right. Thank
you.
Talk to you.
Thank you so much.
Take care, everybody. See you, David.
Winterformontana.com. Give money. Thank you, Howie Klein. Read Howie over at downwithtyranny.com. It's must reading. And let's go to California, where David Cobb has been kept waiting. I apologize. He was a presidential candidate. He ran on the Green Party ticket and was also Ralph Nader's campaign manager in Texas, I believe. And he is now coming to us, I guess, from Humboldt or somewhere. Do you know Tom Winter? He's still with us.
Well, howdy, Tom. No, I don't know Tom. Thank you for sticking around. And I'm glad you did. And I loved everything that you were saying, at least a little bit that I got. I jumped onto your website, took a look. I will say, you and I have a lot of agreement. I come from rural poverty, and not working class, as in like I literally carried a 5-gallon bucket of my family's excrement. That was one of my tasks and chores. Rural poverty is different than urban poverty, obviously, right? But it still sucks. And so I often say my class consciousness was not merely intellectual. It is a lived experience. My understanding about white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, settler colonialism, that was all learned through study and understanding. But my understanding about how economics works is literally lived experience. And I completely 100% agree with you that if, like our movement, right? I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. I'm a Green Party member. But I will say this, if the left does not understand how to talk, break it down without dumbing it down, have honest conversations with working class folks, and especially working class white folks, to articulate that we not only understand them, but have a vision and a plan for making their lives better. See, this is the problem. The neoliberals who control the Democratic Party can't do it. They literally can't do it. And so for those of you who are in the Democratic Party, then you've got to actually overcome that part, because most people that like my cousins that I grew up with who were good humans, literally, I can tell you back in the last presidential election, voted for Donald Trump. I could have probably gotten them to vote for Bernie Sanders. Straight up.
Agreed. I agreed for people in Montana. And David, I apologize for stepping on your
interview.
No, please. It's a conversation. Come in.
Well, I do need to leave in a second, but yes, I completely agree with you. And it's so good to hear that happens where you are as well. Bernie won the primary here last time. We had there was a congressional candidate who campaigned with Bernie Sanders. He did better than any Democratic congressman for the last decade. And this was 6 years ago. It's just the message wins. And the message of solidarity and economic populism wins here.
Progressive populism is going to win the day. And if not, then reactionary populism will. And it is a real problem that Donald Trump and the Republican Party narrative is more populist than the overwhelming narrative coming from the Democratic Party. That's a problem.
Absolutely. Yes. And it's a problem that a lot of people are trying to solve. I bet people where you are, they're doing this. There's such a much bigger cohort of people that once I got involved, I learned we're working on these issues and we're getting elected to like school board in Scobie, Montana. I don't know where. This is happening. And what you're talking about, I think I always want to say, and I'd love to hear what you have to say about it. It's not something that we need to do. It's something we're doing, but we need more support. And that's something that I think is important.
And that's the thing, Tom. I'll say this, like David Feldman knows this. There are many people who just excoriate me and are just angry, frustrated that I refused to join the Democratic Party or rejoin, because I had many years as a Democratic Party operative. So I'm agreeing. So in terms of electoral tactics, I'm doing an experiment, right? But I've got many Greens who excoriate me and are just righteously angry and furious because I work with progressive Democrats all the time. I don't think electoral politics is the be all end all. Honestly, here's the bottom line. I always ask, if somebody is running for office, my question, will you make a public pledge to not seek or accept corporate political contributions?
We already did. And it's
Yeah.
what people do. It's just
I'm
the
on your
idea that
website. I know
the
your
idea that
answer.
that's a question.
Doesn't
But the
Montana
idea that it's
have
a
good
question is
campaign
amazing
finance
to me.
law?
Yes, it does. Montana has really actually
Listen,
populist progressive
Before,
campaign finance law.
I should actually say, because I'm a lawyer and a constitutional scholar. In fact, I helped write the We the People Amendment to address Citizens United.
No.
Before Citizens United, you should know, David Feldman, that Montana had some of the strongest campaign finance laws anywhere in the country. I mean, do you know that it was literally illegal for a corporation to make a campaign contribution in Montana before the federal, FEC decision, or the Citizens United decision gutted that? And in fact, a couple of decades before, not only was it illegal, it was actually a criminal violation in Montana law. Like, actual members of the board of directors could go to jail if they were found to have attempted to use corporate money to even influence elections. Let that sink in for a moment. And this is, again, a culturally conservative place, but the clarity that they had around Wall Street and around big corporations versus small ranchers, small farmers, et cetera. And remember, the history of radical labor organizing in Montana, especially out of the mining community. I mean, Montana has a rich, deep, progressive history that could easily be tapped into by somebody like Tom Winter.
Yeah.
I'm trying hard. You got to make me love Montana. I need to leave. I apologize.
Thank you,
so
Tom
much.
Winter. Winterformontana.com. Winterformontana.com. Give him money. Winterformontana.com. Tell your friends to give him money. Tell anybody who lives in Montana to vote for Tom Winter. Winterformontana.com. Give him money. Thank you, Tom. Come back. It's good to see you.
Okay. And David Cobb, we should talk after this, please. I'd love to.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're.
David, get us in touch.
David Cobb, this is what Steve Bannon said. This is Steve Bannon. This is Steve Bannon. Would you rather be governed by the first 100 people who show up to a Trump rally with red ball caps on, or the top 100 partners at Goldman Sachs or McKinsey, or the first 100 people that walked in, the badge holders at the World Economic Forum in Davos? Who would you rather be governed by? Who would you rather be governed by? To me, it's pretty straightforward.
So I'm going to react to that, and I'm going to take it head on, and that is to say, this is exactly why Steve Bannon is so incredibly dangerous, because he's so incredibly effective. That frame is a false dichotomy, but he's set it up in such a brilliant way that almost any ordinary person who's not really following it is going to say, well, if those are my choices, then give me the trumpeters, right? And that's the problem. And that's a part of the problem. The deeper part of the problem, there is a real underlying truth to the fact that Goldman Sachs controls the Democratic Party through their campaign contributions. That now the problem, of course, is that's also true of the right-wing Republicans.
And worked for Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, so like what he's doing though is tapping in to populist outrage and anger about the big banks and Wall Street America. This is what the point I was getting at. I'm convinced that populism is the winning narrative. The question is whether it's going to be right-wing populism with its nativism and white supremacy and, you know, horrific anti-Semitism, or if it's going to be genuine progressive populism, a la somebody like Tom Winter, frankly, myself, and others, right? Bernie Sanders, of course, is the political leader of progressive populism. And you see what the Democratic Party is trying to do to Bernie. I mean, like, it's a problem.
Do you have faith in America? It seems to me that there are a lot of people, and me included, who are terrified of Bernie actually getting elected president. I've thought about this. I thought, I want Bernie to be president, and I'm willing to let the chips fall where they may and let all the crazies come out of the woodwork and the Democratic Party show its hand and not support Bernie. But I don't have faith in the government. I don't have faith that.
So what I would say is, David, I have genuine, sincere faith in the American people. I have a deep and abiding belief in real democracy. And by real democracy, I don't mean the bourgeois BS Disneyland voting kind of bourgeoisie democracy that we've been sold on. What I'm saying is I have genuine, deep, like conviction that the American people are capable of governing ourselves. I have deep conviction to the concept of, and again, whether you call it democracy or autonomy, or like there are any number of ways that one can talk about this very concept. The problem is, and I'll be very clear, I have zero faith in the leadership of the Democratic Party. I have zero faith in the American judicial legal system, because our entire, and again, as a lawyer, it is very clear, our entire legal framework exists to protect property rights, not human rights. And our legal system can't even comprehend the idea of the rights of Mother Earth, and never mind the even deeper idea of indigenous decolonized understanding that it's not even merely about rights, it's about reciprocal relationships and responsibilities. Like, that's why, and hello, Dr. Fraud, that's why, and I'll just speak for her since she's joining the conversation. Dr. Fraud and I, as the Marxists that we are, have an understanding about the need to build a mass party that clearly and unequivocally takes on the superstructure. That's actually what, when I say superstructure, or again, because I know, hey, and I read the same things. When we talk about superstructure, what we're talking about is the legal system, the political system, the hegemonic systems in which have been created to make us appear to believe that nothing else is possible, right? It's the Margaret Thatcher ta-ta, right? Remember during the global justice fights, TINA, right? TINA stands for there is no alternative. To which I retort, ta-ta, there are thousands of alternatives. The problem is that the corporate media never lets us talk about them. The problem is that the cultural hegemonic apparatus, which includes the Democratic Party leadership, not the rank and file of the Democratic Party, but the people who control the apparatus, they will never let us have these conversations.
Joining us, Dr. Fraud is the host of Capitalism Hits Home. It's not just in your head. Welcome. Your response to David Cobb.
I agree with him. And it's interesting, in Rhode Island recently, they unseated the Democratic candidate chosen by Raimondo, who's on, of course, Biden's team now. But the co-op movement and the Sunrise Movement and DSA and unionists joined to put in progressive candidates that had nothing to do with the Democratic Party machine. And I think, right now, people are realizing that. And right now, there's a moment in labor, which is amazing, that people are understanding class by going on strike. Those, 10,000, I'm not sure about how many thousands, it was thousands and thousands of grocery workers are on strike at Kroger's and other supermarkets. The John Deere people, the 60,000 nurses in California, the 17,000 California research assistants, or the architects in New York. I mean, people are understanding 1%, 99% with their feet and going on strike. That there is a moment where people are realizing, don't even go through the usual channels of the AFL, which has worked with the State Department and has not been militant since they threw the leftists out in the 50s, in the McCarthy era. But even there's a possibility. Sarah Nelson, the most radical labor leader in this country, the head of the flight attendants union, who called for a general strike when they wanted airline workers to work for nothing, she's running for president of the AFL, even though they have a stooge woman that has been a Treasury secretary there who they favor. But these are moments, and I think they're moments that people are recognizing what David said, that this is a government by the well-paid corporations and for the well-paid corporations, and the rest of us are getting shafted. And we have to take matters in our own hands. I think people understand that if Biden really believed in people, he would go and say on television and every other media, I, Joe Biden, tell you, go to Arizona on this bus and call this number, go to West Virginia, get in the streets, talk to people. Trump got his people in the streets for the wrong things, the fascistic things, but he
was in Arizona this weekend, Trump. Where was Biden shaming cinema in Arizona?
And not only that, but announcing publicly, get there. This is how we're going. This is the train we're chartering. This is the plane we're chartering. We're going to tell people door to door. We're going to show people that these two are traitors to you, are traitors to your benefits, and have no business in the Senate. Wow, would that be different? But they don't. They don't want to get people involved. They want everything in these polite little restricted corporate corridors. And it just doesn't work anymore. So I am totally endorsing what David suggests, a unity.
And,
they had to win in Rhode Island and defeated the Democratic Party machine.
It's really worth pointing out too, and they're like, these things are, they're spontaneously happening, but they're not like, oh, just happening. It's because of political education and organizing and relationships, right? And that takes time. There is no shortcut. And there are both wins and losses. And some of the losses are pretty instructive. For example, we touched on, I want to circle back to what happened in Buffalo, New York. Yep. Remember that in Buffalo, what you had was a absolute corporate toad, Mayor Byron Brown in the Democratic Party. He was a Democrat. He was the mayor. He was a developer. He was all of the examples of neoliberalism.
And African-American.
African-American. India Walton, a young African-American activist, member of DSA, with the support of militant organized labor and Greens and environmentalists and the Extinction Rebellion and DSA, like what I will call the true left, rallied around her. She beat Brown in the Democratic Party primary. It was clear whoever won the Democratic Party, the Republican cannot win in Buffalo, New York, period, full stop. And here is the kicker, y'all. instead of acquiescing to the will of the electorate and the Democratic Party in that primary, Brown worked with Republicans, the developers, and the leadership of the Democratic Party and ran a write-in campaign that excoriated Walton. It was a very, very close election, but the neoliberals and the neoliberal Democrats and the Republicans and the developers barely, but still beat India Walton in a write-in campaign. So to me, it just goes to show you have to have clarity that, like, if you're going to engage in electoral politics, you better have a mass movement behind you, because the ruling elite are never going to play fair. They are never going to let the rules play out. I mean, we're all old enough to remember Joe Lieberman and what happened in Connecticut when that happened, right? Like, the leadership of the Democratic Party are part of the problem. Like, unless and until there is an acknowledgement on the part of folks working within the Democratic Party, I think you're just going to get played over and over again.
Yeah. But it was Lamont. Didn't Lamont beat?
Yeah, Ned Lamont beat Joe Lieberman in the primary, and instead of having to run as an independent, because it was a U.S. Senate race as opposed to a partisan municipal race, what Lieberman did was run as an independent, and he basically brought together the neoliberal, like the neoliberals and the Republicans got together and coalesced. Then this is the reason, I often quote, I know Dr. Fraud always loves to talk about labor, so I want to quote Samuel Gompers, who said, in organized labor, we will have no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. And we will reward our friends when they are friendly, and we will punish our enemies when they are our enemies. And that's, I think the problem is that, and I will say this because I follow your chat, and I follow just this country, right? The problem is everybody is just so wrapped up on the D versus the R as if that's the real battle. And that's not the real battle. The real battle is to build a mass movement that is politically conscious about what their class is, and that we are the working class being exploited as opposed to the owning and the ruling class. It's really not that hard.
Totally. I mean, I was going to talk about this big fire that happened in New York where 17 people were killed, including 8 children, and many more were injured, which was just a wonderful example of what you're talking about. The manager of the Bronx Park Phase 3 preservation that owned that apartment, which had violations that contributed to the burning of people and had no sprinklers. The manager of that, Rick Groper, is also on Adams's, our new Democratic mayor's transition team. He's on the housing team. What kind of thing is this? He's the manager. They have no sprinklers. That's why they all died.
And who is?
Every luxury building in Manhattan has sprinklers. You have to, but not these buildings, which had all Section 8 tenants, and who defeated. There was a proposal that every building should have to have sprinklers, but it was defeated by the lobbyists from the Real Estate Board of New York. So it's such a capitalist tragedy. It isn't just one of these things. And all the tragedies we face. The Bronx had 80 fires. You know why? It's the fire leader. It's the poorest borough in New York. And so you don't have luxury buildings with sprinklers. It was a fire-safe construction, but it didn't work. The doors that would have contained the fire in an apartment didn't close. The door to the corridor that sent the plume of smoke up the stairs that killed the people because of respiratory and smoke inhalation, they didn't close. Someone was using a space heater because they don't get sufficient heat in this apartment, which Mayor Adams, our Democratic elected mayor of New York, has the manager of that Bronx Phase 3 Preservation Corporation on his housing transition team. This, no better illustration of your point, David. No,
True.
of this mayor.
And
Who's stop and frisk again. But because he's black, he thinks he'll get away with it.
And remind me what initial he has next to his name. Is it a D or an R?
No. Which
That's
you mean the
No,
mayor?
it's like again, like in New York City, what you have is a neoliberal Democrat who's black, who is going to do these policies. My point is this: the partisan framing is just one that is not a winner. I think that's actually like the real struggle is going to be whether or not we're doing genuine political education about what this crisis means. And it's not as if voting every 2 or 4 years is the end all be all. I tell people all the time, if you want systemic change and all you do is to work towards that systemic change is to go and pull a lever every 2 or 4 years, you're totally wasting your time. But I will also say, if you have an opportunity for somebody who talks either, and I'll be blunt, like me or like Tom Winter, because I don't care whether you have a D or a G next to your name. But if you actually talk the way I do or the way you heard Tom Winter do, and you don't vote for candidates like that, then you're wasting an opportunity. That's voting alone, it's a tactic, and we should use the tactic, but we should not allow the terms of how to use that tactic to be defined by the neoliberal leadership of the Democratic Party. Sure, vote, but build cooperatives, worker-owned cooperatives, housing cooperatives, build community organizations that actually meet people's material needs, engage in the kind of mutual aid. And I'm not trying to break my arm patting myself on the back, but I'm on the second floor here. I look around, I actually know my neighbors. You know why? Because during COVID, we actually built out a mutual aid system. And I'm owning, before COVID, I only kind of did. But this is the point. We've got to get better. And this crisis is a conjuncture. We are watching this system collapse.
We are.
Let me ask you about framing and winning. It's a novel idea, winning, actually achieving something. Like Bernie, I tasted victory.
That's right.
I tasted it. He understood the power of demonization. He knew who the demons are, and he name-checked them. Bill Clinton said, you can't vote your fears, you have to vote your hopes. And I'm hearing a lot of fear. I'm hearing a lot of the systems collapsing, the climate. We only have 2 days left before the polar ice caps flood us. I say you got to vote your hate. Ooh, look at that doggy. Who's the doggy there? Look at that.
Governor Peanut Butter.
Governor Peanut Butter.
Governor Peanut Butter.
Look at that. Okay, so that you bring your dog in.
I know, right? But remember, it's a podcast too, right? So keep going, Feldman.
How old is he?
He just turned 5, but he's still a puppy. But look, let me pick up, because I know now we're in Dr. Fraud's time. So winning and narratives, it's
you have to vote your hate. You got to get people to hate. It's a winning message, and this is what everybody needs to understand: is you have to have an enemy. We go to war.
A villain in your story.
A real villain. There are real villains.
There are
And
real
David
villains.
and I name the villain, the capitalist profit system. There it is. And Biden is tolerating it. And so is Kamala Harris. Otherwise, they'd be telling people, we're going to these states. This is the train. This is the plane.
They're
Go
scared
door.
of
Here we
building a
go.
populist movement because they
That's
wouldn't
right.
control it. This is the
That's
thing.
right. They
Like
want corporate
David,
control.
I want to end by addressing.
Can I just say something about? I would never disagree with anybody here, but I don't think you can run against a system. I think you're right. I think you have to run against Steve Ballmer, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. You got to name check these mofos, shame the name, like, and their family. To run against a system, it's a system.
Let me just point out that, look. So I want to address it head on. I completely agree with you, David Feldman, that in the messaging, remember that it's really what we're talking about is a story. And read Joseph Campbell. Like literally, you need a hero, you need a villain, and you need an arc. And part of what Bernie Sanders did so brilliantly was and remember, like, here's the thing, David, yes, he name checked, but what did he say over and over again? The billionaire class, the billionaire class. He was relentless with that narrative because he understood accurately that there is a seething resentment that is well earned against these exploiters, oppressors who have been blood-sucking parasites and who are not actually helping to build anything, right? So, like, I will agree.
But here, I have to, I'm sorry. I have noticed when I shit on Hollywood producers, they go, Hollywood producers will agree with me because they don't think
that they're it.
They're it. When you say the billionaire class, Warren Buffett is thinking, well, it's not me.
Right. We can say it and illustrate it.
Warren Buffett is the devil. He's reinvented himself as Abraham Lincoln with his folksy wisdom. He runs insurance companies. When you're being deprived of health insurance, when you're being deprived of, when your home gets washed away in a flood, and they're in the business of disaster. Warren Buffett is in the business of disaster. When he was asked, why don't the companies you own pay union wages, he goes, that's not my job. I'm an investor. Warren Buffett is a bad guy.
Yes, and they all should be named as well as the system named. If you point out that there are 745 billionaires in the United States, they made $500 billion just during the pandemic when 800,000 people have died and millions have sickened. What is this? And people have become impoverished and are being evicted. What is this? And then you can name names, but I think you also have to say, these aren't your heroes just because they're rich. Because under the surface, people do hate the rich. When I used to go on the subway all the time, I would talk to people all the time. They all agreed with me. And not because I threatened them, but just because that's where people are. You scratch the surface, they all know.
There's only one billionaire I respect. There's only one billionaire who I respect and it deserves every penny. And that's Mackenzie Scott, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, who's worth $53 billion. She deserves she shared a bed and had sex with
a pig.
Human excrement. He's just excrement.
Well, I don't know if any one human being, even the one who is the most generous philanthropist alive, which is Mackenzie Scott, even she doesn't deserve all of those millions. Those millions belong to the people who work and create the wealth of this country.
She is giving it away, though. It's a novel idea.
She's the most generous person in the United States with her vast wealth. There's no question.
Kind of an interesting idea what Jeff Bezos' ex-wife is doing. All the billionaires are giving their money away, but she's actually giving it away. The rest are just moving it over here, but she's actually giving money.
Yes, she's giving it away. She understands. She does. And she's giving it away. But
well, listen, y'all, I have to jump in. It's always fantastic. It always makes me happy when you come on a little bit early and we get a chance to actually have these conversations, Dr. Fraud. David, thanks so much. I'll see you.
Thank you, David Cobb. Next week, I hope.
Yep.
Yes, I'll be here I hope so too.
Bye now.
Dr. Harry Fraud, let's go back to the fires in the Bronx because we had the fire in Philadelphia and we've seen this in London.
Right.
We've seen these fires. When I see those fires, I want heads on a stick. Somebody has to pay. Somebody has to do prison time for this.
That's right. I think everyone on the Bronx Park Phase 3 Preservation Company that built that building, that Twin Parks, and that ignored those complaints that the doors didn't automatically shut. That's a fire prevention thing that was required, and were too damn cheap to put the sprinklers in the building, which would have contained the fire and saved 17 people's lives and injuries. Or if they'd done what the fire department has been pushing, but they won't, the Real Estate Board of New York, RENB is, I think is what it's called, but whatever, they have lobbied against it also, which is that every building has fire instructions and has an intercom system so that the police and fire can reach the tenants. They would have said to those tenants, most of those 17 people and 8 kids died of smoke inhalation because they ran to the stairs for protection. Stay in your apartment, it would have said. And it would have said it in the Gambian language too, because that's what most of the people were Gambian immigrants. That was vetoed. Also, to save money, the fire department had fewer firefighters because they passed a rule that they could get away, the government passed a rule that you could get away with fewer firefighters. And firefighters were, there were 250 firefighters there, because they called them in from everywhere. They came within 3 minutes. They radioed to the other fire trucks, the first ones, don't just bring fire trucks, we need medical equipment. People are suffocating. People are dying of smoke inhalation, but they have only a certain amount of air they carry on their backs. They go into a burning building and they can't breathe, they have to come out. And so it was a conspiracy of greed, the greed of the landlord who doesn't want sprinklers that would contain the fire where it started, whose automatic closing doors, which would have stopped the corridor so the plume of smoke wouldn't have gone up the stairs and killed those people, or would have shut in that apartment and the one adjoining so that this fire could not spread with a draft like up a chimney as it goes through the halls and up the stairs. Or if they had that warning system, any of those things that cost money. And that this is not just, oh, a fire happened, oh, too bad. No. The reason the Bronx is the fire capital in New York City is because it's the poorest. And there was a survey done that was cited in an article by Robert Henley, who writes for the Chief, a labor newspaper.
We need to have him back on the show.
Yeah, and he's also on BAI in the morning. You really should have him back on the show. He wrote a really, really good book. I think I even have it here. I could hold it up. It's called Stuck Nation. It's very, very good. Stuck Nation.
Henry interviewed him here.
Yeah, he pointed this out in the Chief, although the Chief, of course, doesn't have such huge readership, but that this is a capitalist fire. These are capitalist fires because they tried to get a rule that any building that rents apartments and is more than 3 stories high has got to have sprinklers, because sprinklers contain a fire where it started. They put it out. But the real estate board said it was too expensive. They wouldn't do it. The realtors of New York, and that.
But that's new technology, the idea that water puts out fire. I mean, that's something we've just learned. It takes a while for us to catch up with this new technology.
But it certainly would have helped in this fire, which started with a space heater. If there were sprinklers in the apartment, they would have put it out and slowed it down. If there were sprinklers in the hall, they would have put it down, and so on. Right. Instead, they had automatic closing doors, which are the rule, but that didn't work. They had been reported. A while ago, there was a study that showed that if New York took over all those buildings where the landlords haven't paid their taxes for 5 years or haven't attended to repairs for 5 years, there'd be 57,000 units that the city could take over and make into affordable housing. and then fireproof. If they didn't allow a fire crew to be less than it should be, if they didn't knock off a person for every truck instead of 5 people, 4 people, that would have helped. All of these things are budget cutting priorities, profit over people. It's just very simple.
I have never been so uninspired by both Mayor Adams of New York City, and Joe Biden. These are 2 Democrats.
Right.
De Blasio, the mayor we just said goodbye to. Were you a fan of his? I happened
At
to.
the very beginning, I sure was. And he made some, he didn't allow regulated apartments to go up more than 1%. He did some good things at the beginning. And I was a fan of his at the beginning. He did get much weaker later, but, I certainly was at first.
Right. So we've got 8 months before the midterms. Who are the candidates you're saying that you like? Because all we can really do now is move forward. We spoke to Tom Winter. Everybody should go to tomwinter.com, and you'd be amazed at what $5 does when you donate to a candidate. These mood swings that I've had last year, the disappointment with Biden, it doesn't help. It doesn't help me. We have to fight. We have to stay angry. The fatalism, there's a fatalism that's setting in because of COVID, because of climate change, because of the paralysis in the White House. We should be angry and get involved.
Yeah, and also we should put pressure, on those people who don't speak like Biden, put pressure on them. What are you, coward? No wonder that you don't get anything you want. You gave in to Sinema. You gave in to Manchin. What are you doing? The Republicans get out there and get the people riled up. Where are you? Afraid? I think at this point, one of the only hopes is that the corporations will be upset that Trump is getting people in the street. And so they'll say, don't worry, we'll get one of you, we'll get another Joe Biden person.
Talk to me about that for a second, because they have us really scared. They always have us scared. They learned after 9/11 how easily frightened the American people are. And I think it has something to do with there not being a draft. I think that because none of us have to serve in the military, 1% of this country passes through the military. 99% of us aren't taught how to protect ourselves, how to handle a gun, how to fight. So it becomes an abstraction. We just want to feel safe, and we don't really know what to fear, what's real and what's not. Just make me feel safe. Make me feel safe. So we're basically a nation of cowards. People, 400 million guns now. Everybody who owns a gun is a coward.
Yes.
Huh?
The reason they have so many more than we have in population is people have many guns, not just one.
But more and more so-called liberals and lefties are buying guns because they're cowards. To buy a gun is an act of cowardice and a lack of faith. We have become a nation of cowards, and we're constantly being terrified. It is so easy now to get us to buy something, including a candidate, by terrifying us. We're easily frightened. And
we are, but not only because of that. We're frightened for a lot of reasons. One is that the planet is disappearing. The other is that we have no leadership, that we know we're not safe, that we know that the corporations are taking over our lives, and we don't have a vehicle to reclaim our lives.
Right. I think that causes paralysis when we say the planet's disappearing. To me, it's tantamount to telling the American people, you better vote for the Democrats in November because our democracy's at stake. it breeds cowardice, and it's
Helplessness. I think that one of the things with cowardice is you feel helpless.
right.
And so that the emphasis is what you can do. You can be part of it.
Right. I think Frank Luntz or Joseph Goebbels, I always confuse the two, would say to the Democratic Party, don't say the climate only has 10 years. Say ExxonMobil is trying to kill you.
That's right. That's right.
You're being killed by
That's right.
Chevron. They are murdering you. And
Fight back and
fight
give
back.
people a way to fight back.
Right.
Because part of the reason they feel helpless and take matters in their own hands and buy a gun, which is silly and useless, is because they feel helpless, because they don't have a vehicle for the kind of change that would save our planet and our lives. And that's something David was saying. He was saying, look, you have to have something that you champion. You have to have a movement. You have to have a cooperative vision. And more people are doing that, but too slowly to have a national movement that's powerful at the moment.
Candidates and the Democrats and the left they are afraid to really radicalize the 99%. I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about what politics really is. Politics is fired up, ready to go. Fired up, ready to go. There was an African-American woman who was sitting in 2008 listening to the fraudulent candidate Barack Obama, and she said, fired up, ready to go. And Obama seized on that, and it was fired up, ready to go. And that became his campaign mantra. And he pretended that he was fired up and ready to go, but he wasn't going anywhere.
No.
Voters respond to fired up, ready to go.
And a plan of how to get there. I do think if Biden and the vice president there got on and arranged trips to those two states, you'd see a change with both of the Sinema and Manchin. Right now, it's costless. Biden says some little weak things. So what? You have to go to their home state. You have to make them absolute villains, the way Trump tries to do with Fauci.
With not just with Fauci, but with McConnell, with DeSantis, anybody who crosses Trump, you're dead to me. And they live in fear. Live in fear of his wrath. DeSantis is Trump. Now, maybe because Trump is such a clown, he will be the thing that destroys the Republican Party. But they're doing pretty well getting in line, being, Biden should try attacking. Well, it's not, Biden can't do it. So what would have happened if Bernie was president?
Bernie was president. Bernie would talk about what was going on. He'd call out Trump. He'd call out the corporations. And he would say, Chevron is poisoning you. And he would call out the banks. And Obama's selling out to the banks and not rescuing the subprime mortgage people, and therefore immiserating Black people much more than any other candidate since Hayes stopped Reconstruction,
Right.
Really, that he'd call it out. That would be amazing, because I think if Biden and Kamala Harris called it out and sent people down there, those people would be afraid for their lives and they'd make changes.
Yeah. The other thing that the Democrats have lost is they don't have candidates who teach. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, you listen to his fireside chats.
Yeah.
He taught how the banking system worked. You would listen to him and he'd explain why we're going to close the banks and reopen it. And he explained the economic system. He explained the Lend-Lease program about lending your neighbor a fire hose because their house is on fire and will get the fire hose back after they put the fire. He explained how government works and why it works. Biden doesn't.
Not at all. All people have is their misinformation that they get. And it's allowed. There's no fact check required on any of the media, which there should be. There should be.
Going back to Clinton, there were no Oval Office addresses where the president would say that, Nixon at least used to come.
I'm not a crook. Yeah.
But he'd go from the Oval Office, he'd go on television with a map of Indochina,
Right.
and he'd calmly explain why it was necessary to bomb Cambodians and kill them and to protect our troops. But there were maps and he explained things to us. This is bullshit.
Corporate servants, really. They're pathetic corporate servants. And they say things, but they don't do anything. And so people admire Trump because he's out there mobilizing people, and they don't. And they're not going to, people who don't do that are not going to win. They have to mobilize people.
When you talk to politicians and you say something, you say to a politician, somebody who's in office, doesn't this make sense? They'll say, yes, but the American people don't understand that. Well, make them understand. They don't. They don't explain it.
No,
all right, Dr. Harriet Fraad, thank you so much. How's your show on WBAI? Wednesdays at 2 p.m.?
Wednesday at 2:30.
2:30.
On BAI, it's called Interpersonal Update. And I also do Capitalism Hits Home. It's on YouTube and on Democracy at Work. And also with Liam Tate, do It's Not Just in Your Head.
Fantastic. Thank you. And how do people contact you?
hfraad@gmail.com or my website, harrietfraad, FRAAD.com.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Always exciting.
Look at that crowd. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. When we come back, we will be joined by Professor Adnan Hussein. Please follow all of us on Twitter and Facebook. We'll be right back, I hope. Hang on. I'm trying to see if this new software works. Hang on. It's been 6 weeks, and I know I'm doing something wrong. We're trying to run this. Okay. We'll be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be joining us in a little while. Joining us now is Professor Adnan Hussein. He is chairman of the Religion Department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, and hosts of the Mudgelis podcast, as well as Guerrilla History. It's Good to see you, sir. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. How is COVID doing up in Canada?
Well, I think Omicron is increasing the number of cases like it is elsewhere in North America. And that's obviously a challenge. And it is putting some stress on public health systems. But Ontario has decided to return children to schools. The first 2 weeks of this year, they were doing remote schooling, but today would have been the first day in Ontario that students returned to the classroom, but for a big snowstorm. So we had a snow day on the first day, but tomorrow they're expected to go back, and we'll see whether that causes increases in case rates. But a place like Kingston, which is a small town that for 18 months of the pandemic had very few cases and was relatively unscathed, only a few deaths and a few scores of hospitalizations overall over 18 months, suddenly had a huge upsurge at the end of November and through December. That 2,000 cases in a town of 120,000. I mean, it was maybe that's not that impressive for U.S. rates, but it was a record in Canada. Those have finally started to dip a little bit. But I think, the waves in some of the major metropolitan areas of the very infectious Omicron variant haven't really crested. So it's going to be interesting to see. And I know that policies in different provinces have been, they've been rather variable. And so, there's some provinces that refused basically to restart lockdowns and impose masking, requirements and so on. The prairies, which tend to be a little bit more conservative and anti-establishment in that regard. So I think patience, with these public health measures has started to wear thin, and that's why we're seeing rates explode. And we're just lucky that this variant isn't quite as severe in its effects, it seems, as Delta and some of the other previous variants. So
is the healthcare system bursting at the seams? Because that's what's happening here in the United States. We had protests last week. Nurses went on strike to draw attention to how underpaid and overworked and understaffed they are. Our system is broken. It always has been broken. How is Canada's healthcare system holding up?
Well, I mean, different provinces have had different policies in terms of how much they funded. Those decisions are made at a provincial level rather than a federal level. And so that can vary. I do think in Ontario, there's been systematic underfunding for quite a long time. And as a result, it's always been stretched, to its limits to some extent. It's not as if there was a lot of extra capacity of hospital beds and of equipment and staffing. What's really somewhat concerning is that I think so many policymakers just expected that a well-run vaccine rollout would see the end of the danger, and as a result, use that as a way to avoid making the obvious necessary investments in more staff, in more facilities, in equipment, in preparation, PPE, all of those things. I mean, you could ventilate schools and office buildings better and have programs to help support that, but that would have been a big investment. I mean, it's something that would have been good to do anyway. Right at the outset of the pandemic, the teachers union said, you got to ventilate and put in better systems. You have to get everybody PPEs and provide those for them. And of course, we should have smaller classrooms where you can actually socially distance and cut down on the spread. And of course, that would have been good for everyone's education as well, to have a lower, teacher to student ratio. But I think the vaccines were seen as the way to avoid any substantive structural changes in policy terms. And so it just feels like so much time has been wasted, so that we're still facing, the problem, but we haven't accomplished any of the, the structures that would actually improve the situation and also actually give us better outcomes out of this overall. That's what's kind of unfortunate.
Lane, who is our favorite person, lives in Seaham. He sent me a documentary about how Britain reinvented itself after the empire declined. I don't know if you saw this documentary. They turned Great Britain into a tax haven that eclipses Switzerland, and because of dollars, euro dollars passing through Great Britain, the banking system said this will be separate from the British pound. And then they just created the Cayman Islands and the Isle of Jersey, these offshore
Islands, that's right, yes.
Where nefarious money could be deposited without having to pay taxes, and trillions upon trillions of dollars are being offshored by the British. Then you factor in America being an offshore haven. When you look at Delaware and is it North or South Dakota, or just the American banking system, Manhattan real estate is really an offshore account. There are something like $50 trillion bad money just being hidden from the world economy that has to go somewhere and be financialized. So it's this cancer, it's this dirty offshore money that gets cleaned up and then put back into the system, but they're not investing in they're not investing in new businesses. They're just financializing old businesses and finding things that already exist and then buying it to create more capital. I don't see how you address this if the American people, if the world can't understand how it works. Our politicians don't understand how these trusts, I don't understand. You create a trust and then you have beneficiaries. How do we combat what is essentially filthy, dirty, disgusting money? How do we fight it?
Well, that's a really important question, I think. You're right that we don't. I mean, I will admit that I have no head for all of these shell games.
They don't want us to. It's that the whole point is
they don't want us to understand. They make it very difficult. It's a specialized form of knowledge. It's what we might call a science of property. It's just like purely its own form of knowledge that's related to how you maintain and circulate and keep control of property. But that's why those Panama Papers and then the Paradise Papers and most recently, of course, this last fall, the Pandora Papers leaks from these law firms that are the ones who are engaged in preparing and using the legal instruments to hide and circulate money in these tax havens and offshore places. It's very useful to have these leaked out so that then we do get a sense. People can go through and do the forensic analysis of who's got money, maybe not even illegally, but unethically. It's dirty money. Sometimes it's illegal, and they found ways to kind of launder and clean it. Other times it's unethically, taken from countries. And I think I remember talking a little bit about how many houses the King of Jordan seemed to have. And, this was deeply embarrassing, and how it was politically embarrassing also because it was hard for allies to support this, dictatorial regime when, this dirty laundry is being aired. And, but I think it was also, I floated the idea at the time that it seemed very much directed just at enemies of the U.S. They were the ones who were most implicated. There were a couple of exceptions, like the King of Jordan and people like that, who were allies of the U.S. And so it almost seemed like it was kind of an advertisement that, the U.S. is where you want to be, because otherwise, perhaps your dirty money will be exposed. It's risky for you not to put it in South Dakota or Delaware or so on, because the CIA will make sure that you're embarrassed publicly to your people. And of course, we do know that earlier iterations of these did have pretty big effects, just like when the U.S. cables, when WikiLeaks got the U.S. State Department diplomatic cables. This caused all kinds of problems for corrupt regimes, oppressive regimes around the world, particularly those who were U.S. allies, and that seems to have been partly what touched off, the Tunisian revolution that began the Arab Spring. So these things could be really used and useful. And that was one question that we had in the Guerrilla History episode that we did with Branko Markotic, who wrote an interesting article in Jacobin about the Pandora Papers and questioning.
He's the publisher of Jacobin, isn't he?
Well, I don't know if he's the publisher. He certainly is one of their staff writers, right. and is a regular contributor. And he seemed to float the idea that there's something a little suspicious about the fact that it seems to be targeting U.S. Adversaries geopolitically here. So I think what is the most important thing is, however, how can we work in a global way? Because it's clear that there are advantages in just the same way capital flees places that are organized in labor terms to places where the cost of labor is lower, where there are less barriers for controlling workers and exploiting them, that likewise capital that circulates, here evades, taxation by states, evades accountability. And so if you only put up, systems of control and monitoring in one place or one country, they're just going to flow to others who will actually deregulate, in order to gain, benefits or advantages. I mean, that's what obviously a lot of places like the Caymans and Bermuda and other sorts of places that don't have some kind of industrial base or don't want to rely solely on tourism decide, well, hey, we can become a haven, a dump for capital like this. So it has to be somehow coordinated. The only way, it seems to me, to be able to monitor and crack down on this would be for an international body to set up, and establish, a kind of system of reporting. And I think, but the other problem is that it's not always illegal to do these things. It's maybe unethical and it's embarrassing. So that's the other part of it, that there have to be, there have to be limits. But I would say in the end, it's just going to be, a case where there's maybe it's going to have to be expropriated by, governments. Right. And redistributed. That's I think, of course, scary for all these wealthy people who would never want to see such a thing happen. But popularly speaking, that's really, I think there's a general increasing sense that extreme wealth like this, and especially that's evading taxation and some kind of distributive social control, is fundamentally unethical, and it's really incredibly harmful, and it's frankly increasingly, I think, seen as illegitimate. So
right. So my mind is racing. I've told you, I've told the listeners, I've re-budgeted my reading material. I've canceled some subscriptions, and I'm subscribing to the Financial Times, which is very expensive, and The Economist, which I've always subscribed to, and I'm reading, the Wall Street Journal. And when you read, they're expensive, but when you start reading these financial periodicals, it's right out in the open. Professor Marianne and I were talking about how, there are headlines like, will a cure for COVID affect the bottom line of United Health? I mean, it's just they are just open, unabashedly capitalist. And the more I read this, the more I wish more American citizens would pay attention to the financial page. And I think, you know, you can buy one share of a stock. It's really expensive. You can buy a fraction. I mean, I think if you wanted to buy Apple, like one share of Apple is just too expensive. One share of Amazon, you know, will break you, but you can buy a fraction of a share. And I think it's important to get some skin in the game, even if it's like $5, because then you just say, okay, I'm going to add some zeros to this. That's just more, just add some zeros. And then to think what, you know, like these people and what motivates them and the games they're playing.
So you're saying it's sort of like a stock vaccine. You know, you just get a little. It's not going to be harmful to you and change your, you know, but it'll protect you and it'll let you, you know, go into the stock world with some knowledge and understanding, but not enough to like actually infect you with the capitalist greed.
It'll teach you to understand. It teaches, you know, to think. You have to know what your enemy is thinking.
Well, definitely. You have to know that. You have to know what they're thinking. You have to know what they're doing. And you're right that, you know, we don't have a great sense. We know what's important, which is that we're being exploited and that it's wrong, but we don't know how effectively to operate and leverage, you know, the opportunities that we have to restrict the worst abuses and at least gain something more, you know, traction for worker struggles and so on. But I remember things like, I think of Ralph Nader, for example, as absolutely the epitome of understanding how you could exploit within the system. Like, he's not a radical who says, we got to get rid of capitalism and tear everything down. He says, well, let's use the resources that we have. And he's absolutely right that we've left a lot of cards on the table because we haven't been smart and organized about public lands, you know, using those public resources and making sure that corporations don't get to privatize those public resources, but actually use them for good. When actually there was live over the air, you know, airwaves, you know, the airwaves, you know, were, you know, a public utility under the FCC. Those were resources, but also, you know, pension funds and other things. I mean, they are invested to huge amounts. They are invested. Teachers' unions and so on, their pension funds are massive.
And they're investing those pension funds.
They invest just as capitalists do, rather than ever saying we are not going to support investment in any companies that break strikes or don't, you know, allow their workers to unionize, or we're not going to, or, you know, ethical investment. We want to divest from fossil fuel industries. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, we have these fights at universities all the time where they have endowed funds, they have a public ethical stance and are promoting knowledge about let's study climate change because it, you know, is socially significant and important research, and this is how we justify that the research that academics do has social value and utility and so on. But, you know, their funds are all in, you know, Chevron and military, you know, arms manufacturers. And whenever you try, and we have tried at Queen's University, you know, to put divestment on the agenda from the fossil fuel industry, it is a very difficult fight, you know, despite the fact that, you know, I love our president, our principal, you know, they call it, and, you know, he's been doing a lot of work to try and orient Queens towards contributing to the UN 17, you know, sustainable development goals and principles and so on. But, you know, we have slow walking when it comes to really forcing the board to confront the consequences of their own investments. And that seems to me the first step towards social and civic responsibility is don't do harm with the, you know, resources you yourself control. And so that seems to be something that should be on the agenda for every worker that is in a, you know, union that has a pension fund, or are part of some kind of institution that has endowed funds and that has a social mission and ethics that they need to really live up to in the way that they do their financial dealings.
Yeah, I mean, these unions have, as you said, billions, there's trillions in pension funds, and these unions do not trust themselves with the pension funds, so they turn it over. They hand their pension over to private equity like Blackstone or BlackRock, these hedge funds who invest in the demise of unions. So you're giving money to private equity that in turn destroys the industries you're working for. There should be some adjustments in the law that prevent. You have a union. You should invest that money yourself. You should not be turning your money over to an investment manager, because those investment managers do not do better. They don't do any better. Hedge funds don't do any better. Warren Buffett talks about this. The whole financial industry is fraudulent. The people can't predict the future. You have a pension. If you're a union, you should be investing that money yourself, but they want to be exculpated. If the fund doesn't do well, they don't want the responsibility. That's why universities, Harvard, your university, they all turn it over to professional money managers who don't do better, but the people in charge of the fund at the university can't be blamed for making bad investments. They don't. It's to save their own ass, not to help the endowment. I'm the crazy grandfather, and I started saying this whole system is a money laundering operation. I started saying this like 4 years ago. I don't know what I was talking about, but something didn't smell right when I moved to New York City. And I said, like, what is going on here?
New York didn't make sense. You're saying
New York didn't make sense to me. It never made sense to me. Like, where is this money coming from? And what is this restaurant and this business? And then I moved to San Francisco, when I was to do stand-up. And where's the industry? Where you're from the Bay Area. I'd walk around and I go, everybody's happy, well-dressed. Where are the smokestacks? Where are the container ships? I know some of them are across the bay, and I could see Chevron.
Yeah, in Oakland.
Yeah.
The refinery. Yeah.
Look, where's this money coming from?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the high-tech industry, it's been a long time. I grew up in the South Bay, where, my father worked in the semiconductor industry. So now everyone's talking about the chip shortage. He used to work in the industry of designing these chips, these silicone integrated circuits, electrical. He was an electrical engineer, and they had actually, not only did they have the engineers who designed these things, but they had the processing plants right next to them. I remember going on a tour of my dad's work at National Semiconductor, and he put on this
hairnet,
plastic suit and everything, and went into the lab where they were processing some of the components and the materials and so on. And so he was closely connected. He did design work, but the design and the production were not vastly separated. There was a lot of integration between those things, and there were workers who made these things right in Sunnyvale, California, San Jose, California. And then over the years, these were all, of course, offshored to Taiwan, mainland China, Malaysia, other places to cut down on labor costs and so on. And quickly that dried up. So they don't even design them. Like the U.S. companies went out of business, and there are others who are doing it. But they kept, creating, the new. I went to the same high school where the founders of Apple Computer, went to, Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs, and they were ahead of me some years.
Is that a book?
That's right. That's right. And so, that's what was
You had a
generating
book
a
that
lot
was
of.
owned. You had a book
That's
that-
right.
that Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs owned. That's right. It was his senior year English textbook. And it was a new book when he got it. His was the first name written into, the inside cover where you put your name, on it for the year. And I couldn't believe, that I had Steve Jobs's senior English textbook. But so there was that kind of tradition, really, of high tech industry. But it's all virtual now. So the point of it was that they used to have production. They actually made those, computers, and they made, the integrated circuits. They made them there in the Bay Area, but now all of that is gone, and it's just the design. And of course, it's moved to, apps and so on. But it just always seemed to me that when they moved away from producing those things, and it became these kinds of companies of social networking and so on, that the values of these things were always incredibly inflated, and you were never sure. There were millionaires, kids in their 20s, who created a website with an app or something that were, making hundreds of millions of dollars, and it just doesn't make much sense. So, I think your question of where is the real money being generated is a question. And I remember that for a decade or so in the 2000s, late 1990s and 2000s, there were so many questions about whether any of these online businesses and platforms could ever monetize. And, of course, I didn't follow these things that carefully to recognize and understand how they did it, besides selling advertising and perhaps, selling our data to, advertisers and governments. Maybe this is the real story, but it always seemed like it was meta money as well. It's not based in, creating things but this is how the economy has shifted in the Bay Area.
I had to buy a new phone. I had the same, I think I had an iPhone -4. That was a joke. And the battery would always run out before the Apple Care did. So they'd replace it. And then finally they said to me, we don't make this phone anymore. So I had to get a new iPhone. And I've been told that Tim Cook is a visionary and that Apple couldn't possibly manufacture at this scale in the United States. You need Foxconn, you need slaves in China working around the clock to give you this. It's worth it. That this is a state of the art. And I play with my phone, and I have yet to find the difference between this phone and the phone that my previous phone, which was 6 years ago. I still can't do the things. All I want to do is when I read something, I want to be able to copy and paste it and put it into a file. That's all I want. Never been able to do that. I'm subscribing to the Financial Times. This is an interesting article. I'm going to copy this and I want to paste it into a centralized file so I can build a case against whatever. And it still takes me just as long to I don't see why we need this stuff. I don't. My life, Zoom, I understand.
I definitely feel that the productivity gains that presumably were there have not been passed on to me in terms of more leisure time, or and we know that's the story of American workers across the board, is that the productivity gains since the 1970s have not been matched by wage increase, have not been matched by, Americans work more than, any of their counterparts in other industrial or post-industrial society. So that's one that, but the second thing is that computers were supposed to save a lot of time. But it just means that we have a downloading, I would say, like if I look at what's happened in like the structure of work in the department of an academic institution. They used to have a few secretaries, and those weren't great jobs, let's admit it. But the senior professors would, dump their manuscript, handwritten thing, and somebody would, would type it for them, right? Now you type everything yourself, and there's less, work for somebody doing the kind of clerical and filing sort of work that now you do yourself for yourself. And all of the admin you end up doing yourself, email, all of your electronic files and everything. And so the savings, that would come from are going somewhere else. Like the actual person who's responsible for the work and for producing the knowledge is not saving the time or gaining, a higher wage for the productivity increase. So the computer has not saved, I think, people nearly as much time as in some ways, you might expect. And so I think we're just finding new ways for the inequality and for the exploitation to be passed on. And Joe in Norway had posted a question, which was, are you aware of any medieval historical parallels to the financial corruption ruining our modern society? And I guess I would say, yeah, it's called feudalism.
Right.
And that's what we're moving into increasingly, is like we're moving out of classic form of capitalism to some kind of new form of feudalism. I know Yanis Varoufakis, I'm forgetting his last name, the Syriza Greek politician who's quite the intellectual of the Greek left and in European intellectual left circles, has been calling it techno feudalism. And I haven't read his book yet where he talks about this, but I think he may be onto something, because when you see the nature of the inequality, there's been such a corruption of our institutions that I don't think you can just call it capitalism like we recall in the 50s through the 80s. I mean, something new is emerging.
Something new is emerging. I'm going to send you the link that Lane sent me, Lane Hewitt, about this the documentary about offshoring all the money. That all the money is being offshored. It's primarily dirty money from drugs or ill-gotten gains or people who just don't want to pay their taxes, and it's being facilitated by the big accounting firms, KPMG, all the big, McKinsey, all these big organizations are facilitating ways for rich people and corporations not to pay taxes. That's bad enough. It's bad enough that they are extracting all the wealth from governments, but then that money just doesn't sit someplace. It's put to work, and so it's dirty money. It's illegal money, and then it's put to work destroying things. That Americans, we don't understand that dirty money. I never really understood how dirty money from offshore accounts is a cancer that eats away at our institutions, from private schools to public schools to libraries to our police. It is dirty, filthy money eating away at all our institutions while they tell us there's no money. That's what, we are told there's no money in America, but then we're told we're the wealthiest country in the history of civilization. Not one single politician has the temerity to ask, well, if there's no money, where is it? Who's got it? Let's find out where it is. Oh, no, you can't defund the IRS. Let me tell you who doesn't have the money and should is Rahima.org. And I want to thank our friend, Peter B. Collins, for telling us about Rahima.org, which provides access to nutritional food like yogurt, fish, beans, and fresh vegetables to, I guess, refugees, people who have come to this country, come to America, and need some help. Peter B. Collins joins us. Tell me about Rahima.org and what we're going to do.
Well, I'm happy to join you, and hello, Adnan.
Hi, Peter.
I would defer to Adnan for a deeper dive on the Rahima Foundation. And it is the evil force of Facebook that led me to learn about it when Adnan and his sister Sophia ran a birthday fundraiser for Rahima. But I have been to the website, so I know a little bit about it. But let's ask Adnan to field that one, please.
Yes, I want to get. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, just briefly, it's an organization that provides food, rent assistance, other forms of support, and also a network for people to find other sources of aid and assistance in the local community. It started mostly with refugees coming from various parts of Africa, the Middle East, Bosnia, Afghanistan, Somalia, that my mother started in our garage almost 30 years ago. And it has she's continued to work in it. My dad has joined her, and they have a team of volunteers, and they've been continuing their work through the pandemic. They're in their late 70s. I'm hoping at some point they may retire, but they're just so committed. They're there pretty much every day of the week, trying to do good work and help people in their community. And so if people are interested in supporting, they can go to rahima.org, and that's RAHIMA.org. And I really appreciate both of you having expressed interest to help, and hopefully we'll be able to do something in this community to help people who are desperately in need of some support, in the Bay Area.
Right. Peter, so everybody right now should go to Rahima, RAHIMA.org, and donate $5. You'll feel good. And when you go to the website, you'll know, just go to the website, you'll see the beans and the lentils, and you'll know that the money, with $5, you can buy a pound of beans, and you add some vegetables and rice. You can live on a pound of beans for a couple of days. And that's what I really impressed me about Rahima.org, is getting to basics and teaching people. You can not only live on beans and vegetables, you will live better on beans and vegetables. So go to Rahima.org. And Peter, we've been talking, and then we'll drop. I want to keep introducing Rahima.org to the listeners, because we're going to do some kind of fundraiser. I want to shock his parents. I just want to do a fundraiser that just shocks.
It won't take a lot to shock them. I'll tell you that much. They are not show busy people.
No. I mean, in terms of the money that we.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant.
I thought you were going to bring,
Jackie. No,
Jackie, the joke man.
No, I would just like to just do a fundraiser that raises a shocking amount of money for this organization, and so I just want to introduce Rahima, give a little money, and then we're going to plan some kind of benefit on a Saturday night.
And Adnan, I just wanted to say I enjoyed hearing about your dad working for National Semi, because back in the 80s, I had a recording studio in Mountain View, and the clients who paid us the most were the ad agencies who were recruiting engineers for National, for Four-Phase, a bunch of companies that got swallowed up by others, plus survivors like Intel, Fairchild.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wasn't there when it was all orchards, but there were still a few in the early 1980s. And I just wanted to underscore what you said, that we used to advertise on radio and TV in Detroit and Boston and other places where engineers were minted to get them to come out to California. And it included not just the design and marketing, but wafer fabrication. And so, up until really, I do blame it on Steve Jobs. I think he started offshoring first for hard drives in the late 80s. I had a friend who worked for Apple who used to go to Singapore twice a month to oversee hard drive production.
That's right. My dad worked in exactly that field, was integrated circuits for storage, so hard drives and large scale, and they started going to Singapore, Malaysia, etc., just as you're pointing out.
Yeah. And my business dried up. And at the same time, what we were doing was highlighting the ads that were buried in 4-inch classified sections in the Mercury News. That was where tech went to get jobs. And it was Craigslist that destroyed the newspaper business by posting all of those job ads for free. So it's amazing when you see the roots of the dysfunction that basically started with greed, that they were not satisfied with the massive profits they were already making. They had to go for lower wage-based economies to build the tools and toys for Americans to maximize their profits.
I call it disloyalty. I think in terms of framing things, I think Steve Jobs destroyed jobs because he was disloyal to his consumers. Unlike Henry Ford, who understood that you pay the horrible Henry Ford understood that if you pay your workers a livable wage, they buy cars. But Steve Jobs was disloyal to Americans, and Apple does not pay taxes. The Cupertino, the city of Cupertino, is not the headquarters of Apple. It's headquartered in Reno, Nevada. The school you went to, Professor Hussein, that gave us Wozniak and Jobs, I think it doesn't have enough money for its computer department.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Is that Homestead?
Homestead High School, that's right.
Yeah. The mayor, I know a couple of years ago, the mayor of Cupertino was complaining that the very same high school that produced Steve Jobs and and Wozniak, right around the corner from Apple, can't afford to teach computer science because of their lack of taxes. Hey,
can I add just one more on that? Little cherry on top here. The billionaire shopping center magnates, the York DeBartolo family, they own the 49ers, which won a playoff game yesterday. It was fun to watch. They have basically now taken control of the city of Santa Clara, where they built a stadium, and they still get to use the name San Francisco, even though they're 45 miles from the city limits. And they spent like $3 million to elect a group of patsy city council members, who then fired the city attorney who was suing the 49ers to collect money from parking lots and from special events where the concerts went past the curfew. And the 49ers have just out and out cheated the city of Santa Clara, and now it's a company town. And there is barely an eyebrow raised in Silicon Valley or in San Francisco. It's like, oh, well, they're just being like a tech company.
Building stadiums that are tax subsidized are the single biggest ripoff in America. Get your pad and pencils out. Let me see if I can try to do the math on this joke. You ready? Okay, my father was Leonard Bernstein's pool boy. So in a way, he worked for National Semiconductor. My father, let me just get a pen and do the math on this. My father was Leonard Bernstein's pool boy. So you could say he worked for National Semiconductor. Don't worry, I hate myself just as much as everybody else does.
Yeah, you're a self-hating Jew. You fit into the profile. And I thought it was a math question, so I got out my solar power calculator here, David.
And by the way, just because the math is correct doesn't make it right. So Peter B. Collins is a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of his interviews, radio shows, and podcasts. And we are really lucky that you pop in here. And I'm really grateful because you can take a very difficult subject. I'm going to give you the ultimate compliment. You remind me of David Dayen. I've told you this from the American Prospect, who sinks his teeth into the most indecipherable subjects and makes it palatable, makes it easy to digest. So you're going to explain the Federal Reserve to us? No, I'm kidding.
Well, David, the B does not stand for brilliant, but I appreciate.
I think it does.
I appreciate your kind words, and I just love the milieu that you have created here with people like Professor Hussein, Professor Cummings. Oh gosh.
Well, I have
Howie Klein.
Well, thank you for saying that, but it's not
Barry Lynn, who I've known for 20 years. David Cobb. It's just an amazing group, and you generate conversation. You press us to force us to justify arguments that we make, but it's just such a nice forum, and so my feeling is mutual.
I hope this isn't false humility when I say it's not us, it's me. That it's really.
Well, I did notice. I noticed. You're such a hip guy that on your email signature it says pronouns me, my, mine.
all mine. Well, let's talk about Joe Biden. Is this worse than the Carter administration? Has he gotten more negative numbers on the board in 1 year than Jimmy Carter had in 4? Is it fair? Are we being unfair to Joe Biden? Is there anything he can run on? Just when it's a given that if you listen to this show, we hate Joe Biden. We just do. It's unforgivable that he was made president when at the very least, Elizabeth Warren could have beaten. If you're going to put your thumb on a scale, forget Bernie. We wanted Bernie, but Elizabeth Warren would have been fine. This is the worst product of a Democratic Party smoke-filled room, Joe Biden. He is not up for the job. It is political malfeasance on behalf of Obama, Clyburn, anybody who supported Joe Biden. It's political malfeasance. He's so bad, it borders on sedition. That being said, I would vote for him again in a heartbeat if he's up against Donald Trump. Are we being too hard on this pathetic hump of a human being who should be put on an ice floe?
No. What we're really reeling from is the reality of the lesser of two evils. And Joe Biden has proven his lesserness in so many ways. And, he has bungled things in this first year to the point that it does appear to be fatal. Now, I hope I'm wrong about that. But, the best advice he's getting is it's the same advice that Bill Clinton got when he failed with Hillary Care in the early stages of his administration. He also talked about making investments. They weren't nearly as progressive as what Biden put in the badly named Build Back Better package. But Clinton's response was to go for bite-sized legislation, to put aside the big issues, the heavy lifts, and accept that Newt Gingrich had won the the match in 1994, and that Bill Clinton was going to be reduced to a bystander in Washington. And when you think about it, the remainder of the Clinton years we remember as, oh, it was a great economy. And let's give Bill Clinton credit. He did balance the budget. Leon Panetta was the engineer of that, who then joined the Biden administration as one of the most hawkish CIA and then Defense Department leaders that we've ever seen. So, Biden is going to attempt to do that. He's going to downsize expectations. But the way he got here has been so damaging. And the domestic agenda is shredded at this point. Now, the biggest thing that we have to remember is that the opposition that was mounted by Newt Gingrich and the Republicans of that era pales in comparison. Because sure, they went after, welfare queens in, an extension of the Reagan narratives, but there wasn't this threat to the continuation of democracy. And I do not want to overinvest in hand-wringing or fear-mongering related to January 6th of last year. But we do have to look at the efforts, the successful efforts of Republicans to roll back voting rights and to shift the control from bureaucrats who were not nearly as partisan. It's not to say there weren't some, like in Ohio 2004, that was a rigged election run by Republican partisans. But
wasn't it Diebold? The guy who ran Diebold was like the Secretary of State who said something.
He wasn't from Diebold. He certainly benefited from the manipulation of voting machines, but it was more in the tabulation phase than in the actual voter participation phase.
Didn't he also say, like, I'm committed to George W. Bush getting reelected? I thought.
Oh yeah, he was the state co-chair of the Bush Cheney reelection campaign, and I'm trying to think of his name right.
Yeah, I used to know his name.
Tried to erase it. He was an African American.
Yes, that I remember.
One of those Republicans who was able to sell out his community wholesale. At any rate, we do face an unprecedented effort to rig elections in the future for Republicans, and that makes the choices that Biden and his domestic advisors made over the past year. And to me, one of the pivotal points was when progressives caved on promises from Biden and they decoupled Build Back Better from the so-called bipartisan infrastructure package. And that infrastructure package, is fine. It's nothing that will change the course of history in the United States. It's going to build a few bridges, most notably to make Mitch McConnell look good to Northern Kentucky voters. But they miscalculated so badly in so many ways. And Biden followed the blunderous path of his mentor, Barack Obama, by holding on to fiction that he could get Republican votes and ignoring the very loud and public and sometimes brazen proclamations from Republicans that they're going to block every goddamn thing that the Democrats want to do and paint the Democrats as communists along the way. And so when the decoupling there occurred, it gave the outsized power to Joe Manchin over the economic package, and it emboldened Kyrsten Sinema over the filibuster as some sort of great principle. And when we also have to note the incredible bad timing of the bluster side of Joe Biden, because he gave a speech on January 6th that was too little, too late. And then Sinema, in a great act of political disloyalty, and as you know, I'm not a Democrat, but I can still observe these things. She gave a speech the day before Joe was coming to the Hill to knock heads together, and just days before he went to Atlanta to battle a teleprompter to a draw as he delivered that blustery speech, comparing anybody who would keep the filibuster now to Bull Connor and Jefferson Davis.
Right.
And as we have discussed before, these power speeches that Biden attempted, and let's put aside his inability to read a teleprompter and get a complete sentence out. He did, employ a lot of passion.
And he lied.
Those two
Didn't he say he was
speeches.
arrested trying to register voters?
Well, his mommy's not here to dispute that, so I'm going to let that one go. That's just hyperbole.
Right.
And that's Joe Biden's been doing that for years, whether it's plagiarism or just gilding the lily, Joey. But, his timing in Atlanta was after the game was already over. And he should have given those speeches in West Virginia and in Arizona, not trying to appropriate the mantle of Martin Luther King Jr.
Right.
In a failed effort that was delivered after we knew the game was over.
Right.
And so the incredible
That
bad
really is
timing.
the way you just explained it. It's reprehensible.
Well, and it's stupid because he now, Stacey Abrams was too busy to attend the speech in Atlanta, and her calculation was that's going to hurt me more than it's going to help me.
Right.
It's the Titanic of voting rights, and he's there. I'm the king of the world.
Right.
Let the band play on.
Right.
So the domestic agenda is in shambles. The Republicans have the advantage. The only real potential game changer is if the Atlanta district attorney indicts and convicts Donald Trump. And these new documents that have surfaced give Merrick Garland an opportunity to indict and convict Stephen Miller and other people around Trump for organizing these different fraudulent written statements of Republican electors who were queuing up these documents so that Mike Pence could declare, oh gosh, we have competing slates of electors from 6 or 7 states. We've got to throw this to the House of Representatives where we know we can win. And so the kind of brazen fraud involved there is shocking, I think, even to thinking Republicans. And so really convicting Trump of something somewhere, and the case in New York of the phony financial documents, honestly, seems the easiest to prove, but overall the weakest in terms of making a difference about keeping him out of the 2024 race. So unless there is a massive game changer, and let me pivot to foreign policy, because if you think Joe Biden and Kamala have fucked up domestic policy, okay, they have continued the starvation of Venezuelans behind the misguided notion that's embraced by both parties that Maduro is illegitimate and Guaido, the would-be president, is not. They have left the Trump policies that reversed the one big foreign policy accomplishment of Barack Obama, which was reopening Cuba. They have reversed that because they're afraid of some Cuban American voters in Miami, and Florida is not going to go blue in either 22 or 24. So let's not kid ourselves. But the key issue relates to Ukraine. And I'm putting up a link here in the chat, and I invite people to go to the website that I'm linking to. The website is called Responsible Statecraft, but it is the website of the Quincy initiative that was started by Andrew Bacevich. Now, it's important to note Bacevich is a conservative. He is a retired Army colonel. He taught history at Boston University. He lost a son in the Iraq War.
Yep.
And he has been the most persuasive critic of American foreign policy. He didn't write this.
He's a great man.
He is.
Yeah.
He didn't write this piece, but it's from the organization that he helped start. And it outlines the ridiculous notion that NATO is an organization that has a mission that is worthy of US support, and that the brinksmanship related to Ukraine joining NATO at some point is not worth a war with Russia.
Who's going to stand up to the Warsaw Pact?
Well, it was perhaps useful during the Cold War, but since it has just been used as a beard for American interventions to make them look multilateral, like Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, not so much Syria, I guess. But the idea that NATO is so valuable and that it's a non-starter, says the negotiator, to capitulate to Russia. Well, I would agree that Russia is operating in a very provocative manner. To put over 100,000 troops on this border against the Ukraine military that we forced to disarm at least its nuclear weapons after the end of the Soviet Union. And let's remember 2014, because this is where the corporate media and America's short attention spans make us incredibly vulnerable. The Obama administration supported the coup against Yanukovych in covert and overt ways. And Yanukovych was a pig, but he had been properly elected, at least to the extent.
He was Putin's pig, correct?
No. He ran into Putin's arms after we failed to woo Ukraine under Yanukovych into the NATO and European orbits. And it gets very complicated with the gas pipelines and the threat to European energy in the winter. And now we have the Novo, whatever that pipeline is, the number 2 that Germany is holding up certification of. And so it is a complicated chess game. But fundamentally, we tossed out Yanukovych because we thought the Candyman, Petro Poroshenko, would be more of a puppet for us, and that proved to be correct. But this has aggravated Putin, and we do have a very serious confrontation that is looming. But I don't have any confidence in Tony Blinken, in the team that Biden, I wanted to call him Biden, has assembled in the National Security Council. And I do fear that because of the serious disarray of the domestic agenda, what does a president do? You get into a war. You find a way to distract the public, to justify the $780 billion at the Pentagon in the budget that just passed. And Joe Manchin didn't have any problem with throwing an extra $24 billion at the Pentagon that even the White House hadn't asked for. And so I guess that was contingent funding for this showdown with Russia in Ukraine. And Biden has already tipped that he doesn't plan to deploy American forces there, but we will end up backing Ukraine in the way that we have other nations that get into a struggle, and it will become a proxy war. And I'll just address one more thing related to this, because the big blast from the Biden team at the end of last week was that Putin he's already inserted covert forces into Donbass and maybe even deeper into Ukraine, and they are going to bring you a false flag attack. Well, who invented the false flag attack? It's the Central Intelligence Agency. And pick your poison. History is littered with these false flags that we created. And Scott Ritter has a column. It's published at the Evil RT website, because nobody in the United States will pay Scott Ritter for his analysis and commentary. But he points out that 5 or 6 unnamed sources at the CIA have gone public with no evidence but a claim that the US has been training commandos in eastern Ukraine for at least 5 years. And this appears to be a potential false flag from the US to make Russia think twice that we would have an insurgency, that certainly the Russians could use air power to take control of as much of Ukraine as they want. They'll probably leave Chernobyl out, but they can do whatever they want in 48 hours to 48 days. I don't want to sound like Rumsfeld here, but it won't take that long. And so the threat that's now being surfaced is that, well, we've got Operation Gladio 6.4 ready to go, and we will make you miserable with an asymmetrical war of attrition if you actually do take possession of more of Ukraine. And fundamentally, everybody knows that NATO isn't worth it, and that trying to draw Ukraine into NATO is meaningless. And while there are many people who might have an argument that you do not want to appease Putin because then he's just going to come back and demand more, I say try a little appeasement at this point, because we don't need another foreign misadventure by American forces. And Obama was the one who failed to hold up our commitments to Ukraine in 2014. I believe that die is cast. And for the Biden team to engage in anything significant in terms of a conflict with Russia over Ukraine would only be as the desperate distraction from the failed domestic agenda.
So much to unpack. Let me bring in Professor Marianne Cummings. I want to be respectful of her time and get her. Professor Marianne Cummings is a physicist as well as Parks Commissioner, Aurora, Illinois, and our only elected official.
And a pretty damn fine artist.
And that unbelievable artist. Let me get, I want to talk about whatever Professor Marianne wants to talk about. The filibuster. Does it help us to get rid of the filibuster now? Harry Reid got rid of the filibuster on every judge except the Supreme Court. So when McConnell became majority leader, he got rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court justices, which has lurched the Supreme Court to the right. You wouldn't have Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, or Amy Coney Barrett if we still had the filibuster. Is that a fair statement?
No, it is not. We have Kavanaugh at least because Joe Manchin voted yes for him. Remember, we had the two girl moderate Republicans, both kind of leaning toward voting against Kavanaugh. They were under different pressures, but they were both leaning to vote. And if it had been those two, then, you know, he would have lost if we had gotten those two. But when Manchin came in and voted for Kavanaugh, then the pressure was off them. I think that Susan Collins voted for him because the bulk of her pressure when she was no longer the deciding vote went to her Republican donors. And who is it? The gal from Alaska, since she really doesn't know any, yes, she doesn't know any favors to the Republican Party. She voted against him, but it was meaningless. I mean, when Joe Manchin cast his vote, that was it. It was settled. And they, you know, the pressure was off of them. So, you know, when we have Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, and, you know, let's not forget Mark Warner, and there's the guy over here, Gabby Giffords' husband, Kelly. I mean, we've got a whole line of very conservative Dems that would step in and be the bad guy when necessary. So at this point, I think
you need 60. Had we kept the filibuster, you would need 60 people. Could Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, and Gorsuch have gotten 60 votes? It does allow for extremists to make it onto the court. So,
well, the problem, my point is we can't even get 50 when we have a nominal majority at this point.
What I'm saying is we may not want to get rid of the filibuster. We may need it when we lose the Senate, which we're going to do.
You know, these kind of arguments I really don't care much about, because I know the fundamental the fundamental dynamics of Democratic leadership isn't going the way of progressives anyway, and they're just angling for an excuse. So this time's excuse, this year is excuse is the filibuster, but it'll be something else next year. I mean, they don't, even if we got rid of the filibuster, we still have to deal with these senators. You know, we basically have to deal with a party whose interests, whose donors are the same as the Republicans to first order. And, you know, this is our fundamental problem as progressives, which I think most of us believe we are.
You know, Bernie said something really interesting when he was running. You know, Bernie is like Ralph Nader. The more you the more you learn about Bernie and remember Bernie, the more brilliant he is, a godsend. So they asked Bernie, I remember, like, what are you going to do? You've got an intransigent Democratic Party. You've got an intransigent Republican Party who's going to stop you every step of the way. This is what he said in 2019, early 2020. He said, we're talking about a revolution. He said, if I get elected president, it's going to be transformative. The tectonic plates of political discourse will have shifted, and I will come in with a landslide, a mandate. If I get elected, it's going to be a mandate. And so the only solution is we have to think of the long game, to stop thinking about the climate being destroyed, and we only have 3 years and we're about to lose democracy. It doesn't help the conversation. The left has to start thinking about the long game, because we need a landslide. We need to start introducing policy into the national conversation that gives us a Roosevelt style, Reagan style landslide.
And the
This-
only way we could have done that in the last 2 presidential election cycles is to have thwarted the Democratic Party and made Bernie Sanders the nominee. I don't think the steep climb was the general. The very steep climb was the Democratic primaries because they're highly controlled. I mean, I think somebody sued the Democratic Party back in 2016, and the lawyers for the DNC said, well, wait a minute, we're a private entity, you know,
Yep.
we can rig our elections. Now, oh yeah, they can rig their elections, except that, you know, millions and millions of dollars of public money are spent running primaries, but, you know, put that aside. So that's kind of their attitude. They've shown us who they were. I don't know if Bernie Sanders was fooled by Joe Biden. Marianne Williamson said something interesting. She had talked to somebody in the Senate, and they said when Bernie Sanders got to the Senate, he was treated like crap by most of the senators. You know, most of the Democrats, they were, you know, annoyed with this guy, but that Joe Biden was actually friendly to him. You know, so he might have felt that, well, Joe Biden's my friend, I can influence him, but, you know, A, I don't think that was going to be anything what Joe Biden did, even if he had his full frontal lobes, and B, he doesn't have his full frontal lobes. So it's the cloud of people around him. It's a crowd of people around all of these people. You know, when you're not just a senator, you're not just a congressperson, you're an institution with a cloud of careerists around you. And you're kind of dependent on the cloud of people around you to navigate legislation, to navigate policy, to, like, you know, meet with the right people for this and that, you know, policy you want. And those people in turn have an interest not in the country, but in the guy or gal staying in power, however they do it. So it's
But
kind
that's
of
what leadership, you know, leadership is marshaling the troops, getting the people on your team emotionally and intellectually and physically invested in the cause. I met Joe Biden, and you want respect, you got to give respect. I met Joe Biden. I talked to him. I was working on a show for HBO. I was at a party, and we sat down, hair plug to hair plug. And there's, you know how Corvette drivers, if you drive a Corvette and you see another Corvette on the road, you honk your horn and wave to another Corvette. Hair plug, people with bad hair plugs, we kind of wave at each other. And I literally talked to Joe Biden for
David, I want to get you free membership in the Bald-Headed Men of America. Our slogan is no rugs, no plugs, no drugs. I'm bald and I'm proud.
wow.
I wish I was man enough.
I feel similarly because a lot of my friends have stopped dyeing their hair.
Can I hang on? Let me just tell this one story about Joe Biden.
No.
So this was right after Kerry had lost, and Joe Biden was part of the team. He was, spinning for him. I never met Joe Biden before. And all he did every 10 minutes was crap on Senator Kerry, and who had just lost in 2004. This was like 2007. And I remember thinking, Joe Biden I liked him, but I thought, this is not a bright man. You're not I don't trust you now. You're not inspiring leadership. If you're trashing John Kerry, your colleague, what else are you? You're not being loyal. And so, you know, the old expression, you want respect, you give respect. I don't think Joe Biden gives respect to anybody. And they're all self-dealers. He's surrounded by self-dealers who are just passing through. And he's a liar. He is a pathological liar who nobody trusts. He's a bad guy.
So
on the other hand,
may I come back for a moment to Bernie, because I have great respect for him. I voted for him, and you know, I believe that he could have been a real agent of change. And I don't want to burst anybody's Bernie bubble, but he talked about a revolution, but he wouldn't blow anything up. And, you know, by continuing to mollify the Democratic Party after, I mean, the games that were played in 2016 were not just sharp elbows and taking advantage of the insider power that the Clintons had. There was criminal behavior where, here's just one example, okay? You remember George Clooney went to a fundraiser for Hillary where he paid, you know, $350,000 for 2 tickets. And that money was supposed to be carved up, and some was going to go to the county Democratic committee, and some of it was going to go to the DNC. But fundamentally, the law prevented them from diverting all of that money into the Clinton for President campaign, because much of it was earmarked for the general election. Well, Hillary installed the treasurer at the DNC, who was also the treasury of the Hillary campaign. And she managed to spend money that was supposed to be reserved for whoever the nominee was in the fall, and it was spent on digital advertising for Hillary in the primary. Now, Norman Solomon and other great people did a deep forensic examination of the 2016 cycle. When I interviewed Norman after he published that report, I said, well, what about the flim flam on the fundraising? And he said, I don't know about that. And so it unfortunately was not a comprehensive autopsy of the loss. And Bernie refused to file any lawsuits, to make any public statements, to expose the perfidy that led to Hillary's getting the nomination. We knew she was damaged goods well before the convention. They had an opportunity to allow for an open convention, and they did not, but he went along with it. And then he came back in 2020, and he was diminished by the 27 other people who were running for the nomination. And there was not that clear contrast between him and simply one other candidate. And so Bernie has to take some responsibility for his failure to be the political revolutionary that he claimed. And with that, I want to yield to Professor Marianne, and thank you for.
Thank you, Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com. Great job. What an honor and a privilege. peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of Peter's radio shows, interviews, podcasts. Peter B. Collins is a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Hello, Professor Marianne Cummings. We're running a little it's a little.
Oh, that never happens.
It doesn't. I run a tight ship here. I'm a disciplinarian.
No, I'm glad that Peter brought that up, because, you know, that whole probably very illegal money laundering scheme that they were pulling, it was a way of very thinly veiled illegal contributions to the Hillary campaign. I mean, Tom DeLay was indicted for doing a very similar scheme, you know, just basically kind of changing the color of the money going to and from, you know,
right.
Because he wanted to, basically, he was the gatekeeper. He was
acquitted, wasn't he, eventually?
Yeah, he was acquitted because of, I think it was Merrick Garland's ruling on the circuit court that was kind of an expansion, a turbocharge of Citizens United. And so it was a technicality. So there was a lot of much more erudite legal analysis that I could bring you at that time. But on that point about Merrick Garland, when from the left, when Barack Obama first nominated him. But anyway, that's just a side note. But the other thing about the Hillary campaign was when we found out she had gotten questions to the debate. I mean, that should have utterly disqualified her as a nominee when that came
as
out.
well as Donna Brazile, who's still on ABC and
Well, you know that CNN, when Jordan Sheridan had gone through the emails and wrote about that, and that came out, publicly, CNN fired her immediately. It fired her immediately. I mean, they didn't have an investigation. They didn't have a questioning. Why? Because they were doing it, and they know they were doing it. But you're not supposed to tell anybody they're doing it, and you're sure as hell not to put it in an email. She was just dumb, but that was so corrupt.
There are revolutions. There was the Gingrich revolution, which was, a groundswell. There was the who else? Trump was a revolution.
I think Reagan was a more profound revolution. I mean, Reagan really started massive U-turns in the arc. Now, Harvey J.K., I've been learning so much from him. He would say that, Jimmy Carter basically was turning the Democratic Party away from the FDR kind of tradition. And that was true. But Reagan showed how easily that could be turned. I mean, things were happening under Reagan. We didn't think we were in danger of seeing.
I remember, I'm old enough to remember having Reagan posters in, as a joke. I thought it was hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
Are you effing kidding me? Can there be a revolution on the left, a Reagan revolution or a Gingrich revolution that just pours more fire into the right wing? Wall Street gives more money to Wall Street. That's an easy revolution to pull off. But when there are $50 trillion floating around in offshore accounts that need to be poured back into the United States economy and the world, when you have a $1 trillion Pentagon budget, when you have nuclear weapons
and their maintenance,
the left is up against formidable forces. It is really hard to take on.
They're formidable forces that we're actively, yes, the left is actively giving strength to.
In what way?
In the way that we say, well, you got to vote blue no matter who.
Well, that's not the left, really. That's me, but I'm a...
No, that's us who identify as the left. A lot of us thinking that, and this is what frustrates me. I mean, Lawrence O'Donnell told us exactly what we needed to do like 14 years ago on a PBS special. He said he worked in the Senate for 20 years. Never once. I remember Patrick Moynihan's chief of staff for several of those years. He said, I never once had to listen to anything from the left because they had nowhere to go. And if you want the Democratic Party to listen to you and take your goals seriously, you must be able to not vote for them.
Right.
So by even declaring that we're going to have to get behind Biden or whoever and vote. And I kept saying, look, that might have been the case 30 years ago, but now, I mean, what if a lot of us had not voted blue back in 2016? And Hillary had not only lost the electoral vote, which is the only constitutional way you win elections, but also lost the popular vote. If she was just defeated, because 5 or 10% of the lefty or Democratic leaning people voted green or, socialist or whoever, the Democrats would have been way more pressure on the Democrats to have done a real autopsy on why they lost to, of all people, Trump. But they never had to do that because of the obscene fundraising that goes on in New York and California. I mean, all of the votes in the days that were counted after the election night were, a lot of them were in Hillary's favor because there were a lot of votes in New York and California she didn't need. And so they never had that. As a matter of fact, her campaign decided the morning after that they were going to urge all of their colleagues in media to push the Russian narrative, that it was Russia. How could she go against the infinite powers of Putin?
Right.
And buffed Bernie cartoon on Facebook. I don't know how you take on those side power challenges. I don't know. But anyway, but the point is that the Democrats never did do a serious reckoning. And I think partly because some of the leadership knew exactly why she lost, and were pissed off that they had Bernie Sanders had revealed the problem with, the politics of the Democratic Party. So they were kind of at war, both locally and nationally, with Bernie wing. And Bernie, I don't know, Bernie thought that with thousands of people elected to public office, that maybe there would be enough pressure to finally change the Democratic Party. But I don't know. I mean, look, Bernie Sanders was amazing. He got me to do things I would never have done before. And so he made some bad calls, and he's 80 years old, and an entire revolution maybe shouldn't be on his shoulders anymore.
No.
And it might have to be on ours. But it was sad because, well, Bernie, somebody in the chat mentioned he did not want to go the route of Ralph Nader and, kind of be in the political desert. He is in a position of some influence, and he was maybe going to let it play out the way the Democrats wanted to play it out. But what happens if they get nothing more legislatively, which looks like they may not? Then Bernie will have done everything, bent over backward, turned himself into a pretzel to try to accommodate the Democratic Party and his goals. And he may just finally, speak out. He'll be in a better position than any of us to know when the right time to speak out is against the Democratic Party. But, if
you and I have talked about this.
Yeah.
Bernie had a plan.
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, but when he debated Biden on CNN, it was he and Biden were the last men standing, and Bernie got the nomination taken from him. In order to get the endorsement, he made a deal with Biden. He saw what Biden was going to be up against, and he said, "I will give you my endorsement, but you have to see to it that I become chairman of the budget committee. And I want Build Back Better. I want a big resolution, and I will shepherd it through the Senate, and we'll use reconciliation. All we need is, I need your help to get it passed. The stragglers, like I'll have some problems with Manchin and Sinema and Tester and Warren. I'm going to need your help, Joe." And Joe agreed to that. Is that a fair statement?
I have no idea. I wasn't in the room. And quite frankly, even a year and a half ago, I have no idea what state Joe Biden was in to agree to anything.
But I think that was the plan. I think Bernie said
the plan. He probably sat down with Joe Biden and his people and said that. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And my little conversation with Joe Biden, where he threw his colleague, John Kerry, under the bus, tells me that Biden threw Bernie under the bus, that he brings Manchin and Sinema over to the White House and says, I got the crazy Bernie supporters. They're killing me here.
Oh, a man whose lives should have ended his political career back in 1988 has no internal moral compass.
I mean,
yeah.
To me, when he brings Manchin and Sinema in to push to end the filibuster on the Voting Rights Act or Build Back Better. He's shit talking Bernie and the left and saying, I hear you, Joe. You have no idea what I'm up against. He's giving them license to go against the left.
Of course he is. Look, as I said
Either
before,
because it's not, I honestly believe it's not because he's trying to kill Build Back Better or the Voting Rights Act. I think he's genuinely stupid, not senile. I think Joe Biden has a character flaw going way back to the plagiarism and the lying and the plagiarism in law school. And
just innumerable YouTube videos of him on the floor of the Senate. I mean, it's not a secret.
What did he accomplish as a senator? What were the deals he made?
He bragged about being one of the main authors of the crime bill in 1994. He bragged that we've got the death penalty for almost everything but, like jaywalking. He's bragging about being one of the big pushers of the Patriot Act. He's bragging about just about everything bad you can think of.
So what did he accomplish? And getting elected to the Senate from Delaware is not a heavy lift.
Well, the other thing he's accomplished is that millions and millions of young people are essentially in debtor's prison. Because of the bankruptcy law.
To tell everybody, this bears repeating.
Because basically he saw to it that you could not discharge student loan debt through bankruptcy. The bankruptcy is a way of being able to wipe the slate clean for yourself with some heavy penalties. I mean, you can't, your credit is shot for 7 years. It'll be almost impossible to get any significant loan. I think it protects your residence. It protects your pensions. I think it still does, but he did make it harder just for people in general. I think I can never remember if it's Section 11 or Section 7 bankruptcy, but the kind of personal bankruptcy that if you're a sole proprietor of a business, for instance, you can also go to that type of bankruptcy and, have some protection from some of your essential assets. But the one thing that he completely exempted from that was student loan debt. So basically people they're in debtor's prison. I mean, they're never out from under this. And the saddest thing, I think I told this story once, but it was a while back. I was at a meeting at UCLA, and we went down, we were meeting some of our colleagues at the little bar restaurant, and we were talking to the bartender, and he had been a graduate of UCLA and in criminal justice, but he could not join the UCLA police force because he had too much student debt. And the LA police force, because they regarded that he would be susceptible to bribery. And there he is. He's got this degree that he can't use it, and he's bartending and doing a couple other jobs. And maybe if he could discharge some of that student loan debt early enough so he could still be considered to be on the force. I just thought that was, what a sad thing,
Marco Rubio could have $200,000 in student loan debt, get elected to the Senate, and not be susceptible to bribe, even though he was.
Yeah, I mean, they never think of themselves, we aren't susceptible to bribes. We call that political deals. But, it's just, I don't know, you get into the Senate, Bernie, for some reason, has had the wisdom to put himself in a situation where he never quite loses touch with reality. So that's why you can still see pictures of people on Twitter of Bernie in line at the local Costco in Vermont.
Right.
And he was in Vermont. I think there was some big, nurses union thing going on over the Christmas, New Year's vacation. He's been showing up to events with striking workers. That's what he's always going to be doing. He showed up in Battle Creek, Michigan for the Kellogg's workers strikes. And I think that just is who he is. And he stays independent, as I said, because I think he gets just enough crap from people in Washington to remind him that he's not really in their club. Whereas, you can imagine the seduction even of the young progressives that get to Washington, and some of whom have been struggling just to make rent a couple of years before, and then Pelosi is giving them her personal cell phone number. It's very
Right.
heady stuff, it's seductive. So it's, I can't read minds. I don't know what Bernie Sanders ultimately wants, but nothing in his life suggests that he wanted anything but justice. I think anything but what Martin Luther King wanted.
Right. Justice.
Well, justice for everyone. And he saw, which was kind of funny, I was listening to the radio, which I rarely do these days, but somebody was actually on the AM radio was talking about when the New York Times turned against him. The New York Times turned against Martin Luther King because he had the temerity to start speaking out about the Vietnam War, and how dare he. You could almost hear the unvoiced syllable, boy, how dare you? You're a civil rights leader. We're so generous to allow you our endorsement here, and now you're going where,
Let's keep this about race.
Let's just keep this about race and nothing more. And he refused.
Right.
But he saw, he always saw the problem with the United States wasn't just about race. It was about race, economic exploitation, and war. And he saw those three things being intertwined, and they were at the basis of all three things was just exploitation of people by other people. And because he came from a real moral education, not just a theological education, but a real moral one, he could see that. He had the clarity to see that. You're talking about leadership a little early on. I had recently watched, did you ever see the HBO movie All the Way? It was about LBJ. It was specifically about the
yes. Cranston.
Bryan Cranston. People who are slightly older than I am said when they were listening to the movie, somebody was playing it in the other room, they thought they were playing historical footage of Johnson. Because I kind of vaguely remember what he sounded like, but they really remember. And it was Bryan Cranston who was just got every perfect inflection of his speech. But the point was, he had grown up poor. And he had a big battle on his hands, and he was succeeding a very popular president, and he had a battle for the next election that was just a year after, not even a year after the assassination of Kennedy. And he and was Martin Luther King were able to get together on the Civil Rights Act. What the Civil Rights Act, had included what eventually became the Voting Rights Act a year later. Yeah, they decoupled it. But the difference between then and now was that Martin Luther King wouldn't have gone along if he hadn't felt he could implicitly trust Johnson to pull it through. And what made them simpatico was the fact that Johnson genuinely grew up dirt poor. He grew up in Western Texas, dirt poor. I think he was the only president of my lifetime that grew up poor. Bill Clinton grew up, didn't have a lot of money, but his grandparents.
His father was a successful politician, though.
That might have been true, but he knew what poverty was.
Right.
And so they were able to successfully, he was able to successfully steer the Civil Rights Act through. But, everybody claims that, well, he had a big majority in the Senate. No, he didn't. He had a Democratic majority. But when 12 of those Democrats were Southern Democrats, he didn't have a majority at all. So he had to get
Rockefeller Republicans.
He had to get the guy that was he was a Republican from Illinois. The name is escaping me, but it was a fairly big name. Dirksen, yes, he got him on board. And the Dirksen Senate building, right. And so, but he got down and dirty. I mean, he had commitment. And even to his mentor, who was kind of on the side of the Southerners, he said, hey, I'm going to bury you. I love you, man, but I'm going to bury you if you stand, in front of me. That's the kind of leadership. When you see somebody like that, who's willing to put everything on the line, you don't have to agree 100% with this person to sort of trust that this person says he's going to do what he says he's going to do. I think to a certain extent, Bernie had that. A lot of Republicans like Bernie. He was able to push the only bill that got passed, I think, in 2013, apart from the must-pass spending appropriations bills, was the overhaul of the VA. And even people like John McCain said, well, nobody bargains harder than Bernie. But the people he's bargaining with know that Bernie Sanders isn't going to go around and stab them in the back or just turn out. When Bernie Sanders says he's going to do something, people actually believe he's going to do it. So Bernie Sanders doesn't threaten very much, but if ever Bernie Sanders had to threaten torpedoing something, people will believe that, unlike almost everybody else here, this guy is going to do what he says he's going to do. And, so that whole movie, All the Way, was basically the first year, and what it took, it was about leadership, as you said. It was
right.
What it took to get that bill that was in a very dividing time in America. It wasn't like that bill brought the country together or anything. It actually divided the country. And, and he even said after that passed, I've lost the South for the next generation. And maybe if we had real leaders a generation later, we would have brought the South back together. But, Jimmy Carter wasn't that guy, and Bill Clinton wasn't that guy. I don't know.
Character counts, and Joe Biden is dishonest. I mean, he even lied about getting arrested in that speech last week about getting arrested, fighting for civil rights, protesting. He never got arrested.
Of course, and Peter B. Collins said, yeah, well, that's that exaggeration, and that might be the exaggeration. However, liars lie about big things, they lie about little things.
Right.
He once again lied on the campaign trail about the person who got into the accident that killed his wife and baby girl at that time. Said he was a drunk. The guy wasn't a drunk. As a matter of fact, it was his wife who was, made the mistake. And that guy, that carried with him his entire life. And yet you have Joe Biden saying, hey, this guy who was a drunk was not a drunk. He was repeating it on the campaign trail this time around again. So that's, that is a
think about this in terms of bringing Manchin and Sinema into the Oval Office to negotiate. We all know people who lie. Mm-hmm. We all know people we can't trust. All of us are smart enough to say, my first reaction when I met Biden was, wait a second, you're trashing John Kerry to me? I wouldn't trust you with anything. Who am I? And you're trashing John Kerry? He has to have a reputation in the Senate not to be trusted. His word is not his bond. His word is not his bond. And if he brings Manchin and Sinema in and starts bad-mouthing Bernie and the left, they're thinking, well, if this is what he's saying about Bernie and the left in front of me, what is he saying about me when he's talking to Bernie and the left? He does not inspire trust.
Of course not.
This is political malfeasance that lands on the shoulders of Barack Obama, Clyburn, and Elizabeth Warren, and Klobuchar, and Buttigieg, and Beto, and Perez, and that they knew this guy was twilighting. And even when he wasn't twilighting, he was not up for the job. It's political malfeasance.
I was defending Obama's choice of him, though, back in 2008, because I said, look, Obama needs a racist on the ticket.
Right.
And no one I talked to at the time who were Democrats really had an objection to that. I said,
but it was redundant. He already had a racist on the ticket, Barack Obama.
Well,
lecturing African Americans, pulling their pants up.
We can't say that, but but I was saying that at the time, and nobody took issue with that. He said, yeah, that's smart of Obama, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, that kind of thing. And, and I have to say, when you have a task like debating Sarah Palin, Biden's your guy. I mean, that's who you want to send into a debate with Sarah Palin, is somebody equally ridiculous like Joe Biden. And politically, that was handled, I thought, adeptly. But to think that Biden was anything other than political expediency, to think that someone who has a lifetime on record on YouTube of behaving a certain way, he certainly have showed us who he was, that somehow in his sunsetting years, he's going to switch all that, do a U-turn, support Bernie's agenda after they did everything twice to make sure Bernie wasn't the nominee. I think that was ludicrous wishful thinking. But people have to learn, I thought that with Obama too. I mean, I blame myself, to quote Herman Cain. I thought Obama could possibly have been an FDR. I thought he was going to be transformative.
Certainly it was teed up for him to be FDR. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was right in front of him. Mm-hmm. We owned the banks.
And, in some sense, in a lesser sense, it was teed up for Joe Biden too, because basically our economy hadn't recovered when Biden took over. I mean, COVID was still a reality. That it's even more of a reality now. And you had when you can only make progress like this under regular order if the financial institutions are on their knees, if the forces that are keeping us in this bad place are on their knees. And that's when you can extract real concessions. You guys want to live, you guys want to not be in prison for the rest of your natural lives. This is what we're going to do. And Roosevelt had that. I mean, they had about 3 or 4 years of watching Hoover not do anything, try everything and fail spectacularly with the Great Depression. So like Roosevelt was in, he knew he was in a good place to do things.
Right.
I think people still think, they still don't believe that we could repeat history like the stock market failure. But there was, one thing, I see that Professor Steinel is waiting, but there's one thing I wanted to bring up along the lines of COVID and healthcare. ProPublica did a piece. I was kind of directed to it, reading a thread, and Matt Stoller. Matt Stoller was talking last week about, we were talking about a New York Times article when I was here last week about how basically big hospitals spent a lot of their CARES Act money, not on patients, but acquiring smaller hospitals. In other words, building up monopolies. Well, Matt Stoller was talking about the ICU bed, which is the ICU, that we have a critical shortage of ICU beds. But this didn't just happen with COVID. We had it just a few years before with an exceptionally bad flu season, where hospitals all over the country ran out of ICU beds. ICU beds, as Stoller points out, is essentially a monopoly, one company, and they're very expensive. And these medical conglomerations see that ICUs are not, they are not profit-making entities. Elective surgeries are profit-making entities. So we have gone down from, he said some crazy number, like 1.5 million hospital beds, ICUs and regular beds, down to like 917 or 19,000 in the last 20 years. And that's hospitals, just trying to merge things. Now there are a lot of procedures have gotten simpler and more streamlined, and you don't spend as much time in the hospital. But in the last 10 or 20 years, there has also been this, hedge funds and Wall Street taking over. So there's an article in ProPublica. I will urge, he linked to it, and it was an article from a couple of years ago where they were talking about staffing companies, medical staffing companies owned by rich investors, and how they were getting a bailout from the CARES Act also, while they were cutting doctors' salaries and cutting doctors and cutting healthcare providers. And it's like, how in the world are we letting this happen? And, we just can't, somebody has just to come out and say that these people are killing us as much as global warming are killing people in coastal third world areas and in areas where they're experiencing drought.
I tried this. I don't have a big enough Twitter account, and it's probably because of this. I would read about the head of the American Hospital Lobbying Group and expose them, and all the Obama employees who went to work to lobby for the hospitals and against Medicare for all. And I would name check them to try to shame them. And, Twitter is such a powerful tool to expose these people. And, they talk about shadow banning. I'm not paranoid, but no traction whatsoever. I would put their face up and link to the stories. These are the people who are killing you. These are former Obama staffers who are now lobbying for health insurance companies and hospital associations. And I would watch the tweet and I go, really? Nobody's retweeting this? Nobody is saying this? But if I talk about, shoving nitrous oxide up my ass for shits and giggles, I go, what's going on here?
Well, there's always the search engines and the priority engines for both Facebook and Twitter. But, I do urge people to read this ProPublica article.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, he was talking specifically, they were going on specifically about this KKR venture capitalist firm that owns Envision Medical. And the co-founders of this
Kravis, they're like
Henry Kravis and George Roberts. Their wealth is estimated as of 2 years ago. It's probably doubled by now, but of 2 years ago at a 5.6 billion and 5.8 billion respectively. But they say that they're thinking of donating at this time, the article was written, 50 million to first responders and health workers as they fired a bunch of people and they reduced salaries further. It's insane. I mean, all the incentives in our healthcare system are just bad. They, COVID that's why I said COVID has caused some problems, but they've mostly revealed some bad problems. As Stoller was pointing out, we had a ICU crisis back in the last bad flu. I think a few years ago, there was a flu pandemic and it was like 60,000 people died of the flu. And that was maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago. I mean, it was not like 20 years ago. And, at the time, people were saying, we're already have been paring down our emergency rooms and our hospitals, and we've been conglomerating hospitals, and there's, hospitals have been disappearing from rural areas and poorer areas for decades. And, this was kind of this bad flu season was supposedly a wake-up call then. Nope, they've just doubled down on it. And, all of the CARES money and the recovery money, which Stoller is highly critical of, is just been, it has just been empowering these forces that are conglomerating all the healthcare and financializing it to the point where, we're going to have a breakdown of this. And I don't know, we have Biden's guy in the head of health and human services. I think his name is Becerra. He was California. And he was a big single payer guy. He was a big Medicare for all guy. But now he's talking about expanding the privatization, of Medicare through Medicare Advantage. Another insane thing. I mean, why do we need these guys? I mean, they were saying that at least they cover dental and vision. Well, how much money are we giving these guys effectively to do like administrative work? It's a billing system. I mean, we don't need any of these guys. And yet, the political forces are such that I'm sure instead of like pushing us toward Medicare for all, he's going to push Medicare more in the direction of privatization, at least as long as Biden's the president. So, yeah.
Before you go, I have a quiz.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hang on, let me set up the, okay, Professor Marianne, Jerome Powell, I'm about to sneeze, hang on. Jerome Powell was renominated to be chairman of the Federal Reserve. Who did he work for before becoming chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Oh, I don't think it was for ProPublica. Or any public advocate.
Jerome Powell? No, he didn't work for ProPublica.
No, I actually don't know what he worked for before, but I'm sure it was.
What's the worst? Who is the worst human being in Washington?
Well, that's a crowded field.
He worked for. He's a partner in the Carlyle Group.
Yeah.
It just gets, it's just.
Well, there you will get, even Ro Khanna will make stupid apologies for that kind of thing. Like, well, you've got to get people who know the system to take on the system. Yeah, well, it's not like Roosevelt hiring Joe Kennedy as the first head of the SEC. I mean, Joe Kennedy wasn't a banker; he was a bootlegger. So.
Right.
But I think that goes back to Joe Biden's essential incompetence now. I mean, really, even if he wanted to, does he even have the basic competence to be able to figure out who to put in these organizations? And,
you mentioned Ro Khanna.
Yeah.
You mentioned Ro Khanna. I've been asked not to do this by people who are left of center in Washington. Ro Khanna, I'm going to ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Last year, what kind of money was he trading on the stock market? Ro Khanna, the great Ro Khanna, who ran part of Bernie's campaign.
Right.
2 years ago. Yale Law School.
Mm-hmm.
How much money do you think he traded in the stock market last year?
Well, he would say his wife did it, and I think it was a few $1 million, right?
The answer is $53 million.
Well, that isn't $1 billion. That's a few.
$53 million in stock.
I thought that was, when I was saying it, I saw a figure of $45 million, but yeah. And they've normalized themselves to that culture. And, he probably doesn't feel he's particularly rich either.
Right. But I've been told it's unfair.
These guys who are worth millions don't think they're rich because they party with people who have billions.
Right.
So, their paltry $50 million is barely going to get them the Mar-a-Lago invite, so. Oh, won't get the Mar-a-Lago invite. like Nancy Pelosi and her family gets the invite to Trump's Mar-a-Lago New Year's party. So
Somebody specifically asked me to lay off Ro Khanna. They said it's complicated. It's his wife. And I said $56 million last year in stock trades. That's it. Yeah, it's complicated. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings, Parks Commissioner, Aurora, Illinois. And you're the best. You really are. I'm going to start calling you Professor Marianne, I told you so, Cummings.
oh, don't do that. You'll never get Harvey JK back here.
Well, just because I always say, just because you're right doesn't mean you're not wrong. And I mean that. Let's go to Denton, Texas, where Professor Mike Steinel is standing by with a new song. As they say in the mafia, you didn't walk into the room light. You came in
I didn't understand when you said that.
When a Don is calling a meeting of his lieutenants, he'll say the meeting's at 2 p.m. and I expect you to come in heavy. The envelope. I expect a heavy envelope.
Oh, you need a payoff.
Yeah, I said don't show up light. Professor Mike Steinel joins us. Go to MikeSteinel.com for all his goodies. He is a jazz professor, and his album is Song and Dance. Rosanna Eckert sings on that, and people should go buy that. How do people buy the album, the CD?
Well, you can go to Barnes and Noble. You can go to MikeSteinel.com. You can go to Pender's Music. There's a lot of ways to get it without going to Amazon, but you can also get it at Amazon. Hey, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Do people call you Dave? Who calls you Dave? Does your mother call you? She call you Davey?
You know, a lot of people in comedy used to call me Dave. I'm not a Dave.
Yeah, you're not. I didn't mean. That just slipped out.
I mean, you can call me David.
I thought you were Letterman. I thought I was on the Letterman show.
No, Davey. People call me Davey.
I think
they call me
John Ross calls you Dave. I've heard him call you Dave, haven't he?
Yeah. I think it's wishful thinking on his part, but he was talking to David Letterman instead of me.
Hey, just before we go, let me play a little something live. Because we got delayed, so when we get delayed, I write a song.
Oh, good.
I've
one. Only one. You only got an A.
The one I sent you, I started at 5 this afternoon. It's not the best, but hey, but anyway, I was thinking about something for Marianne. You know, you always call her a nuclear physicist, whatever it's supposed to be.
She's a particular.
She's a party girl. She's a party girl physicist. Just remember that. So I have a little song about the party girl physicist.
Oh, good.
You want to hear it?
Yes, of course.
It's a work in progress, as they say. Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh. There's the groove. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Now, when I do these lives, sometimes it starts to get a hiss, and I think it's feedback from your microphone, so maybe mute. She's a party girl physicist. She can make you cease and desist. If you mess with her parks in Aurora, she might have to use her fists, 'cause she's a party girl physicist. That's all I got.
Here. We're using new equipment here. Not new equipment. We're using old.
Was my volume bad?
No. I think it sounds okay, but
okay.
I don't know what's going on because I stopped with all the software. And it was just I got back, as Paul said.
Get back to where you once belong.
I said, let's get back to the way we used to do this show because my software was not helping. It was ruining things. And now I'm reintroducing the software as I clean out my computer. But does it sound okay? Chat room? How does it sound?
You sound great.
Okay.
I'm having trouble hearing myself a little bit.
Oh, because that's I mute you.
No, I'm not muted, am I? I'm not muted.
How was your weekend? Let me ask you, how cold has it gotten in Texas? Is it cold enough for Ted Cruz to do everybody a favor and move to Mexico like he did last year?
Dig this. I got an alert on my phone. It's going to be 78 tomorrow.
78 degrees.
Crazy. It got down to into the 20s. A couple of days ago, we brought some flowers in. But
look at me. Look who got flowers. You see the flowers I got?
Yeah, David.
Look at that. Red roses.
They're dying, David. You got to water those. You know that.
I know. I get myself red roses. I buy myself red roses.
Red roses for a blue lady or a blue Davy. Hey,
you just say what I thought you said.
Red roses for a blue lady. What did I say?
I thought you said something.
Dirty?
No, just sad.
Red roses for a blue Davy.
Yeah. We should do really horrible song parodies that will get us to burn in hell.
Hey, was Kitty Carlisle part of the Carlisle group?
She was married to Moss Hart, who was part of the Carlisle group.
No way.
His Broadway plays were subsidized by the military-industrial complex. Kitty Carlisle I think she was married to Moss Hart, Act One's Moss.
Yeah, could have been.
She was
like in the government, wasn't she? Like something in the administration.
No, you're thinking
New York.
No. You're thinking of the first Jewish Miss America, Bess Meyerson, who John Lindsay named to be head of the first Consumer Affairs Department in Manhattan. Bess Meyerson, the first Jewish Miss America.
Why would you bring that up that way?
No, just Bess Meyerson, the first Jewish Miss America, was Ed Koch's beard. Mayor Ed Koch of New York, never married, and there were rumors that he was not straight, so he was ashamed. He had the Lindsey Graham problem.
Yeah, okay.
He was unhappy with how he was born, and he didn't, like Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, Ed Koch didn't like the way he was born. So they brought in Bess Meyerson, the first Jewish Miss America,
okay,
to be his beard.
What's a beard?
What Ed Koch needed was a toupee. He didn't need a beard. He needed a toupee. So you're confusing Kitty Carlisle with Bess Meyerson.
Dorothy Kilgallen. What was she? She was a columnist, wasn't she?
And she was killed because she had an interview with Jack Ruby. She was on to Who Killed Kennedy, Dorothy Kilgallen, columnist. I believe.
Well, if you're going to get killed, you might as well have a name like Kilgallen.
Kilgallen, yeah. She did.
No, is that true? You think that's true?
The rumor is that Dorothy Kilgallen was killed because
she knew a little too much.
She knew a little too much about the Kennedy assassination. She had the last interview with Jack Rubenstein, the Jack Ruby from your neck of the woods, Texas.
Hey, there's a lot going on down here. You hear about the hostage thing?
Jack Rubenstein, he ran the Carousel Club for the boys in Chicago. How far away were you from the synagogue?
It's not too far. I mean, like everything's happening around here. It's just Colleyville. It's just like, I don't know, 20 minutes. I think I've driven by that synagogue. But it turns out that the rabbi got away because he threw a chair at the guy. Now, he might have thought they were doing the horror. I'm not sure.
Okay, then I'm going to do my bit then. The only person who died,
Was the hostage taker.
the hostage taker. So can I do the bit that I was doing on the phone with my?
Not too soon? It's not
Well,
too soon.
I heard that they brought.
I think by
in-
this time nobody's listening, David. That's what I figured out in the show.
So there was a hostage. They brought in a hostage negotiator,
Right.
and I pictured the rabbi saying to the guy, "Don't be careful with your opening bid. I want to see my sister. Don't start with that's not an open. Your opening bid is 3 helicopters and a private jet to Algiers. Don't let them know what you really want. You get eventually you compromise and you get to meet your sister. You know what? Tatala, let me do the negotiating for you." And they wouldn't let him, so he threw a chair at the guy. And no, it's very. That was when I found out that everybody was okay and not good, not
No.
good.
Hey, are you watching The Shrink Next Door?
Yes, I drilled a hole in my wall, and I like to listen to his session. I actually do have a shrink down
Next
the
door.
hall. I have a shrink who lives down the hall.
Okay.
No, a shrink, yes. Like he's not a Freudian, but he is an actual psychiatrist. Sometimes I go for walks with him. And here's the really weird thing about him. He's very quiet. And I find on the walks, I just start talking.
Uh-huh.
He just gets me to open up with my mother and some dreams and
How does that make you feel?
exactly. He's like
That's
listening
interesting,
is an
David.
art. Listening is an art.
Let's get into that, David.
Yeah.
Tell me more about that. Now, have you watched the show, Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd? The Shrink Next
That's on
Door?
Apple TV, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Is it? Okay.
It's based on a true story.
What is it?
A guy starts going to this shrink, and the shrink is real super manipulative, and eventually, the shrink. It was a podcast that a guy started who was a writer for either the New York Times or the Post. I can't remember which one, and he.
Is it no Sarah? Is it no Sarah?
No, it's not that guy. Wouldn't she be great to have on your show? Have you ever tried to get her?
No. No, his name is no Sarah. It's a. No,
Oh, maybe. I thought you were talking about the gal that does media stuff on for the New York Times, and she has a
Swisher.
podcast. Yeah,
Swisher.
Sarah Swisher.
Yeah, that's a name you don't hear too often. Swisher.
You Swisher, you brought her. Anyway,
Swisher?
I've been waiting 20 years to say that. Charlie Parker? You Parker.
Hang on. I was visiting Maine.
Yes. And?
Banger. I hardly knew her. Those,
Rectum? Hell, it killed him.
right.
Anyway, this is getting silly. We got to do some serious stuff, but
Right.
It's Martin Luther King Day. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Thank you.
You know, he wrote, in 1964, he wrote a message that was read at the Berlin Jazz Festival. He was a jazz fan. And Jazz Times put it on their website today. Can I read it?
I don't know. You tell me. You
May
can
I read it?
music.
May I
You
read it?
You read English?
I'll do my best. So this is at the opening of the Berlin Jazz Festival, 1964.
Yes.
So this is a lot going on in 1964. He says, the first sentence, first paragraph, "This is triumphant music. Modern jazz has continued in this tradition, singing the songs of a more complicated urban existence. When life itself offers no order and meaning, The musician creates an order and meaning from the sounds of the earth which flow through his instrument. It is no wonder that so much of the search for identity among African American Negroes was championed by jazz musicians. Long before the modern essayists and scholars wrote of racial identity as a problem for a multiracial world, musicians were returning to their roots to affirm that which was stirring within their souls. Much of the power of our freedom movement in the United States has come from this music. It has strengthened us with sweet rhythms when courage began to fail. It has calmed us with its rich harmonies when spirits were down. And now, jazz is exported to the world. For in the particular struggle of the Negro in America, there is something akin to the universal struggle of modern man. Everybody has the blues. Everybody longs for meaning. Everybody needs to love and be loved. Everybody needs to clap hands and be happy. Everybody longs for faith. In music, especially this broad category called jazz, there is a stepping stone toward all of these. Isn't that nice?
Yes. So it's beautiful. Every year, I get this from a limousine service here in Manhattan. Can you see this?
Okay, a $5 coupon.
This is Carmel, the Martin Luther King Jr. Day, National Day of Service. Carmel's great services there for you in over 300 cities, and it's a $5 coupon in honor of Dr. King. There was a time when people knew better to send you an ad like that's offensive, isn't it? To offer me a $5 coupon for Martin Luther King Day.
Well, the $5 is what is offensive. Come on.
And I mean, it's just people don't know right from wrong. They just have
I think it's mildly offensive. I think it's not the worst thing. I mean, the worst thing is a lot of states didn't even recognize this holiday for years.
Yeah. Arizona, I think, was the last, right? Meekum?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But, you know, and then the article went on, pretty good discussion of jazz as a protest music. By the way, I wrote this song today. It's called Driftin' and Driftin'. And I listened to your show last week. I try to listen to
Drifting and Drifting.
Yeah, really. That's really, you know, I think that the mood from many of us around the world of all political persuasions is we're just kind of stuck, you know, in this virus, and we're not, you know, you can't make big plans, you know, and you can't, and no one seems, everybody knows what the problem is, but no one seems to really have a solution that is workable. And I caught that, and so I just kind of expressed that in the song. I hope you can hear the words.
Well,
so it's, you want to play it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. New music from Professor Mike Steinel.
I'm not hearing anything. It's there now.
I screwed up. You know what I wanted to do? I muted myself so we could hear the music. And I didn't I'm not too smart, is I?
You're fine.
Okay, let's try that again. New music from Professor Mike Steinel.
Halfway across the river of fear and confusion, too late to turn around, we cannot come about. The shore in the distance is just an illusion conjured in the cauldron of anxiety and doubt. 'Cause we're drifting, drifting, drifting and drifting, drifting and drifting, drifting and drifting. Caught in a noisy current, bereft of a solution. With oars of optimism, we pulled against the wind. But no thought of deterrent, and no need of revolution. And even if there were, would there be the strength within? 'Cause we're drifting, drifting, drifting and drifting, drifting and drifting, drifting and drifting. The man over here says the answer is blue. He says, get in my boat, I know exactly what to do. Something tells me that it ain't so black and white. The fog rolls in, he turns his head, and soon he's out of sight. 'Cause he's drifting and drifting, 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 drifting and drifting.
Driftin' and Driftin', new music from Professor Mike Steinel. Go to mikesteinel.com for all his writings and pick up Song and Dance. Great stuff, really great. That is just great.
Might need another verse at the end, maybe, but I don't know.
You are amazing. You are.
Well, I just, I did this. I worked on, kind of got the idea for the first line. It feels like we're halfway across the river of fear and confusion. It's a combination of totally petrified with what might happen, and yet confused about. I don't know anybody who isn't confused. I'm sure Joe Biden's confused. And I'm sure even Trump's confused. I've kind of read today that interesting feud between DeSantis and Trump.
Right.
That's a nice little thing brewing there.
That is such a great song. That's going to be stuck in my head. By the way, my second divorce was handled by the law firm of Driftin' and Driftin'. Just keep it going for as long as possible. The retainer would run down, and you just write them another check. The law firm of Driftin' and Driftin'.
Griftin' and Driftin'.
Griftin' and Driftin'.
Griftin' and Driftin'. Yeah, I'll try to work that in there.
That's really great.
I kind of need an assignment. By the way,
more doesn't cut it. Just me going more.
I love your email. What have you done for me lately? Usually it's, how about tomorrow? And no, what have you done for me lately? No, it keeps me off the street. I tell you, I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have some music to deal with. I watched way too much football this weekend, and it just, after a while, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Rams get beat up over here. I'm on this TV.
Yeah.
And
That's the great thing about this show, that no matter what, Mondays and Thursdays, we're doing it. And
yeah, and it has some great moments. Who was so funny? Oh, I can't remember. They're all funny, but the last Pete Dominic thing, and last Monday's show was really something about. We didn't really talk about Saget. Did he pass away after the show? No.
Oh no,
I guess we
didn't.
never talked about it.
You and I didn't talk about it, but
No.
the opening segment was all about him.
But I want to tell you something. You kind of got in your opening, talked about that people who didn't know the person shouldn't get upset. But I think there is, in some ways.
Let me qualify that. I didn't say you shouldn't get upset. I think you need to be careful overreacting to the deaths of people you don't know. There's something else at play here, and maybe you should be mourning the loss of somebody you actually know. We're all sad about Bob, and you should be sad, even if you never met him. But I think some people need to put it into perspective.
Yeah, and I think people in your field in your profession, I think it hits pretty hard. I've been very affected by certain musicians who passed away, who I never met, whose music I really knew, and when it's surprising, it's different when somebody, like Irving Berlin lives to 101 and he finally passes away. I mean, that's a great life, but losing Bob Saget was pretty young. I think as a 70-year-old, I just hate the obits anymore because does it seem like a lot more people are dying than usually? I think people aren't getting the medical. Well, not from COVID. I think people aren't getting the medical care they probably should be getting things looked at because they're freaked out about going to the doctor or going to the hospital.
Yeah.
And it kind of bugs me. I wish we knew more about the causes of death. If there's a cause, I know the family wants to keep it. But if you're a public figure, it's a little different than if you're just Joe Schmo,
Yeah.
But I know that I often think about what the world would be like without a Bob Dylan on the planet,
Or a Bob Saget.
Yeah, Bob Saget. Yeah.
The more you learn about Bob, there was so much to learn about Bob, and he was just a kind soul. And
I'm
again,
gonna go back and listen to the I remember the episode, the last episode when you had him on. You guys went for about an hour, I think.
Yeah.
And I remember when it was really good. I remember where I am when I heard it, and I was working in the backyard. I was doing gardening, and I put it on, and listened to it. That was that's a great episode. I don't know how do you find that? Is there a way to search that on your
my
website?
website? In fact, I'm sending it out. My newsletter. It's going to go out in my newsletter.
Okay. So how you can get to that episode?
Yeah, but you just go to my website and Google Saget there. I think he did the show 4 or 5 times, and yeah, I mean, there's nobody to talk to. I mean, there was there was a certain conversation that I could have with him that, hey, there's a clip of him on Johnny Carson I was watching with a friend. I'll play it at office hours Friday night.
Cool.
Bob was so quick, and Johnny Carson was so excited that Bob was on because there was a verbal sparring, not putting each other down, but Carson liked people who were quick on their feet.
Yeah, of course.
And you could just tell Carson was hanging on every word Bob said, and Bob was hanging on every word Johnny said. And there are a couple of moves here. not to put Johnny down, but Bob got Carson completely flummoxed. Like Carson was trying to keep up with him and he couldn't. It was great. Bob was
Yeah,
so
his pace was. I remember in that I was kind of when you talked the last time that episode. I mean, wow, he's really, man, boom, it's boom, 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 going from one thing to the next, and stretching it out and really taking things. Because of that,
listened to everything. He not only listened to everything you said, he listened to everything he said. So it's really the artistry is fascinating to watch because as he's talking, he's hearing what he's saying and then talking back to himself. Saget, as loved as he is, he's still underrated. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, because of this, I pulled up the Aristocrats, which I'd never seen. I knew what the movie was about the joke, and I remember someone talking about it said, "Oh, like the most disgusting version is Bob Saget's." I haven't got there yet. I can only, it's kind of intense. I can only take about 20 minutes, and then I'm going to watch something else for a second. But I'll get through the whole.
The Aristocrats. There's another joke.
Jackie's on that, isn't he?
Of course, Jackie told a joke. And when he told it to me, I said, this could be the next Aristocrats joke about the Siamese twins who they're visiting Nashville. They walk past the Grand Ole Opry and they see Bill Monroe. Would Bill Monroe?
Yeah, he would be there. Yeah.
Bill Monroe.
Yeah.
And Bill Monroe. This is Jackie's joke. And these Siamese twins go in and they watch Bill Monroe and they sneak backstage and they say, "Oh, Bill Monroe, we're so big fans of bluegrass. You invented bluegrass. We love you. Will you have sex with us?" And then you start describing the most disgusting sexual act imaginable, where one of the Siamese twins is doing something to Bill Monroe while the other one is playing the trombone. The other one grabs the trombone and shoves it up. You do all the grotesque things, right?
Yeah.
And you keep going. It's every unimaginable sexual position that involves every bodily fluid. And they say goodbye. The Siamese twins say goodbye to Bill Monroe. A year later, the same Siamese twins are walking through Nashville. They pass the Grand Ole Opry. They see a sign that says, "Now appearing Bill Monroe." And one of the Siamese twins says, "Bill Monroe is playing. Should we go see him?" And the other Siamese twin says, "I don't know. Do you think he'll remember us?"
Yeah, that's perfect. That's the same joke.
I remember Jackie told me that joke on the show. It's been 5 years. It goes on and on. And I laughed so hard. I said, that's the next Aristocrats joke. That's the next one where you can just. My son remembered two of Jackie's jokes. A lady gives birth to a head. And she puts Danny on the windowsill for 18 years, just a head. And he's just sitting. This is one of Jackie's jokes. My son called me to remind me of this. And she puts Danny on the windowsill. For 18 years, Danny's just sitting there on the windowsill. He's a head, just looking at the window. She gets a call. "Hello, this is Dr. Browder. I've got great news. I found a torso, some arms and some legs for Danny. We have new medication. He won't reject it. Bring him in tomorrow. We're gonna sew him all up. He's gonna have an entire body." And she goes, "Oh, Dr. Browder, that's such great news." And the mother goes into the living room. She sees Danny on the on the windowsill. And she says, Danny, I got great news. After 18 years, Dr. Browder says, we've got a gift. We've got a gift. Dr. Browder called. We have a gift for you. And Danny says, I hope it's not another fucking hat. Here's the other one. I'm not going to tell this right. I'm so tired. The head, Danny.
What's another Danny head joke?
He's a head.
Okay.
And he joins the swim team. And they're having a meet. And there's a 300-meter dash, and the coach decides, you know what, it's time to give Danny a chance, and he competes in the 300-meter dash, and as the gun goes off, the coach takes Danny's head and throws it into the pool, and the head just sinks to the bottom, and Danny loses the race, and the coach fishes, he gets a skimmer, a net, and he fishes the head out of the pool, and Danny says, sorry, coach, I got a cramp.
Now, if cryogenics ever gets to the point where it gets to the point, that'll be offensive to a group of people.
Family, just important.
Oh, that's right. Did he have his head frozen?
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Rumors at Disney and Ted Williams. Who would,
Hey,
John A. wrote, Danny was the head of the class.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
The lesson of that joke is you can tell a joke that's so offensive, it's not offensive.
Yeah, it's like playing a corny lick. I used to tell my students, you can.
Corny lick was my
corny
my porn name.
By the way, I've never laughed so hard when at the beginning of the Aristocrats, and who's the first one out of the chute with the actual joke? It's Carlin, and there's corn involved.
Corny joke.
But now I used to tell my students, if you play a lick super corny, you go past the corny barrier right into hip. There's a corny barrier and you go into hip. Anyway, I hope you liked the tune.
Before you go,
yes, sir.
Did you get I sent you the Marine?
Yeah. Well, I got the little girl playing trumpet.
I've been going on. So I'm obsessed with Nelson Riddle's arrangement of I've Got You Under My Skin.
Okay. I don't think I looked at that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
you sent me like a little bitty girl, maybe 4, playing the trumpet, Italian girl.
Oh, right. That was different.
Yeah, okay.
Did I send you the U.S. Marine Marching Band playing I've Got You Under My Skin?
It's a marching band.
It's unbelievable.
Well, I'll check it out.
It's Marines, and the singer, unbelievable. And you go, oh my God, of course they're great. They're the Marines. They practice.
The Marine Band is the only one you don't have to go through basic. Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
All the other bands.
Those guys look like they haven't done a sit-up ever.
Yeah.
I didn't know the Marine Band. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's the top one. That's the top one. But they don't really have a jazz unit. The Air Force has the Airmen of Note. The Navy has the Navy Commodores. The Army has 2. The Army Blues, and I'm going to forget the other one. But yeah, the Marine Band is the only one you don't have to go through basic.
They are amazing.
Yeah.
So Nelson Riddle's arrangement for "I've Got You Under My Skin." How great an arrangement is that? And you know,
He was a great arranger, very simple. He set up the singer, you know, and
but the sloppy trombone solo, the trumpet, that is that splash of music.
yeah,
I can listen to that over. It just gives me, if it's done right, it gives me the chills. I'm obsessed on YouTube finding, like, does this give me the chills or not? And
yeah. I'm gonna check that out. I'll check it out.
it's interesting to watch because there's some bands that do the Nelson Riddle arrangement of "I've Got You Under My Skin," and it's perfect, but doesn't give me the chills.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. He used the greatest studio musicians in New York. You know, Conrad Gozzo playing lead trumpet probably, and they would record them one microphone. You know,
Wow.
it was amazing how good that band could
Oh,
sound.
it was just one microphone
A
recording
lot
it?
of those recordings are just one microphone.
Wow.
It's not close. Even things aren't close mic'd because they got a big orchestra. You know, there's some pretty good albums that are done with one microphone. There's a guy named Bob Mintzer, and his first album on this one label, and they even show the picture of them standing around one microphone, and they balance themselves musically, you know, by acoustically, and then so an engineer doesn't have to do it. Engineered it. And also I listened to the Phil Spector. I like the strings, but it buries Paul's voice. It takes all the, it really totally buries. I see why he didn't like it. According to the notes.
By the way, you know, I get people email me,
Yeah.
and I'm a provocateur. Provocateur. And
Either
sometimes I say things just, and I called "Let It Be," the album we grew up on. I called it evil, right? And I thought, okay, this is going to piss off a lot of people. And I'm telling you, a lot of people wrote to me and said, you know, you're right. They listened to "Let It Be Naked," I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
And I was expecting people to, how dare you put down the wall of sound and let it be? I'm right?
Well, it's a different thing, you know. It's, I think it's interesting what he did with it, and it's also interesting that they brought him in. It seemed kind of it was the way what I read is that it was John and George that invited him in. Paul didn't even. It sort of sounds, of course, just different accounts. Like Paul wasn't even around too much. They were breaking up by then. They were really breaking up.
Hey, I had an idea for a movie. There's a movie about a kid who wakes up in a world where nobody ever heard of the Beatles.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Right.
Have you seen it?
Parts of it. So I have
It's a wonderful movie. Just the concept of that
right.
No one's heard these songs, and he has to, and how the thing of, he had to remember them. Finally, he finds a kindred soul, and together they work out, you know. But anyway, go ahead. What's your idea?
My idea is Alan Klein, decides that the Beatles are going to have the same career path as Fleetwood Mac, right? Fleetwood Mac was a brand name, and they were going to have a lot of musicians pass through the Beatles, kind of like a lot, you know, the Temptations, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Not the original, maybe Frankie Valli, but it's not the all four originals.
That's showbiz music. That's the, you know.
We're not. So they decide, and Paul agrees with Alan Klein. Hey, we're not breaking up. We got a great thing going here. And they start replacing, you know, George leaves, John leaves, Ringo leaves, it's still Paul. Then Ringo comes back with John, and Paul leaves, and then they just bring in like a Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks type, because that's what Fleetwood Mac was, right?
Yeah.
Except for Mick Fleetwood.
And then pretty soon they're doing corporate shows.
They're doing corporate shows.
I think that's a great idea.
Vegas, and
They do Vegas. Then they have a theater in Branson.
they have a theater in Branson, and they just.
But usually one guy has to finagle. There's a story there how one guy gets the right. I don't know how they.
Michael Jackson.
Well, Michael Jackson was Michael Jackson. I mean,
They know he got the publishing rights to.
no, I mean, but the rights to the name,
Right, right.
like how did obviously they wrote their agreement as a group was probably written in stone. Probably Brian Epstein said, you're not going to, no one person's going to be able to take this name, which is, if you think of most of the touring acts that still are around, there are partners, like the Rolling Stones have partners. That's a partnership. And it took a long, what's the story about that? It took a long time for one of the really important characters for them to bring him in as a partner. And if you're a partner, you make all the royalties. If you're just a side person, and was it Bill Weinman? I can't remember, or one of the. I'm going to get this wrong. Maybe Ron Wood.
So what would have happened? The Beatles, like, right, hands down. You can't. But there's a sense memory that I have about the Beatles. Although kids hearing the Beatles for the first time, they recognize, if you're a clean slate and you hear the Beatles with no sense memory,
Right.
you know that this is the greatest music. It's like it's up there with Cole Porter, right? Gershwin. Yes or no?
Absolutely. Great songwriting. But it's like it's not from the.
It's not the American Songbook, but it's.
No, it's something different. But in terms of pop music, it's some of the greatest. I mean, there's such a catalog,
Okay. So, but, if the Beatles, if Alan Klein kept the Beatles going and they kept churning out one bad album after, they start bringing in session musicians, and some of it's good, some of it's like, Paul McCartney's later career, where some of it's great, some of it's, he's filling out the album. Does that destroy Sgt. Pepper's and Revolver and Hard Day's Night? If they just keep producing albums, do the new albums dilute how good
Here's the wrinkle you got to go with. You know what a ghost band is?
No.
Well, there's a Glenn Miller Orchestra. They're playing somewhere tonight.
Right.
Somebody has bought the rights to the book, the music, and the name. And maybe they got the bus. And for a long time, the Guy Lombardo Orchestra, the guy lived right over here in Argyle who owned the band. And so I think eventually, in your story, they would be a ghost band. I think a band like that would never do new material. Because they would freeze it. It would be commercially, it would be frozen in 1970, and they would have, now we're going to do our.
But the Stones is.
Yeah, but they're still a real band. They're still a real band. They're not
But
like.
not the original band. You have Keith Richards now and Mick Jagger, and you'll go see the Stones, but Charlie Watts is gone. Wyman.
But they haven't done a lot of new material. They did one album recently that's got some new material. It's mostly blues. They're a blues band. So, but they'll do their hits. It's interesting. A group. There aren't a lot of groups anymore that stay together very long at all.
Yeah.
So the Stones are amazing. I have a good friend who plays with them.
Sinatra. Before you go.
Yes.
he is, the older I get, I am in awe of Sinatra, like from the 1960s until his death. Incredible. Is there any? It's like it's just another dimension of performer, isn't it? It's incomparable.
Well, it's. I mean, at some point, like Sinatra's voice is not a perfect voice, but it's Sinatra. It's so recognizable, you know. Like he has a pitch thing that he does. I think he's a little flat, but that's, you know, like I had a guy come to school. He did a clinic and he talked about pitch, you know, being in tune. Like there's a place where you're perfectly in tune, but he said the musical ear will give you some room. And he says in that space is personality.
Wow.
Like some singers sing, you know, like maybe Ella Fitzgerald. Miles is a little sharp at times, you know. Bird, Charlie Parker's a little sharp. You wouldn't say, oh, he's really out of tune. You say that's Bird, you know. And Sinatra, when he hits those notes, the thing about Sinatra is the phrasing. He's a jazz musician without being
no instrument. His voice.
He doesn't really improvise. He doesn't do scat, but he's totally swinging. His rhythm is so swinging, you know. And
he learned how to breathe. Who was he watching?
I don't know the story. Oh,
he learned. Was it Dorsey? Tommy Dorsey?
Yes, Tommy Dorsey would have helped him a lot. That was, you know, when we would go out with my mother-in-law and take her to errands, we listened to the 40s channels on Sirius, and there was some really early Sinatra, and it's like almost a different person.
I'm not interested in that.
Yeah,
I'm interested in the.
He really evolved in the 50s into the thing, you know.
Yeah.
When,
I was listening. I mean, I'll shut up. But I'll let you go. Frank at the Meadowlands in '86, and he's singing "Change Partners and Dance."
Oh yeah.
Is that Irving Berlin? That's Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Irving Berlin.
If you held a gun to my head, I wouldn't know for sure. It's one of those guys.
It
might be. It might be Cole Porter.
Little thing, and he says, "Won't you change partners and dance?" Right, and then he goes, "Won't you change partners and cha cha cha?" Just like that, and he just does it once. "Won't you change partners and cha cha cha?" And it's that little touch. And he doesn't. I go, "Wow, that is just so subtle and so sexy and so real." And he's a tease, and you know, anyway, I could go, I'm in love with Frank Sinatra. I just can't believe that he existed. I really can't. I just can't believe that Sinatra, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm from New Jersey.
No, he's a great singer. One of the best. Here's the thing. There used to be this guy, Lenny Tristano. He was a teacher of music, very famous guy, blind pianist, lived in Queens, way up north, and everybody went to Lenny Tristano, and he's very and one of the things he did, he had like a method, and you memorized a solo, and you came back and you played the solo for him, and he had the first solo you memorized was the Louis Armstrong solo. The second solo you memorized, everybody did the same thing, was Lester Young, who played with Count Basie. You know what the third thing was? Frank Sinatra. I swear to God. So he's teaching bebop players, and the third thing he has them. So yes, there's something there that is extremely jazzy, and it's so economically jazzy. It's mysterious and wonderful. Anyway, that's what I think.
Sorry, I took.
No.
Anyway, let's play one more song. I have some more of your music here.
What you got? You got Traveling Light?
I haven't, my stuff is beginning to work, but I'm afraid.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Uh,
Got Catherine Lou?
I got Catherine Lou. We can play that, or I can play, hang on, you want to hear, hang on for 1 second. I'm organizing these. Damn it. I had a joke. Hang on. Oh,
George Carlin is so funny on the Aristocrats. Man,
you want to hear? You want to hear Bird?
Yeah, a little. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, you know what I miss? You're listening to the David Feldman Show. You sad, pathetic.
I know.
flop.
You know what?
You got to
my
drag
audience-
those back out, and the Apollo 13 stuff.
I know. You know what? My audience is so sick of my telling. I do this entire show on one computer.
Yeah. We know this, David.
And I have a hard drive. Why don't we do? What is this? What is this?
Something died in my garage. Yes, indeed. Something died in my garage. I don't know what it could be. It's a mystery to me. It might be a possum. It might be a raccoon. It might be my crazy neighbor who plays a bassoon. Something died in my garage. That's right. I alerted my entourage. Something died in my garage. 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 It's really starting to smell, and I'm feeling a bit unwell. We've looked high and low into every nook and cranny. We're beginning to think that it might be dear old Granny. You know it might be sabotage. Something died in my garage. Everybody clap. Something died in my garage. Something died in my garage. Something died in my garage. And here's what I'm supposing. I'm pretty sure it's an animal. And I think it's decomposing. When I finally tracked it down, I went almost astronomic. Son of a gun, it was the worst of the worst. A dried up homeless comic, and he was wearing a corsage. Something died in my garage. That's right. Something died in my garage. 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 Something died.
Professor Mike Steinel is a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019, author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary. His latest is Running the Changes, and Saving Charlie Parker is his latest mystery novel. And
Yeah, I
The
guess
Lake,
you could. Yeah, they call it. You could call it a mystery novel. It's a mystery that I wrote it.
and The Lake House. which
Lake
you can-
House for free on YouTube. The Lake House, one word, part 1. Use a Roman numeral I, to get to that, because there's a couple others. I need to change the name of it to something else. But anyway, hey David,
Thank you.
keep
Great
the
job.
faith.
Thank you, sir. Professor Mike Steinel. Rodrigo. Let's go to Mexico. Rodrigo.
Hey, David.
Rodrigo is calling from Mexico. What's on your mind?
I'll try to go fast. I was listening to the show earlier, and I wanted to remind you that millions of people got off food stamps under Trump, and a couple of those millions were suddenly told from one month to the next that they were now making too much money to qualify for the SNAP program. 2, that parents are teaching their children less and less at home because they're supposed to have 2 or 4 jobs between 2 parents to have the same quality of life their grandparents had with just the 1 job. And 3, you remember how Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards and here's. That's what minorities do. Everyone works hard, but Black women have to work a lot harder for less money. And Tucker Carlson is often telling them that if only they were willing to work hard, they can make it in America, because everyone can make it in America.
Ginger Rogers said I did everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards and in heels.
Yes.
Ginger Rogers was a bad person.
She was.
Yes, and her mother was even worse. She was best friends with J. Edgar Hoover. Ginger Rogers' mother was an informant, an FBI informant, and best friends with J. Edgar Hoover, who, like Ginger Rogers, did everything Fred Astaire did, only backwards and in high heels. This is the truth about Ginger Rogers. Bad person. And she didn't do the choreography. Go Google on YouTube, or whatever you do on YouTube, change partners in dance. See the dance that Fred Astaire does with Ginger Rogers in Change Partners in Dance. That wasn't Ginger Rogers' work. That was Fred Astaire's, where he kind of hypnotizes her and controls her to dance with him. Probably not appropriate now. It's he's kind of seducing her. It's kind of problematic, but yeah, Fred Astaire was amazing. Ginger Rogers, bad person. Mother turned in a lot of commies.
Wow.
Friends with J. Edgar Hoover. Ginger Rogers, bad. Thank you, Rodrigo.
If I could have a couple of minutes, the Reverend Martin Luther King and everyone who knows a little about comparative religions is still amazed at that name. He was fond of telling us that you should not go to the mountains and come down 2 years later and miss an entire war. I may be butchering that quote, but how many wars have we slept through? I know a lot of people are bored with purity tests, but allow me to suggest this one. If you get your news from someone who jumps from critical race theory to trans danger in the bathroom to why we need to primary AOC, ask yourself, when was the last time the folks you trust to keep you informed of the things that matter covered workers in your community trying to get pay raises or desperately trying to keep their jobs, or the doctors who got people you know hooked on opioids, etc. And yes, David Feldman, I'm calling you out for not bringing Jacob from Valley Labor Report more often to talk about all these strikes that don't get coverage. I was watching an old episode of Matt Leg's show, and Jacob was talking about journalists who got hit by a scab-driven car, and they refused to cover it on their own news outfit, and they refused to talk to him about this. And that's just a small example of how capitalism brainwashes us into believing that we can do anything and we might as well join the CIA party. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Great job as always. I hope to see you Thursday. That's the show. Thank you all. I want to thank our guest, Tom Winter. Go to Tom for Montana. Go to winterformontana.com, and let's send Tom to Washington, winterformontana.com. Give some money. Rahina.org. I think that, is it Rahina? Let me make sure I'm getting that right. Rahina, Professor Steinel's, or yes, it's Rahina.org. Go to Rahina.org and donate money. You're going to be hearing a lot about Rahina.org in the coming weeks. Thank you, Howie Klein. Read them over at Down with Tyranny. Thank you, David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to him on the Mudgeless podcast and, of course, Guerrilla History. Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of this Bay Area Radio Hall of Famers interviews, podcasts, and radio shows. The brilliant Professor Marianne Cummings. Thank you, Professor. And Professor Mike Steinel. Go to professormikesteinel.com. I have some interviews that Henry Huckamacki has done. I'm afraid to play them. This is the first time I'm using the software again in a long time. I was worried it would crash the system. I think we can do it. So I apologize to Henry. We will play the interviews next week, and we need Henry to come back and talk about Omicron. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.